She's away today.
Huh?
She's appointed herself.
Yeah, she's not. Okay. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to you all. Let me extend greetings to the senior counsel and his team, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Good morning. Thank you so much for your presence. The staff of Parliament and the committee secretariat in particular, members of the media, good morning and welcome. I hope that you have rested. We worked until very late last night, but here we are again today to resume proceedings. It's a day in which members are going to be given an opportunity to ask questions to General Mkhwanazi. But last night, when we concluded our meeting, we said that we will get a report from the Democratic Alliance on what is their take on the matter which was discussed here. Do you have any report, Honorable Cameron?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning. Chair, in short, the Honourable Kola Barnard is not in attendance today. She'll be following virtually, and no one is being recused yet or planning to be recused. We have asked for a legal opinion on the matter, and we will give the relevant feedback. We have decided that the Honourable Kola Barnard will not be in physical attendance today to allow the committee to do what they need to do and to continue with their work. Thank you, Chair.
Did you bring a member?
I've got the Honourable Schikkerling right next to me, Chair.
Is she the alternate of the alternator?
No, she is alternate, Chair, and she will be in the place of the Honourable Kola Barnard today.
Okay. Honourable members, I think what we should do here is that. Okay, Honourable Cameron.
Sorry, Chair, I slipped. She's in the place of the Honourable Breitenbach. The Honourable Kola Barnard is an alternate. She is already an alternate. Yeah. So the Honourable Schikkerling will remain in the place of the Honourable Breitenbach.
Yeah. We are not going to take the time of the committee and use it to discuss that matter because the member is not here. Let's do the business. Our business is not Honourable Kola Barnard. Our business is to investigate the allegations that have been made. And because today she is not here, we can't discuss that matter now. We should just go straight into our proceedings. But I'm going to request members to read section 165 of the rules so that when we come to discuss that matter, all of us have gone through section 165 and we know what the provisions of that section are, because the provisions of that section will help us to deal with this matter. Thanks very much. This is how we're going to proceed today. I have met with all of you this morning to inform you how we are going to proceed in line with how we agreed last night. Okay, maybe let me just do the roll call. Honorable Sangoni, are you present? Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Cameron, Honorable Shikele, Honorable Mwango, Honorable Malema, Honorable N. Mattheys, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James. Thank you so much. We are all present. This is what we are going to do. The apology of Honorable Brayden Buxton's, the JSC is still busy with its sessions. We are going to allocate the ANC, Honorable Sangon, 1 hour plus 10 minutes. The MKP, 30 minutes plus 10. The DA, 30 minutes plus 10. And the EFF, 30 minutes plus 10. The IFP, 30 minutes. And the PA, 30 minutes. The Freedom Front Plus, 10 minutes. And the Action SA, 10 minutes. So, in your case, MKP and the EFF, the 30 minutes are allocated to you because you are going to have one speaker plus one alternate. The EFF as well will have one speaker plus one alternate. But in the event you want to share the 30 minutes plus 10 amongst yourself and the alternate, you can still speak the three of you, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Shongwe, but you will be limited within 40 minutes. It's 30 minutes for the full member and 10 minutes for the alternate. The full member of the EFF is Honorable Malema. In the event he uses 25 minutes of his 30, Honorable Mattheys can use the remaining 15 minutes. That is how the allocation is done. And the alternates for the IFP and the PA are Honorable Vessels and Honorable James respectively. So in the event either Honorable Mwango or Honorable Sols are unable to exhaust their 30 minutes, the remainder of the time allocated will fall to those alternates. Is it very clear, honorable members? And then from there, when we are done with this first round, we will then come back to the second round where we will take the last member of the ANC, MKP, and DA, and then we round off. So, so the time that is allocated to yourselves does not include the response time which the witness will be using. I see your hand is up, Honorable Sangwe.
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Chairperson, and good morning to all members, the General and everybody in the room. Chair, I just wanted clarity on ANC time. So we have 4 members, which means that we have 2 hours plus 10 minutes, not 1 hour and 10 minutes. In the first round, it can be 1 hour in the second round. So I just wanted clarity on that. And then, Chairperson, you also then indicated that the time does not include the responses. In the committee, the agreement was that that time includes the responses. Because I mean, if we literally have 30 minutes to ask a question, we are never going to finish. Our understanding was that it includes the responses and we would have planned accordingly. My final point, Chair, is in terms of allocation of our time, can we leave it to the discretion of the party how we allocate our time, having appreciated what you said of 2 rounds and the total amount of time being 2 hours, 10 minutes? Thank you, Chair.
That is what I'm saying to you. Let me clarify it, honorable members. I said that for the first round, you are going to have two speakers. So it means in your case, you will have 2 plus 1. And I don't have a problem with how you allocate your time. It's 1 hour, 10 minutes. And then you use it the way you want to use it. But once it peters out, I'm going to stop you. And then you are right. The ANC has 4 members in this. You have 4 plus 1. So the misfortune of the ANC is that the 4th member of the ANC is the chair of these proceedings. So the chair has a discretion to ask questions. And being a disciplined chair, if I ask questions, I won't go beyond the 30 minutes that we allocate for members. I can't abuse my position as the chair, but remember, I have that right as a member of the committee to participate and ask questions, but it must be within our agreements or the decisions that we would have taken. Honorable Nomval.
I was looking for the mic and I couldn't find it. There are supernatural powers. Chair, no, I don't remember us as the committee making an agreement that the 30 minutes will also include responses. I'm sure all of us noticed yesterday. And even if we had taken that agreement, it was not going to be ideal under the circumstances, considering how broad our first...
I don't want us to waste time, honorable member. I think it's what the chair said yesterday. I even gave an example to say, if you ask a question and the witness takes 29 minutes of the time responding to your question, it means the member is put at a disadvantage.
That's
and
correct.
It defeats the purpose of the ad hoc committee. So
if we agree, Chair, then that's okay.
Yeah. Honorable Malim.
Thanks, Chair. I hear people talking about second round. Some of us minimum is 3, so I don't understand. But we'll accept whatever you're saying on the rounds of second and third. But we normally do 3 rounds. Natural. So, Chair. So I wanted you to understand, you are going to start the questions.
Yeah.
Because you have to start and then hand it over to us.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like now, what I want to check with yourselves, is there anybody who We're on the first round. Is there anybody who wishes to start, or any party that wishes to start with its 30 minutes plus 1 or 1 hour? I mean 30 minutes plus 10 or okay, I see the MKP and the ANC. So let me follow the rotation system then. I'm handing over to yourselves, the African National Congress. Can you indicate how many from your party are going to ask?
On the first round, Chair,
Yeah.
are going to be 2.
1 hour plus 10 minutes.
Are going to be 2, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. It's over to you.
Thank you very much,
And then
Chair.
your time starts now.
Thank you very much,
Okay, on a point of order.
the procedural matter.
Procedural.
Yeah.
I thought procedurally, like I said, you will have to start. So that as a chair, you lay the foundation. And then when we come, we know how to conduct ourselves. So it's the SC. Once the SC is done, then the chair comes in. Then you lay a foundation. That's the purpose of being a chair. Then all of us are going to follow that cue. And it doesn't mean you chose that you will not speak for more than 30 minutes. That's fine.
Yeah.
But even if you decide to speak more than that, you are the chair. You use that discretion. But if something else is being suggested, it's like I once said in a political party meeting where a president suggested that members of the NEC must give a political overview. How can you do that? So as a chair, you give direction, the style of questioning, how we conduct it, and we learn from you and we follow exactly what you have done. That's what being a chair means. So normally it goes to the leader of evidence. Once it's done, it goes to the chair, then chair takes it to the members. But if it's different, I don't know.
Chief Whip.
No, morning, Chair, morning to all colleagues and general and all participants and attendees to this meeting. No, Chair, I don't think that there is a binding procedure like that, where you have to be the first person to ask questions. You are the chair of the committee. And part of your responsibility, which is what Honorable Malema says you must exercise, cannot be constrained by the fact that you did not start, which is to guide us to discharge our own responsibilities in a way that is consistent with the terms of references of this committee and in line with our mandate as members of parliament. The justification that Honorable Malema is making to qualify his argument that you must be the first among equals, I think that intervention he says you have to do is not difficult to do it, even if you are not the first person to start asking questions. So I want to suggest that we allow members to ask questions. And if in your own opinion, Chair, along the way, you also want to make use of the time allocated to you, you should be perfectly clear to do so. But I don't think the condition that is being set would be difficult to fulfill if you are not the first one to ask questions. Thanks.
Okay, can I check if there are members who want to speak on this matter?
No, I withdraw, Chair. I was giving you an opportunity to set the tone. But
Yeah.
if you don't come from COSAS, you wouldn't understand what is set in the tone. Thanks.
No. Honorable members, what we should do, let's allow the chair to use his discretion. I'm your chairperson. At any stage during the proceedings, I should be able to participate. And so what we should do now is to allow the parties and the members to fill their questions. Honorable James, your hand is still up.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, just a clarity seeking question from my side in terms of the format of which we'll be posing these questions. Will it be questions and then answered immediately after, or will you cluster it?
Yeah.
Will it be question and answer question, or will we ask all our questions and then the general will answer it?
Let's take the questions two so that there is no lapse in concentration. Like we normally rotate items in our meeting. You fill 2 questions, you wait for response, fill 2 until your list is exhausted. Okay. Honorable Nhlanhla from the ANC is yourself and Honorable Sokhanyile. Okay, thank you so much. May you kindly speak, Honorable Member.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very, very much. I just wanted to find out, because yesterday we had 2 colleagues of our SC. The other one was released to go and consult with General Sibiya. Today I'm seeing there's 2 new members. Now, I'm not sure, what is the modus operandi. Maybe tomorrow again there'll be another 2, the next day another 2, the next day another 2. So I just wanted clarity on that. Thank you.
No, my apologies, Honorable Member. The Senior Counsel has spoken to me about the matter. The lady that you see sitting next to the Senior Counsel is part of Parliament staff, because the 2 juniors or core evidence leaders who work with Advocate Arendse are concluding that part which was supposed to have concluded yesterday with General Sibiya, but also to make sure that when we come here tomorrow, we do not have the same hiccups like we had yesterday. Is that acceptable to members? I want to apologize that I did not bring that to your attention. Thank you. Honorable Nhlanhla, are you able to start? Are you ready?
Yes, Chair, if not interrupted again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to members. Good morning to the evidence leaders, General Mkhwanazi, and the people of South Africa. Chair, I want to first implore you to expedite the interactions with the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. I think the last time you reported that there must be a follow-up with them. I'm imploring you, Chair, on this matter, because the General would have also mentioned some intelligence-related matters, that which include the COVID and secret fund account, that which include some walls being built. And there's an issue of the questions that were deferred to the JSCI. So we may actually be willing to understand if the JSCI has attended to those matters that were formal questions to Parliament by Honorable Kolapanat. So I think we'll be able to get to the bottom of that. General, good morning, and I will want to implore you again as well that where the question requires specific names, if they are known to you, please don't hesitate to tell us the names of those that may have been allegedly involved in the alleged criminal syndicate. General, you say on the 31st of December 2024, whilst you're busy preparing for the new year, the minister writes a letter a national directive with the intention of de-establishing the political killings trust. So I want to check if the directive was it wholly unlawful, or there were parts of the directive that were actually within the powers of the minister in terms of section 207, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, good morning. Honorable members, I will not say that the minister's directive was unlawful, because yourself as members of parliament have never passed a legislation that makes a letter of that nature to be unlawful. Therefore, I don't think a person can be taken to court as a result. However, I feel that the content of the letter, it's an indication that the ministers was basically exercising powers that are not necessarily deferred to him, which was bordering into the operational part of policing. But why do I say that? Is that if you look at the 3 items that the letter is addressing, one item talks about discussions that must be held surrounding the borders. I think that is more relevant to the minister. It's a strategic thing that the minister must engage with executive to understand what's happening with the border security. So that one for me, I'll give it to the minister. But the one that directs that there must be an immediate freezing or filling of post, I feel is not within the authority of the minister, although the regulations have been amended, which allows the minister to have a say in terms of appointment of senior officers in the police. But it only limits the minister to that any appointment will be done by the national commissioner in consultation with. It does not necessarily give the powers to the minister to appoint in those positions of crime intelligence. I think the act only allows the minister to appoint in the post of DPCI only. That's the only authority the minister has. So in filling those vacancies or suspension of those vacancies, I feel the minister might have exercised the powers that he really doesn't have. But of it being illegal in terms of the law, I'm not sure. I don't think it will be justified as that. The last part of the immediate suspension of or disestablishment of the team, as the minister's words on the letter, again, I cannot say immediately that such a directive will be illegal. However, the consequence as a result of that becomes a criminal matter. Because when you disestablish something and that is busy with a criminal investigation, you are not replacing it with anything. So we are in short saying that the investigation must stop. So that therefore it's breaking the law. So while the letter contains all the 3 subjects, the last one that talks about the disestablishment of the team without giving reasons, without explaining what happens to the investigation, that for me is the one that could be regarded as breaking the law. So in short, in summary, I will say then the letter does break the law, although not the entire content of it.
So it is the evidence of the general that the letter itself contains both operational issues and policy-related issues.
That is correct.
Thank you very much, General. You indicate that in the letter that which was returned to the National Commissioner, there was a back and forth of the letter by someone else who presumable or allegedly it may not be part of the police service in South Africa. Is it in the knowledge now at this stage of the general of who might be this person who has influenced the writing of the letter or the directive? Who may be the actual drafter? Is it in your knowledge at this particular stage, General?
No, Honorable Chair members, I do not know yet
As I had said earlier yesterday that I've registered a complaint and there's a criminal investigation. I'm told that the criminal investigation is in advanced stage and the part of what they're investigating is exactly that, checking the communication between the minister and the chief of staff through WhatsApps, through emails, through everything to trace that letter. Where did it originate from? So I guess that matter will be ventilated in court. I don't have the details now.
Thank you, General. Without ventilating into the merits of that investigation, does the General think that this might be a person very close or linked to the Minister of Police?
I would like to believe that it is a person linked with the Minister of Police. And as a matter of fact, it is my belief that it is a person within the South African Police Service.
Thank you, General. In the WhatsApp messages that some of them have been part of the attachments here in the volumes of the documentation that was given to us, you mentioned that you have written a WhatsApp text to the Minister of Police, humbly requesting that a meeting be facilitated with the National Commissioner and other top brass of the police service. But part of what is contained in the message that you sent to the minister is that can there be an invitation, can the invitation be extended to Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, who is not part of the police service? Why did you think that there is a necessity for an involvement of the person who is not part of the police service in such kind of meetings? Because we understand that you may have wanted something to be resolved.
Yeah, the honorable members, the reason why I propose those names is because of the role that those people were playing in influencing the trajectory or how the organization is managed by the minister going forward. So after having learned that Mr. Mkhwanazi is close to the minister by the chief of staff, after having heard the minister himself said that Mr. Mkhwanazi is his comrade. So understanding that as a minister, you are executive authority that come from a political party. So perhaps it is that political party through that comrade that gives you this advice politically of how you must manage organization. And the worry was the continuation of this individual, Brown Mkhwanazi, having access to sensitive material of the police and the impact of that in terms of the minister's role as executive authority is what I wanted to bring to the attention of the minister. And so that the minister is aware of the implications of allowing Mkhwanazi to do that and what is the consequence as a result that's going to come after that. Same with inviting General Khan. I specifically picked up General Khan amongst everyone else because it is Mkhwanazi that brought Khan into my picture. And it is General Khan that almost everything bad happening at crime intelligence seems to center around. But I know his role in the political space where he interacts with the politicians. And I wanted all those things to be discussed so that the minister understands that the Police Act has got limitations of what police officers must do in terms of the political space. And if a police officer is invited to play this active role in the political space, what consequences are going to come as a result? So that's why I identify these individuals, not to say, honorable chair and members, that if there was any criminal incident that has happened or the criminal involvement or act by these individuals, that such will not be pursued. It was going to be pursued. But what I felt was important at the time was to prevent the further damage that was caused in the organization by the roles that these people are playing and how the minister eventually takes decision being influenced by these individuals. So that was a main reason I wanted to have all of them under one room.
Okay, in one of the trail of WhatsApp messages, you do make an indication that this directive affect me and my family. Are you safe? Is your family threatened and your loved ones are they? Do you feel that there is enough protection in terms of the fracas that is going on in the country?
Honorable Chair and members, the safety of my family is a responsibility of police officers around the country. I said in the public before that I've got family members in majority of these provinces of South Africa. And to guarantee their safety, it's up to the men and women in blue out there to provide security. I don't have money, Honorable Chair and members, to hire bodyguards for my family members. It's impossible. I cannot do that. So their safety can only be guaranteed by men and women in blue that are out there that's supposed to protect everyone else. So I might believe that their safety is equal to the safety of every citizen. Their vulnerability in terms of crime applies to the rest of the citizens of this country. So they are not different to anyone else. There's no special provisions for them, and I cannot guarantee whether they are safe or not safe. They are immediate family members to me. They are extended family members on me, and then there are other people that we became close to over time that are all over. So I cannot give a 100% guarantee about their safety. It is what I'm trying to fight for, that the South African Police Service must be allowed to make sure that we protect the citizens, including my family members.
In general, let's move to IDEC prosecution, judiciary and correctional services. And I will plead with you once more that where a necessity arises for you to mention a particular name, please feel free to do that. You say IDEC, the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, is divided into two sections. And you refer to one of the sections as a rogue section. Maybe if you can take the committee through, how did you arrive at the conclusion that IDEC is divided into two? And who are the prominent members of this rogue section in IDEC? And Chair, I'm also asking this because I'm Chair of Justice, so it's very important for our work as well.
Honorable Chair and members, the entity within the NPA that is responsible for investigating corruption in the country, which was recently established, I say this divided into two sections. I made an example yesterday and I invited the members to do the profile of an arresting officer of the members of crime intelligence. You're going to know that he's an ex-crime intelligence member. And when you look at what IDEC is supposed to deal with, then you ask yourself whether does this investigating officer, Mr. Padayache, fits the profile of being appointed at IDEC to first place. Whether does he have qualifications, skills, and everything to do with investigation to deal with such sensitive cases that the legislature was intended to be done by IDEC. That's a point of departure that you're going to see that is people that will just move. That's the first thing. Secondly, you look at the number of cases that are within IPIT, or they were within IPIT when Mr. Sesoko was still the boss, head of investigation at IPIT. And how many of those case dockets were moved from IPIT to IDEC? And what was the reason for such movement? And that's another reason why I'm saying that. And thirdly, you look at just a profile of all the cases IDEC is dealing with, and you take that entire caseload, you compare with the establishment of IDEC, and you see whether a typical example of the arrest of an appointment of an officials within crime intelligence of who's going to earn a salary over a period of 12 months of just over R1 million, does it meet the requirements of what IDEC was established for? For IDEC to travel from Pretoria, coming here and take a statement from
the complainant, the member of parliament, is that what the legislature was intending to do with IDEC? Or has IDEC lost the plot? So those are the typical examples that I'm putting there. The other members within the very same section of IDEC I'm talking about might have found themselves there because they're looking for jobs. But we are here today because some of those members do not like what's happening. They themselves, they are there, they see the wrong. They are doing because they're employed, but at least they get to share this information. Hence, we are here today. We are privileged that there might be members within the very bad section of IDEC, but they are good in their heart because they are able to share this information with us. They are there, they can see what is wrong, and I cannot expose them now and say so and so and so and so. So while the section is a bad section, but not everyone in that section is bad. There are members within the very same section that are good at heart. They just don't like what's happening, and I cannot give their names, unfortunately. I want to isolate that one, Mr. Padaj.
So is it the evidence of the general that Mr. Padiak is possible the center of the rogue section at IDEC?
I will argue that he's not.
Okay.
He's an enabler. He's a pawn in the game.
Okay.
He's the one that's been used. You know, as when you in your house, you're going to have the small dog that is very sensitive to noise, is going to bark, and then you have the real big dog that will tackle an enemy. So that's what Padache is.
And I hope that
he's a runner.
I hope that the general is not saying Padiake is a dog. Eh?
No. I did not say he's a dog. I said he's a pawn in the whole scheme of things. He's the one that is more the runner. He's the one that goes to the Inspector of Intelligence to negotiate things. He's the one that goes to court and demand cause. He's the one that the magistrate, in the bail condition of the members of crime intelligence, the magistrate give Padaj an authority to access crime intelligence. If these members want anything at crime intelligence, they must get it from Padaj. So Padaj, being an ex-crime intelligence member, is given a carte blanche to enter from point A to point B of the Office of Crime Intelligence by the court of this country.
Okay. Let's go to the arrest of General.
Honorable Nhlanhla, before we proceed, can we just confirm to the members that the statement that the general made was metaphoric? Can we get that confirmation? Mm-hmm. Look, what he says is that when you have a small dog and a big dog in the house, and the understanding must be that it is a metaphor. Is that so, General?
That's why I use the word, for example, when I started. So
that we must not live here with that impression. I know you said it, that he does not mean that so-and-so is a dog. And it must be clarified for everybody's understanding that this phrase or this statement is metaphorical. We have a common understanding, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, the general understands that it was on a lighter note. Let's take it to, yesterday you took us through the processes that led to the arrest of General Khumalo. And you said the arrest of Khumalo is a project to stop criminal investigations in Gauteng province. Can you give the committee and the people of South Africa the nature of this project and who possible names that are at the center or are leading this project or are part of this project?
Honorable Chair and members, I did indicate yesterday that it's a sensitive project that is within the intelligence. Okay. I cannot elaborate much on what's happening. Safe to say that it being regarded as Gauteng counterintelligence operation, it will involve the intelligence community of the country. Therefore, the although there is investigation, criminal investigation that end up in court, but in terms of the extent of the risk that the investigation is involved with, and the targets that have been identified through that investigation, I'm not in a liberty to talk about it because one, I'm not necessarily part of it. I got to know about it by default because of the counter that has been happening in order to stop that investigation. So that's why I became aware, but I'm not in a liberty to talk about it in this platform. Honorable Chair and members, it's going to be important to understand that I said earlier that General Khumalo and the team are facing attacks on two sides. One attack is in relation to the investigation that's happening in Gauteng, which is mainly drugs that are operating. And that affects the people that are closer to the senior investigators in the South African Police Service, because when cases are open, they expect police officers to take those cases and make sure that they are not investigated further. That is on one side. And on the other side, which I think is more critical one, is that the arrest is affected because of the fight back by members within crime intelligence who are against the reforms that are introduced at crime intelligence. So they want to take control of a crime intelligence. So it's in those two bases that you're having criminal issues on one side in Johannesburg, but you also have crime intelligence fight for these members to have control over these resources. That's what, in the main, I believe, that leads into this arrest. That's why you're going to see the court coming up with a court order that says you are accused of having been part of the panel to appoint one person who applied for the post in the police. You facilitated that appointment, which you didn't necessarily appoint yourself. You were just facilitating on behalf of the National Commissioner, and you made recommendations, but you get arrested for that, for being part of facilitation of that process. And then the court makes a court order that says, we are accused of having done this wrong. The state is accusing you for this. And this incident happened at this particular address in Pretoria. But the magistrate rules that you are prohibited from entering any crime intelligence offices anywhere else in the Republic of South Africa. So even if there was a crime intelligence office here in Cape Town, they are not supposed to enter the premises. So when you ask yourself, what is the relevance of not entering an office of crime intelligence in Cape Town versus you being accused of being part of the panel to appoint someone in Pretoria? You just doesn't make sense. I'm not a legal expert, but the common sense tells you that there's more into this than what we hear. Someone is going to accuse me and say, the matters are in court, you can't talk about it. But the truth be told, we all human beings. We all got weaknesses as human beings. One way or another, you become weak on something for whatever reason. So I believe in this case, that bail condition that was granted was not coincidental, was not just a mistake, was a calculated move.
Thank you, General. Chair, I think the issue relating to the project on General Khumalo and the disruptions of the reforms in crime intelligence, we can leave them for now. I'm judging from how the General is answering. We can leave them for now for that later, maybe in camera meeting. General, you since the 6th of July, 2025, you kept on using criminal syndicates, drug cartels, interchangeable. And later when you went to testify even in the commission, you spoke about a big five. Do you perhaps feel comfortable to share who are these big five that you keep on referring to? I don't want us to use code names, if it's possible that you can share with us and the people of South Africa that who are these people who are part of the Big Five who are actually running drug cartels in the country and possibly controlling some of the institutions of government.
Honorable Chair and members, I'm not sure whether the members have the statement that should have annexed on this statement, which is a statement that I presented before the Nhlanhla Commission. If I were to invite the members, maybe I think it's attached NSM3, if I'm not mistaken.
Which volume, General?
I'm trying to figure out now these volumes myself. Just give me a second, Honorable Chair.
They say it's volume 3. So it's NSM what? Did you get the page?
It should be on my statement. And but on which volume is it?
It's volume 3.
Volume 3 or 3.1.
What is the page number? Do you have it, evidence leader?
Page number. Okay, I want to invite the members on that volume 1, NMS 3, to open page 83. Page 83. It's on paragraph 275.
Okay, you can proceed, General.
Okay, honorable members, Chair, to answer the question of the honorable member, I think it's important to look at that sketch that we've put in the statement. You are asking who are these Big Fives? We can only talk about the Big Five of those that are already arrested and they're in court. Those that have not been arrested, unfortunately, we're not in a liberty to talk about them. You will see that the Big Five on this graph are those that are marked with red on that picture on the left. So that whole group, the only names that we are making it visible here are the 2 names. And that's a name of a Vusmus Nhlanhla, who is known as Cat, as well as Katiso Molefe. Both individuals have been to court, and I think you are privy to the court processes related to their cases. We have the other 3 that we did not reflect here. They are known. Their names are known. I must say, Honorable Chair and members, these are tenderpreneurs. These are the people that the government has been awarding tenders to. They are quite big financially. They are part of this whole lot. We did not put their names because we did not want to implicate people before they appear before court, except the others. The place that we feel comfortable to talk about it, we name the names. And the others that we're not comfortable with, we did not put the names.
That's fine, General. That's accepted. You say there is an involvement of the judiciary in all this fracas. But in that process, you mention only one fellow magistrate, Nhlanhla. Are there any other magistrates or judges? Because when you say the judiciary, we include the two. Any other magistrates or judges that are suspected to be aiding this alleged criminal syndicate? And in respect of Magistrate Nhlanhla, what is her links in the entire syndicate?
Honorable members, again, I don't want to go deeper into the status of the investigation, who's who in this whole puzzle. Therefore, I'm not even talking about the names of people that are part of the criminal activities. I said when I addressed that they are presiding officers, which are members of the judiciary, that are participating in these illegal activities. And it's not one and not two. And I confine myself to this criminal investigation. That's why I made a reference to those that are in Gauteng province. So I'm not going to call them by names. The magistrate that you are talking about, although I did not call him by name, I mentioned the magistrate because he's presiding over the matter that is in court already, has got to do with the arrest of these members and the bail condition that was granted. So it's that which I'm only highlighting, that you have a magistrate that sits and listens to what the state is asking for, and then the magistrate come up with his own rules, his own rulings, contrary to what the state is asked for, and more stringent things. Then you ask yourself a question: but why? Why do you have to go to this extent, magistrate? And these are the questions that, when things like this happen, it makes us to go deeper to try and establish exactly what then is the role of this individual in this whole investigation that you are busy with. So I have not called his name, and I have not called any presiding officer's name. And those details will be made visible by the team if they're so willing, but it cannot be done in their open meeting.
Thank you, General. I think we'll skip to the next three questions because they are related to what the General is talking about, an ongoing investigation. So as it relates to the judiciary and the link to the crime syndicates, we'll just keep it. Maybe we'll deal with it when time allows. Let's go back to. You say there is a prosecutor who has submitted an application for a warrant of arrest to a magistrate for it to be signed, but later called that warrant must be withdrawn because he or she does not want to lose her job. Do you mind sharing with the committee and the people of South Africa who is this prosecutor? From whom did they get this call? Who apparently is this powerful person who might be aiding some of the wrong things within the criminal justice system? And you'll forgive me, General. I said that some of the questions I'm asking because I'm the chair of justice, so they are part of the mandate that we've been given.
Yeah, I'm going to invite Honorable Chair. There are quite a lot of information that might need to be revealed by the team that is busy with investigation that experienced that, because I received the report. I said on my statement when I started that information I'm presenting before the ad hoc committee is information that I saw on my own eyes, information that I was authorized to have access to, and information that was shared to me by my colleagues as they are working. So some of the things I might not necessarily give it to you in black and white, for instance, to give you the name of the magistrate, but I'm confident that those members whom their names I can give you, that were involved, they can come before this committee, and I will request that it can be done in a closed meeting where they can tell you exactly who the magistrate are, because those are the members that are from counterintelligence. So I wouldn't want them to be then coming before cameras here and exposing themselves as coming from counterintelligence, because their lives will be in danger. But they will come and give you a sworn statement about what transpired on the day. And subsequent to that,
what then was the intervention that was done with the National Director of Public Prosecution? And subsequent to that, what happened? Who are the advocates who were part of that meeting? And what was the discussion in that meeting? And how was it resolved?
Okay. On the 6th of July, in the press briefing, which is annexed here as SM3, in the NSM3 in the annexures, the statement of the 6th of July, you kept on mentioning correctional services. But as time goes, you don't go deeper as it relates to who are these officials within correctional services, and what is their link and their role in aiding the operations of the crime syndicate?
Honorable members, as part of the investigation, without putting people's names, I made an example of, and which is a public knowledge that you all know about. The Minister of Correctional Service, the National Commission of Correctional Service, they always conduct raids at correctional facilities. And when they do those raids, they always come up with illicit goods that are not supposed to be in there. We are still trying to figure out how does turbo pester within the correctional service. We've got a lot of examples on how crime is organized behind bars, how people get killed by people that are behind bars, that get released to go out and murder someone and come back into correctional facility. So what we cited as an example when we made our presentation is that Ye is one of the big fives, Mr. Nhlanhla, is arrested and is detained at the maximum prison of our country in Pretoria, Kgosimampo, but is caught with a cell phone inside that facility. So that cell phone for sure was not dropped from the sky to get into the courtyard for him to get it. It was facilitated by someone within the correctional facility to have access to it. So we cited that one example, but we're not going to elaborate more of the other people that have had access to that correctional facility to come and see these arrested people and been assisted by the officials within. Some other items that have been given to these people that are arrested of the Big Five, facilitated by individuals within correctional facilities. So that's why I said I'm not going to go deeper into naming the names, who is doing what and who's doing what, because that is part of the criminal investigation that we're busy with. I just highlighted some of the examples in there. But as I was talking about this investigation, I was confining myself in Gauteng. But it's a problem across the country. South Africans will tell you that. Across the board, you have that problem. As the human rights allow for people that are in custody to have visiting rights, amongst others, the same human rights then allows illegal activities to happen, because then there's exchange of monies and the likes that are happening, while people are supposed to be taken away from society.
Okay. Is it the evidence of the general that the attempt to de-establish the political killings system was unwarranted? Most importantly, because the executive authority did not solicit a formal briefing from the management of the police service, and also because the political killings system has made a very great impact in terms of fighting political killings of politicians, traditional leaders, and the sort.
That's exactly. The minister who's the executive authority over the South African Police Service come from KwaZulu-Natal. The very same province where this problem exists. The very same province that was a cause of the formation of this team. The minister, having that experience of coming from that province, he goes against his own boss, the President of the Republic, who publicly on the 18th of May says these political killings must stop. And the minister goes out public and he say the political killings ended in 94. There's nothing like that now. So you then ask yourself a question, but what makes the executive authority to even say things against what his bosses say in public? And he has confidence to do that. On top of that, the minister has not received an advice, a briefing from the National Commissioner or the executive authority within the police. Disabling so, Honorable Chair and members, is that the very same act, the members of this parliament felt it is important to establish the civilian secretariat within the South African Police Service. And that civilian secretariat, I feel there's a DG there. And I feel the ministry does not make use of the DG. Because part of the responsibility of the DG, as contained in the Police Act, is to give legal advice to the minister, is to guide the minister about the do's and the don'ts. But if that DG was invited by the minister to brief him or seek advice before he signs such letters, we wouldn't be here today. The ignorance of that office of the executive secretariat of the police is part of the contribution that leads us into the wrong decision taken by the minister. It might not have been briefed by police management, but at least the DG at the civilian secretary will have briefed him, because that's the responsibility of that DG. But it looked like the minister did not take advice from all those people. I do not know whether the DG did brief him or not. Perhaps he must be invited to come here and say whether did he brief the minister before he signed that letter or not. Because the Act, Police Act, gives the DG the responsibility to advise the minister.
General, is it your evidence that a successful de-establishment of the political killings task team and a successful removal of the 121 dockets from KwaZulu-Natal to Pretoria would have definitely resulted into an abortion of justice?
It's exactly what has happened has resulted into that. Although the dockets are back in KZN, but we are sitting with a lot of complaints already from our clients out there, because there was an obstruction that happened as a result of that decision.
General, thank you very much. No further questions, Your Worship.
Honorable Sokanyile, are you covered? Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you, the honourable members, and the invitees. Good morning, General. General, when we talk about the PKTT, you're saying that it was very much successful. Then the PKTT was established. But before that, the president, when he visited Mr. Mkhwanazi Mkhunu, visiting that family because Mkhwanazi Mkhunu was assassinated, then he saw that political killings have escalated. Then he formed the interministerial committee. Then you have the interministerial committee that is there formed by the president, who established the PKTT, having the interministerial committee and the national commissioner. I'll tell you why after you have answered me. If you can just give me an answer. Who established that PKTT?
Is the national commissioner.
So the PKTT was established by the National Commissioner. Then the cabinet, it introduced the Interministerial Committee. Then, so its disbandment, it should have been done by the National Commissioner, not by the minister, because the minister had no jurisdiction. Because to me, that interministerial committee was chaired by the Minister of SAPS. And that ministerial committee played an oversight role to the PKTT. If it played an oversight role, then there was a directive that should come to the IMC saying that you can stop here. Don't do that after having those meetings, even though you have said that they were not meeting frequently, even though they had to meet if there was something urgent. Then can you give me, do the Interministerial Committee give directives, or was it allowed, or the directives, they were coming through the National Commissioner to the PKTT?
That is correct. The National Committee one will give directive what needs to be done.
Then, in the meetings now, if the IMC is having a meeting, then it will be surely it will be the National Commissioner who will bring a report and who will go out and communicate. So in other words, it means that the Minister of SAPS, even though he was chairing the IMC, had no jurisdiction to talk to the PKTT.
That is correct. The ministers can engage just about everyone they want to engage with. They can talk to every member. However, when they take strategic decision of this nature, it has to follow the chain of command first, and secondly, it has to be decisions that are within their delegation of authority. I must indicate, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, that the Minister of Police at the time when this IMC was functioning well, it was Gerald Cele. Gerald Cele is an ex-police commissioner. Gerald Cele, I'm sure everyone knows, is a very active person that wants to get involved with a lot of things, and most of them end up being operational. It is Gerald Cele to have expected to have done something like this because of his energy that he has in terms of policing, but he did not. He still respected the National Commission. So each time he'll come to the province, and even he happens to be in KZN and he wants a briefing of something, he will not phone an investigator and say, come and tell me about what's happening somewhere. He will phone one of us, either the National Commission, myself. He always tell me when he's in the province, as well as the person who was running the project, Gerald Khumalo. He was always engaging in that line. I mean, sometimes he'll come with the National Commissioner. They will have meetings, even if I'm not there. But he always engaged in that fashion, even if he does it outside the IMC. But he always followed that chain of command. So I do not know, maybe he was privileged to understand because he was a police commissioner to understand the chain of command that maybe Mr. Mkhwanazi did not understand. But that's just an example of how we were operating all the time without problems. And I'm sure even if there was a time for such a disestablishment of this team during that time, perhaps Gerald Cele would have taken it through the IMC to say, we started this, it's gone this far, we don't see much of this thing happening anymore. let's approach the president and disestablish this the responsibility that was given to us by the president, and I'm sure they will have done it in a correct channel.
Then you are having provincial commissioners under the national commissioner. Then yourself, you had to report to the national commissioner about how the PKTT was working. And even going to Gauteng, where you sent, you didn't ask any advice, any permission from the IMC. Police were sent because of the agreement from the national commissioner and yourselves when the provincial commissioner of Gauteng wanted to be assisted.
That's correct. When there was a call for the members to be assisted, it only had to end with the national commission because it was an operational thing.
Then in yourself, the role of the IMC, in your understanding or see it in practical terms now, you are having the national commissioner responsible for the PKTT, which you are nearer to it than the IMC, its role, having the national commissioner. I know the minister will play an oversight over the national, but having the IMC established specifically for political killings.
Yeah, well, I guess the presence of the IMC in a way took away the authority of the executive authority of the minister over the police, because then the work that the team was doing was to account to this group of ministers, with or without the Minister of Police presence. So any other minister will chair that meeting, that IMC, and we must account to that minister on what we're doing as a police. And the minister, together with his colleague, they will take that information to the president. So that is what, that's a setup that was created. So the national or the Minister of Police cannot claim to be the owner of such an operation. So the action of Minister Mkhwanazi was flawed in relation to that. It missed that part.
Because to me, if you're saying that they took the powers of the Minister of Police, but the IMC was chaired by the Minister of SAPS.
Yeah, it was chaired by the Minister of SAPS. But once it becomes an IMC, it becomes a group of ministers that those that must execute must account to all of them. Honorable Chair and members, maybe I must also indicate how we structured in the organization. There's a cluster, which is called the JCPS cluster. And when we operate within that cluster, we get directives that are coming from the cluster. So once a cluster, through the Joint Operation Intelligence structure, issues a directive, you will find a letter that is signed by maybe the Commissioner of Correctional Service or the Chief of the Army that directs the police to do A to Z. It's carrying that badge of JCPS. The police must do that. You're not going to say, no, this is not a national commission, you're not going to do it. Because we understand that it's a cluster that is given the tasking, that you must execute this specific task. So when you look at part of the example as we are discussing this, the annexure on this statement, volume 2, in your folders, just to emphasize the point, perhaps it might be visible, I'm not so sure. No, it's not visible. The presentation that is sitting on this, I think it was extracted, and there's some pictures that I wanted the members to see, which are not visible on this presentation. But the presentation that we were giving all the time as we summarize the work of the team, on NSM4 on page 32. Oh, no, sorry. That presentation is for the one of portfolio committee. My mistake. I will find the one perhaps in some of the example of the presentation we'll give to the IMC. Every time we give the presentation to IMC, we're going to put the coat of arms, then we're going to put the national flag as on top of the presentation. That is an indication that the presentation is not for the SCPS, but the presentation is for a cluster. So when you see in the cluster working arrangement, the presentation made, it does not reflect one department. It covers all the departments. You sometimes going to find the SSA badge in the defense badge in there, and many other departments that are involved, NPA and so forth. That's what you're going to find all the time. So once you see that, then you get to know that this is not one department's project, but it's a combination. We've been doing those type of presentation all the time, and that's how we structure it. If we do the police thing alone, we put a police badge. So that gives an indication, where does this one belong? So I guess if the minister had been privy to that, had called for a presentation, we were going to give him a presentation that has got multiple badges in it. And that was going to be a signal to him that this is not SAPS thing alone, it's for the collective. So he will have gone back to his colleagues to discuss the disestablishment.
Having the IMC and the Minister of South chairing that IMC, playing an oversight role to the PKTT through the National Commissioner. So you're saying that he shouldn't have given a directive to the National Commissioner to say that disestablish this PKTT. You're saying that he was not supposed to do that, even though you know that he's playing an oversight role through that IMC, his sheriff, so that he reports to the IMC.
That's correct, Honorable Chair and members. I think I found what I wanted to make an example on. If you go to volume 3 of the annex on your folders, and you check Annex MK5, under NSM3, on the volume 3, written 3.1 on the next page 151. And then it starts from there and it runs to, there are quite a number of pages of this presentation. I think ends at 170. So if you look at that presentation there, you'll see that there is a badge of the South African Police Service as well as the badge of the NPA. That's what I was talking about earlier. So that the moment you have a presentation that is going to have more than one badge, then you must know this doesn't belong to one entity. It's a combination. So that this is a typical example of how we present.
Then the last question that I asked, this one of the minister doing an oversight role and the interministerial committee playing an oversight role over the PKTT. Then they decide, the ministers decide to disestablish the PKTT, gives that directive to the National Commissioner. Are you saying that he was not supposed to do that, even though he's playing an oversight role? I know you have said that the PKTT is the decision of the National Commissioner. Then now the minister comes in and says, no, we should stop with the PKTT, as he's playing an oversight role. He was not supposed to do that.
That is correct, honorable members, honorable chair and honorable members. I did indicate on that NSM3 on my statement that I deposed at the commission, that the PKTT was just but one of the task teams that we had in the South African Police Service. And for the minister to choose only one team, and it decides that that team does not add any value in the policing in the country, was questionable right at the onset. So if the minister is honest, he should come here and explain why did he choose only this one. Doing his oversight as an executive authority over the South African Police Service, was he aware of the rest of the task team that existed? And if so, how did he get to know? Did he receive any presentations about each one of them? Did he assess the budget that was used by each one of them and how they're operating each one of them? And before he makes a decision that this one must be shut down. I mentioned the number of example of some of the national teams that were working in the province, in the country at the time when the minister took this decision. This was not the only one that was operating, but I will find an example on my statement where I can make a reference to. So I still strongly believe that exercising oversight over the South African Police Service as a minister by deciding to disestablish the PKTT was not a decision informed by the performance of the team, was not a decision informed by the assessment that the minister has done over the work, was not informed by the people that allegedly informed the minister, the merit he has, the members that shared information, was not informed by that.
So immediately after the disestablishment of the PKTT, what happened to the IMC?
The IMT stopped meeting in September 2023. It has never met to date. Perhaps, Honorable Chair and members, that seems to be part of the challenges which shouldn't be there, but it is there. That the executive authority of departments are appointed by the leaders, be it a premier in the province, be it the president at national level. But those are the members that are coming from political parties. And their presence in those offices are dependent on the political parties or those individuals that appointed them. Now, if it then so happens that you go through elections and there's new government that is formed and the new leadership is appointed, the one that will have occupied the position of that executive authority of a department, by the time that the parliament is dissolved, that person is sitting in limbo because he's got no authority over the department and sit and wait like the rest of us watching television, hoping and praying that the president is going to appoint that person back into the position again. If it doesn't happen, that the person is appointed again as a minister of police, like in this case, I think the last day the minister of police will have left office is before the announcement of the president. That will be the last time the president, when the parliament is dissolved, that person is no longer in the police, will have left with his bags. And when if he doesn't come back, and a new individual comes back, and there's no handing over that is done. The outgoing does not sit with the incoming and they sit down and they work on the program and they get to be briefed. To some degree, we might expect that from coming from different political parties, but the hatred within the same party is that bad that the outgoing the incoming doesn't want to hear anything about the outgoing. He doesn't want to listen to him or meet with him, doesn't want to even work with the staff that comes from that one. So they basically now, some of them don't even want cars. Doesn't matter whether the car is driven 10,000 kilometers. They don't want to sit in the furniture. They don't want anything to do with the outgoing. They start their own things afresh. I think that disconnect creates problems like this. Because then the incoming executive authority, the ministers that took responsibility of the former ministers, maybe some of them are not even aware that there was such an IMC that existed. Because there was no handing over done. You'll ask different ministers of correctional service, justice, and all the others. They might tell you, we don't know anything about IMC you're talking about. Nobody told us about it. Otherwise, we would have met if we knew about it. If they did, maybe they met somewhere else, but not in an official place where we expect them to meet, where we're supposed to be part of that meeting and give them presentation. So that's where the challenge and that's where the risk is. I don't know what Parliament is going to do about that, but that's part of the problem.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, General. Let me stop there because I don't want you to go further to say that the ministers do this and that. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Can I ascertain something with you? Are you stopping or are you saying my questions are ending here?
For now, they are ending here.
Okay.
When you give me, I'm an alternate. You know the alternate, Chair.
No, it's not how we agreed. It's not how we agreed. If you have exhausted your questions, we pass.
I've exhausted as of now.
It must be very clear. Your time has not ended. Your questions have ended. Is that so?
Okay.
So we move. And this must be the understanding, honorable members. If we allocate your time and your questions get exhausted before the time that has been allocated, we don't have time storage here. Yes, that's how we must understand it. So that somebody must not come back and say, I have invested time with you, Chairperson, and can I now get my investments? I'm moving forward to the MKP. Honorable Sangwen.
Chairperson, I don't want to misunderstand you. And then we come back and we do exactly what you say we must not do. Can we at this point...
But on a point of order, Chair. She's not going to behave like that. We're not in a house here. She has to be recognized by you. She can't just take a mic and speak.
Yes, I said
no, Chair.
I said, honorable.
No, I didn't do that.
I lifted my hand. The chairperson recognized. I proceeded to
This
speak.
comradeship is not going to work here. There's a procedure here.
Wait, honorable members. Honorable Malema, the name of Honorable Sangwen was called by me as the chair to say Honorable Sangwen, and I respectfully request you to apologize to the female comrade.
I was going to do that, but you can't point the finger at me and say must apologize, and then you take that instruction. It doesn't work like that. Do pointed the finger at me and say must apologize.
No. Let's do it. Let's do it out of revolutionary consciousness.
But Mdu must apologize to me first.
The struggle that we pursue,
I withdraw. I apologize.
It's about the recognition of women and their emancipation.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. I appreciate the apology.
Wait, Honorable Sangwa. Yeah. Okay. I now recognize you.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, you said that we are not, you don't have a storage of time. Now, I just want to confirm that as we stop at this point as the African National Congress and are going to come back, what is the time at this point? So we don't fight with you about that later.
I allocated you 1 hour plus 10 minutes. The 1 hour plus 10 minutes is for 2 full members of the ANC plus 1 alternate. Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I think we would like to help you because earlier on when you were explaining the allocation of time, I even whispered to some of my colleagues that no, he's making a mistake. This is how we understand the time allocation. The ANC has got 2 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Each one of us, except one of my colleagues has got 30 minutes. What has happened now in our understanding is that one member that qualifies for 30 minutes and one member that qualifies for 10 minutes have participated in the discussion. And what we thought you are going to then say is that on the basis of the 30-minute plus 10-minute of the ANC that were supposed to be utilized by the two members, this is where we currently stand in terms of the time allocated to the African National Congress. But when you say you are allocating now 3 speakers to the ANC, because when you say it's an hour and 10 minutes, you are effectively telling the ANC that out of your 4 members plus 1, 3 of them, you want them to speak now. And that is not the understanding that we hold. And that is why we want to suggest to you, Chair, that at the moment, let's accept that 30 minutes and 10 minutes of the ANC has been utilized to the extent that the minutes were used. You now proceed to other political parties, but the ANC will have to work out with you. If you don't keep a storage, we keep a storage. How much of the 40 minutes was used by the 2 members, and therefore the balance of which will be addition to the 3 other members of the ANC, including you, who are yet to come back late. Thanks.
Okay. The 4 members of the ANC in this committee include me as your chairperson. So on the ground, you have 3 full members. And when I started, I said, I'm allocating you 1 hour plus 10 minutes. And I said, I'm going to split your allocation in 50%. So, and I gave the same example with the MKP to say, they have 1 hour plus 10 minutes. I'm going to give them 40 minutes. So they will have the last 30 minutes in the second round. And so in your case, as the ANC, you have 1 hour now plus 10 minutes in the first round and 1 hour in the second round. So now if for instance, you don't want to use your 30 minutes now or you are not ready, you make a request to the chair to say, look, we acknowledge that you have allocated us. We humbly request that let's keep that 30 minutes. We will come and use it. We will indicate to you so that the meeting must proceed. Is that your request? Yeah, if there has been a misunderstanding, I'm sorry for that misunderstanding, but I will reasonably accept your request to say, let's now proceed to the MKP.
Yes, Chair. Please accept our humble request that we defer the remaining time to later. Thanks.
And let's make it a practice that any member who wants to make a request like that one, it is acceptable, so that it must not become unjustifiable. Okay, the MKP. Let me say this to you. It's now 10:40. Can I check, are you going to speak, the 3 of you, in the 40 minutes allocated?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, you will decide how you allocate the time between yourselves, but your time is 40. Honorable Skosana.
Yes.
Your time is 40
minutes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once again to General Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. We are blessed to have you say here among us. You know, it reminds me of our president of Umkhonto weSizwe Party when he said, "Abanye bayokhala." I don't want to put it in English. Ngizoyibika njengesizulu. You'll interpret if you have to. Abanye bayokhala. I want to emphasize that once again. Let me start my questions to the General. You know, I've listened vividly yesterday here. Explosive stuff about what is happening in this country. I'm going to ask the general 4 questions, not 2. You know, I think it will be much easier for me to be able to complete as quickly as I can. 1, were you informed by senior police that the president is not happy about a task team drama and wanted clarity? I'm not sure whether that would be from you or from the National Commissioner. Perhaps the general can give us a clarity on that. I just want to find out about the presence of an elected person like Brian Mkhwanazi in a secret service meeting. What is your take on that, General? Number 3, if you remember well, I know this is a national issue of Senzo Meyiwa, that one of your colleagues, you know, perhaps it will be proper as well if he's here, one perhaps can pose that question. One accused in that Senzo Meyiwa case was charged and sentenced and given bail committed for murder. Who's magistrate and which law did they apply to give such a criminal a bail? As I said earlier, a disclaimer, perhaps that question would be good as well for the NPA to respond on these matters. Why was General Sibia promoted to a senior position, even though there was a complaint that he procured a device that hacked phones for private purpose?
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. The last question, I think, is better be directed to the National Commissioner as well as the former Minister Cele, who I think were involved in the appointment of a person into the service, as well as the promotion of his rank into the Lieutenant General post. Regarding the magistrate that granted bail to one of the accused in Senzo Meyiwa case, Honorable Chair and members, I said yesterday, I'm not a lawmaker, but as we are enforcing the law and trying to satisfy the clients out there, we identify gaps in the legislation. Gaps that if we're to be invited to give our input, we might give input. The unfortunate part, the honorable members might not agree with the inputs we give, because our inputs in the main might be seen as a police, might be seen as a violation of human rights. We must appreciate the fact that majority of the leaders of our government have made 10 in those walls of prison in the past. Perhaps the recognition of human rights was to try and prevent the experience that some of the leaders had in the past. But in so doing, government opened or made the life of a criminal to be comfortable behind bars. It is the law of this country that allows a person to be treated as innocent until proven otherwise. The mere fact that the very same court will sign off a warrant of arrest of a person get arrested, but the same court then decides a person is got the right to be released on bail. It then defeats the purpose, because the same court will have signed a warrant of arrest. The same court then says the person must then be released on bail. The freedom that are enjoyed by presiding officers to decide on whether to keep a person in custody or not can, to some degree, contribute to more crime that we're experiencing in the country. So when the presiding officer decided to grant a murder suspect more than one bail, he goes out, he commits another murder, he comes back in, It goes out, it commits another murder, comes back in. It becomes an unending crime scene that you're dealing with. Honorable Chair members, there are many examples. Police officers can give you a list of them. We had one in KZN where a person was found guilty for 12 years, but wholly suspended. He walked out of the prison doors and he called his friend to have a celebration. When they arrive at home to organize celebration, the victims of that crime visited them while they were having the celebration. They killed 8 people. And the South Africans made noise that so many people killed in KZN, but forgetting that this is the community that decided to take the law into their own hands because the system failed them. When a person is found guilty for 12 years for serious crime, but that all the sentences are suspended, it makes you ask yourself a question. If you've lost a person, you've been raped, you will not accept that. But unfortunately, the law protects the very same perpetrator. It is this house that passes the budget for those that committed crime to be fed in prison and live a luxury life at the expense of the taxpayer. So I'm going to leave it there in as far as the magistrate is concerned. We're safe to challenge the legislature to look at the powers given to the magistrates to decide on punishments. Perhaps we might want to employ a different method of deciding on matters of this nature. My take in the presence of Mr. Brown in SAPS meetings, my take in Mr. Brown having access to police matters, presentation of crime intelligence and so forth, it's a violation of the very same security that you want to protect as the police. The safety of the citizen that the Minister of Police is given a responsibility to ensure that is provided to the citizens is violated if we invite people that have got no authority to be part of the security architect of government to play part. So this is the highest infiltration you can think of, well, all the time we've been saying a political party because he had claimed to be a politician. The minister himself claimed to be his comrade. I believe when he say comrade, he means he's a member of his political party. Although surprised of late to learn that actually he's not a member of that political party. So I do not know the word comrade where it came from when the minister said he was a comrade. Because it means the minister invited a person who's got no political standing to even be involved in policing matters. And that is a serious concern. It's part of the reason why I wanted to address it with the minister, because it's going to have serious consequences going forward. I was not informed about the president's take in terms of the unhappiness with regard to the PKTT, but I want to invite honorable members to go on YouTube and go and listen to the president when he recently, after my press briefing, when he visited Northern Cape, and he made a press briefing there. And he was asked by a journalist this question about his views on the PKTT. His words was, the PKT is doing a very good job. So if it comes from the head of state, after my address that the PKT is doing the good job, then I wonder which president that the minister is talking about. Because the president recently said the PKT is doing a good job. So it makes me believe the president was not even aware about what the ministers decided back in December. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General. I just want to find out as well, Generals, about individuals within IDEC and perhaps the mandate of ID and IDEC, because recently there was an allegation on the media that there's an imminent arrest of the National Commissioner and yourself by IDEC. And I just want to find out, the mandate of IDEC and ID in your understanding. And there are individuals who are being quoted, which I think there'll be witnesses here as well. Maybe you know them because most of them, we are told, are coming from KZN. Brian Padiacha, you've spoken about him yesterday here. And I'm not sure whether General Moodley has resigned and now or is still within the police in KwaZulu-Natal. Dylan Perumal, Sunil Bulchen, and Nico Williams. And the prosecutor famously known as Prosecutor Shabalala, who's prosecuting in different areas, in the Eastern Cape, in Gauteng as well, moving with the task team, guided by the task team, special task team. Now, my question to you, General, I'm not sure whether are you aware of this, as you said, perhaps because I'm giving names here, because that's is in the public domain. That those are the members who are rogue in IDEC. And perhaps do you know any rogue unity as well within South African Revenue Service, as well working with some of the crime intelligence police officers? In one area, General, there's Captain Pele, who was convicted from the crime intelligence service in KwaZulu-Natal. And he was reporting to Colonel Zulu. Zulu was reporting to General Moodley. There was a misrepresentation of facts when they were giving a designated judge in terms of these communication backing some telephone numbers. In one of those telephone numbers which they backed, they will back someone using somebody's telephone. When I'm saying representation, in one of those cell phone numbers, they were using then former Minister and former National Commissioner General Kele's number. And Kele was convicted. Captain Kele was convicted for 3 years, but it was suspended. So he was still within the police force of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm not sure now in the criminal intelligence whether he's still in the police or has he resigned, or because he was convicted. I think it would have been perfect, for SAPS to decide what would they do with that. Now, have you noticed this trend of IDEC prosecutors and investigators taking matters before specific magistrates for a purpose of signing warrants, bail applications, and trial? In particular, in these 3 provinces, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng, is the provincial commissioner aware of that? I understand that you are provincial commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, but some of the incident started when you were still an acting national police commissioner. I know it's long ago. My last, in the 4, I'll just check time where I'm still within my time. You referred to the Northern Cape when the president was asked about the question of the PTT. In your view, has the president in his constitutional power as an ultimate authority over the system, will you agree that he has failed to act, which that makes him complicity by omission and warrants a criminal inquiry into this executive interference by the special lift minister, Senzo Mkhunu? What would be your take on that? In the light of these revelations that classified briefing were photographed and sent to the civilian close to the minister, should the commander-in-chief, being the president, be held personally answerable for failing to safeguard this national intelligence? Thank you, General.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. I did not necessarily get some of the questions that you were asking, but the last one, where you are seeking my opinion about the present response on the issues that were presented on the 6th of July. I've said yesterday, you asked me about police management and how to deal with things in the police. I can answer. But you ask about the management of the country. I might have my own opinions, but I'm not in that position to be able to say this, what the president should have done, and this, what he shouldn't have done. I've not been exposed to that level of what it takes to run a country. So it's going to be difficult for me to say, is the action of the president establishing the Nhlanhla Commission the right thing or not? I don't know. Is it the right thing that the parliament is doing, establishing a set committee or not? I don't know. So I cannot then express my opinion. Yes, I'm a citizen of the country. Chair said yesterday that I've got the right to express my opinion as a citizen of the country that participate in elections. But as an official of government, as a disciplined police officers, the president remains the commander-in-chief. He remains my commander. If I have issues with him, I need to find a way through my commanders to address with him. So in this instance, about the challenges we're facing, I went through the National Commission to try and reach out to the president. Never went to the president directly myself. So that is where, as far as I can go. So I cannot express opinion whether he knew and what did he know and how did he react. That's why I was making a reference to his address in Kimberley, if I'm not mistaken, after my address, where he said to the media that the PKTT is doing a good job in KZN. So they made me believe that he is not necessarily in favor of the decision that was taken by the minister in December last year. I'm told about the advocate of the NPA that works very close in dealing with the cases that are within the IPID as well as the cases that are within IDEC. But I like to believe that maybe the national director of the prosecution will be invited to come and explain more about the jurisdiction of that prosecutor, whether he's authorized to work like that or not. I cannot talk on behalf of the NPA. Safe, Honorable Chair and members, to mention that the very same national director of public prosecution went on the national TV where she said there are bad things happening within the NPA. Maybe she did not have the energy or the courage to drop names and tell who is doing what where, but she mentioned that. So perhaps if she comes here, she might want to elaborate that in details. Who is doing what within the NPA? The Cele that you are referring to, Honourable Member, that was convicted, I don't have the details. Maybe if you finish me with the details of that Cele, I might be able to investigate so that I can be able to give a full briefing as to the whereabouts of that Cele, if it's still within the service or not in the service anymore. The members of the SAPS that are going to be coming here, if the member comes from KwaZulu-Natal and comes to this portfolio committee, is invited by this portfolio committee, I must know about it. If I don't know about it, it could be one of the two things. Either that member coming here works for the national divisions that are based in KZN. In that case, I'm not responsible for their movements. I wouldn't know about where they're going at any given time. On two scenarios, that if the member comes there and yet he works under my command in KZN, it could be the member that is coming here unauthorized if I have not given a permission because I have not been informed. Or it's a member that would have traveled here during his or her spare time. In such a case, I don't have any say as to where the member's going. So I wouldn't really know who are the members that are invited. But a Major General Motley that you made a reference to, I know at one stage he was dismissed from the service recently and he made an appeal in court, and I think his dismissal was overturned. I don't know what's the status because I'm not in that space of intelligence. I like to believe you are referring to General Motley from Crime Intelligence. The General Motley from Crime Intelligence used to work in KZN. Honorable Chair members, I spoke about what happened in 2011 when one was given a privilege of managing the organization at the national level. Major General Motley was one of the subjects of investigation where General Khumalo was a brigadier then, responsible for counterintelligence. he was accused of many things. One of them, Honorable Chair and members, and I spoke about this yesterday, that there's so many wrong things. One of the examples I'm going to cite now that you're mentioning the name is that a police officer will own a farm. And in that farm will employ people that are working in the farm. And all those people that are working in the farm, they get registered in the police as agents. And they draw the salary every month from the secret fund account to pay for their employment in the farm. That's a typical example of what we're dealing with in 2011 that has not stopped to date. General Mkhwanazi was one of the implicated people in that. So I know of a General Cele as a former National Commissioner of the Police, the Minister of Police, not the captain that you are referring to, whose number, cell phone number, was included in the application that was submitted to the judge, where the request was to listen to these phone numbers by crime intelligence as they were running an operation. The judge needed to approve that you have this case that you're investigating, you are giving an authority for this period to monitor the communications on these phones. General Cele's number was included by the members of crime intelligence, of which the head of the investigation team, where Gerald Kumal and the team are arrested, was accused of when he was at crime intelligence. He was part of the people suspected to be involved with that. And it's part of the things we're trying to clean out at the time at crime intelligence. But unfortunately, when the new leadership came in 2012, we were pushed aside. Those things were not finalized. At the time, Gerald Nhlanhla was suspended by myself. But when I moved out of the position, he was transferred from Durban. He went to work at the head office in Pretoria. And he's been working there ever since. So, Honorable Chair members, I do hope that as we're engaging, we are showing some of deficiencies that exist in the system, which require the serious interrogation, because it doesn't start now. It started way back and it's still happening now. The police leadership will sit in a place like this to come and account before the Portfolio Committee on Police. The chairperson sitting on top will receive information from members from crime intelligence and should take that information and pass it to the honorable member across to attack the police management this side. We have the facts on those. But we couldn't clean those things up, and they are still happening today. So I'm not sure if there's any question that I've missed on that, honorable member.
Nope, you haven't missed anything, General. Let me just conclude my last 4.5 minutes by saying I'm happy that the issue as well that Peggy Cele requested a police. I just want to have your take on that. Who was investigating serious cases of political killings, which my counterpart will deal with that. Be released of his duties to join him in Gauteng and abandon serious cases. Was that the right decision? Was it allowed? And why was it allowed, if it's allowed? I'm not sure, General, whether it's proper for us to say, to demand audit of the Secret Service accounts. Maybe not in our portfolio committee, perhaps on another portfolio committee of intelligence, but I'm talking about crime intelligence, which I think, I might be wrong, that within us, in the police portfolio committee, that we have to have that. We must demand that, and I'm happy that our chair is here. But I just want to get an advice from you. What would be your take on that? Because yesterday in your presentation was that there's too much power invested in one person, the National Co-Commissioner. Perhaps it would be proper for us to reconfigure the police now. As you said, that the population has grown, there's more challenges in this country. Maybe the provincial commissioners or provinces must have certain powers to deal with matters of police. which us as lawmakers, I think we have to consider that, your proposal which you've made yesterday. But I supported that when I look at it, and I think it will work wonders. Because as you said now, sitting here, that all the powers are invested in one individual, which might be a risk for the country. And I want to say that on that one, I'm giving you a thumbs up. As Mkhwanazi says, I think we spoke about that and said, perhaps we have to lobby other parties to have that done. The other issue, I'm not sure about the cost of taxpayers' money in all these shenanigans which happen, for the Department of PKTT, and the issue which is very concerning general, that a private company in this country will be guided by the police and our elite police, the elite special task team, the Richards Bay terminal. And we are very concerned with that, General. I'm not sure what is your take, because the president is involved with that company, alleged, let me put it like that, alleged involved with the Richards Bay, that has got business interests. And that the team was sent there as well without your knowledge. Now, we know what happened in Marikana. When some of the members, executive members, were directors of Lonmin, were killed. The workers, they were killed. But I'm trying to indicate about the issue of Richards Bay. That why are we having our police guarding a private company's interest? My last one, Chair. The issue of Tembisa, the Matlalas and the Mkhwanazi, the 360 million tender, I know it's at the national level. But as you said, you've got your BO, I think you said your BO, the Board of Provincial Commissioners, if I'm right. I'm not sure what was this matter being raised, because the question from the media and from the people of this country, they want consequence management. They are asking themselves, and they're asking us as members, as representative of the people. One question we should have asked, they're asking about why some people are not arrested, like Maumele, who went to court recently seeking to get permission to go abroad to Disneyland with his child. That we are told is one of the big five, and is not arrested. Is roaming freely as if nothing has happened, and someone was killed. No, you're not the chair. The chair is out. And he's intimidating me now. And I just wanted to find that from you, Chair. General, through you, Chair, who's absent. And I think I'll come back at a later stage, because I'm a bit worried that Lieutenant General Khumalo was arrested by this infamous, so-called infamous rock team from IDEC. You've explained yesterday, and we understood you very well, that there's two divisions within, there's good men and women at IDEC, but there are some of these investigators who retired from South African Police Service. But the funny part, General, I'm not sure whether it's allowed by law. They took dockets to IDEC from the police. They were investigating cases when they were still working in the South African Police Service. They resigned. They went to IDEC. They took dockets to IDEC and harassing people. So my question, is that allowed for a police officer to resign after resigning when he was still investigating cases? Then he took the docket with himself to another state institution, because IDEC is not, they are accounting to NDPP. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. In absentia.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The last part on IDEC, honorable member earlier spoke about the names of members that are working at IDEC that are supposed to be part of the rogue team. And I said earlier, I isolated one, Mr. Padachi. There are many members working there. Yes, some of the names that you mentioned are part of the team, but not all the members that are part of the team are bad members. They are participating, yes, but at least they are the ones that are sharing us information about the rot. Other than that, we would not have known about what's happening inside. Thanks to them. But we'll be able to give you their details when the time is right. We're not going to do it now. Those that are, yes, they are painted back because they're inside, but they are able to tell us about the wrong that is happening inside. So we are happy to have them there so that they pass this information to us and that help us to be able to know what's happening inside IDEC. The status of the case dockets, honorable members, this is not only the problem with IDEC. I think the Portfolio Committee of Police, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee is here today, and the Honorable Member. It's some of the things that might need to be looked at, because when the ACPS is brought before the committee to account, we account on case dockets. But once a case docket move over to IPID, on the system remains with ACPS, but the ACPS doesn't know what's happening in that docket. It's again IPID, and IPID is not held accountable mostly of the time because they don't have a system to monitor those dockets. Similar happened to IDEC. IDEC takes the docket away from the police station, and they register a case at the police station, and they take it away and they disappear. It remains open on the system and the police, and it affects the detective performance. And yet that docket sits somewhere else, and it's a responsibility of another entity. So it's some of the controls that might need to be looked at. Yes, DPCI is within the organization, but they also have dockets that are sitting with them that are registered at police stations. And there's no updating of the information sometimes at the station, but at least with DPCI, they have access into the system, so they update the status of the investigation remotely from wherever they are having the docket with them, similar to the task teams that they're able to do that. But the entities that are outside the police system, which is IDEC and IPID, we find it difficult in terms of managing the investigation. So it would be easy for a docket that was with IPID originally, we know that it's with IPID, for that docket to have, because it was anyway outside the police control. So it's some of the challenges that we will want to fix. The issue of General Khumalo of KZN, Major General Khumalo, together with General Cele matter, I think I spoke about it yesterday, that General Khumalo did not resign from the police, and therefore General Cele did not get his way. The General Cele will come here and he will confirm that I was not very pleased with what he attempted to do at the time. So I think that matter we can close it like that because it never went anywhere. Yes, I did highlight the issue of RPM in KZN. Honorable Chair members, yeah, when I mentioned the issue of RPM is because I wanted, as I was asked, to give a background about the members that I was accused of having stopped them from doing their work, whether these members were under my control or not, and how they came about to be in KZN, and what were they doing in KZN. And that's why I ended up talking about this. I still believe that the leadership of the police, the National Commission, or who else that deployed them, they might need to come and explain what were they doing there and why not. Why was I not part of it? Honorable Chair members, the Constitution of the Republic and the Police Act only makes reference to two individuals to be in charge of the service. The National Commissioner is appointed by the Constitution as well as Police Act. The National Commissioner appoints the Provincial Commissioner, also recognized by the Constitution and confirmed by the Police Act. Those are only two. And the rest of the people that or employees that we have in the organization are referred to as members. So when you have the system designed by the Constitution like that, and which similar happens in Parliament, you have a minister who's a cabinet member, then you have the president. Yes, the president appoints deputy ministers, but we've seen it many times. When a minister is out of the country or is not well, and for whatever good reason, a deputy minister does not act as a minister. Another minister acts. But in South African Police Service, where you have a national commissioner appointed in line with the Constitution and the provincial commissioner appointed in line with the Constitution, when a national commissioner is not in the office, a member gets appointed to be acting national commissioner. That's why we are in this dilemma today, because there are so many generals sitting at the head office that are appointed by national commissioners and given portfolios at the national office, and they feel they're too powerful. And that's what contributes to this. The national commissioner goes on holiday in 31st of December. He appoints a member who is a deputy national commissioner as the acting national commissioner, which means by default, that person must be in charge of the provincial commissioner. Literally, that's what it means. Is that what the Constitution envisaged? Is that what the Act envisaged? I'm not a legal person to answer the question, but the national commissioner appoints in black and white and say you are the acting national commissioner for a period, I'm not in the office. Then you're going to find that that acting person will end up sitting in meetings. The POC that you're talking about, the Board of Commissioners, is a structure that is catered for in the legislation between, and is explicit, between the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner. Nobody else. But I invite you to go and see the minutes of the POC in the police. There's 9 provincial commissioners and 1 national commissioner. That makes 10. But there's more than 10, 11, 12 lieutenant generals that are sitting at the head office. They are part of this POC. So whatever is discussed at the POC is dominated by these generals at the head office. I know that because I come from there. I was part of those. So the voice of the provincial commissioner gets silenced in such meetings. You don't have a voice much at that POC. You might say something, but the divisional commissioner is influencing the national commissioner, or the DNC has decided. So therefore, we must follow the line. So it's part of the problems that we have in this organization. So I hope if those things are introduced, then you're not going to have a deployment of members that are coming to the province that the provincial commissioner doesn't know about, to avoid the RPM things. Because ultimately, the provincial commissioner must be accountable for what's happening in the province. And the Constitution says the provincial commissioner must engage with the executive authority of the province. And in order to satisfy the communities of that province, we have to find a way of making some amendments in the legislation so that we empower such to be done at the provincial level. Honourable member, you spoke earlier about the IDEC and the powers that they have. I think the Amendment Act of the NPA, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in section 7 somewhere about. It's outlined what the IDEC is supposed to be investigating. But the first part is that they're dealing with serious and complex cases. And then they list type of charges related to that seriousness, fraud, corruption, and so forth. Act of dishonesty is also written somewhere there. So I like to believe that if you take that which is in a section of the NPA Amendment Act and you look at what IDEC is doing currently and balance the two, you're going to find gaps. That surely IDEC, whatever cases they have before them, might not necessarily fulfill that which that section on the Amendment Act was envisaged. So if that happens, then you might need to ask yourself a question as a legislature whether did you take the right decision to establish this entity? Or else maybe you might want to look at taking these powers you gave it to this entity back to the DPCI, and you look at how do you empower the DPCI to be fully in control and independently so to be able to prosecute these cases. Because a typical example, if a police officer wants to come and search your house, an investigator is going to make a submission to the prosecutor will sign off and give it to the magistrate will authorize a warrant for that to happen. But at IDEC, at NPA, that doesn't happen. The prosecutor that is part of the investigation signs this thing and they go straight to your house to come in session. They don't go via all these other people. It might be quicker to resolve problems, but there's an abuse of the system that is built into that, which I wanted the committee to look at. I hope this is just about everything you've asked.
Thank you, General. Chair, you were out and I've abused you a bit, but thank you so much, General. I think the only last thing which perhaps my question on that was your take, but I think you posed it nicely because I was asking whether is it right that perhaps these functions of IDEC, some of them, or in fact disband that IDEC and have all these things back to the SAPS. I think it's upon us, but thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to members of the ad hoc committee. And good morning, Shamas. My first question relates to a letter.
You say good morning, what?
Shamas. It's Tagazel.
Oh.
Yes.
No. I have been addressing you as Charlie. It's not something unfamiliar. I just wanted to understand and know so that I can use it as well in future. Thank you so much. Shamas.
The first question I have, Chair, relates to a letter dated the 31st of December 2024, which was written by the Minister to disband the political killings task team. Now, in the last paragraph of the letter, the Minister says, the final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. Following from that, was that report submitted according to your knowledge, Shamas? Was it submitted to the Minister?
I was informed that it was submitted.
Do you know the content of the letter? Are you aware of what was entailed in the letter that was submitted to the Minister?
No, I'm not privy to such a communication. I've not seen it.
Okay. Secondly, I want to get the correct sequence of events here. My understanding is that under normal circumstances where there is no political killings task team, dockets which relate to criminal matters are stored in the police stations under the supervision of the investigating officer. Now, this political killings task team was established in 2018 when the scourge of political killings was rife already in KZN. Was the political killings task team only dealing with cases which were reported to it, or there are cases which they took from the police stations which were already reported prior to their establishment? That is my first question. You can answer, General.
Yeah, the team, when it started, I think I will have explained it somewhere that when it started, it had a number of cases that already registered that they took over. That obviously those dockets will have been at the police stations that were given to the team when it started. And as the team was working, the team also will have generated new cases that will have happened if there's an incident that happens and the case is open, that case gets transferred to the task team. And in other instances, you're going to have parallel investigations that will be, while the team is investigating one case and they discover that that case has got a linkage, or the suspect they're looking for has got a linkage into another case. And then they go and request that that case be brought in and merged with this one, just so that the chances of conviction can be improved. So that's a variety of dockets that the team was handling. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, no, you have answered it adequately. And then the minister was appointed in July as the minister 2024, and the letter was issued on the 31st of December 2024. So the conclusion from that is that the period between the assumption of responsibility by the minister and the decision that was taken was 6 months. Between that period, did the minister ever summon a report of these dockets to have an understanding of what is happening and to have an understanding of progress that has been made? Have you ever had a meeting, if not you, the national, according to your knowledge, if not you, the national commissioner, with the minister, wherein the dockets were a subject matter?
Honorable Chair and members, the only engagement we've ever had with the Minister of Police is when the minister was appointed as a Minister of Police. We were all invited in Pretoria, where he gave the minister presentation. But in that presentation, there was nothing talking about task teams at all. And that was the only closest engagement we've ever had with the minister, where he briefed him about the state of policing. So when the decision was taken about the disestablishment of this PKTT, we hadn't had any opportunity to engage with the minister. At least I know myself, I was not invited to meet with him. And later I learned that from the National Commissioner himself also did not have an opportunity to talk to him about it, neither General Kumar. But when you read what the minister is saying on his letter, is that he's been briefed. So when the minister has been briefed, it simply says someone told the minister that this team must be disestablished. So it is that someone that I believe drafted that letter. And I can speculate, I can assume as to who the person could be. Why will I assume? Is because I've got evidence that junior members of the South African Police Service are communicating with the executive on how they must manage the National Commission. You will have a General Spear sending a WhatsApp to the Deputy Minister of Police. I don't know who's the Deputy Minister. I'm still investigating that part. But you will send this WhatsApp message and tell the Deputy Minister and make suggestion, the Deputy Minister, you must hold the National Commission accountable with this and that and that. And then you will further say, I've even shared these things with comrades so and so. These are General Spear writing messages to the Deputy Minister. And I told the two Deputy Ministers when we met with the acting minister recently, that one of you is part of the problem. I just don't know yet who, but one of the deputies is part of this problem. And so I said it in their face. They can't deny it. They'll confirm. I have WhatsApp messages. Therefore, we are part of the investigation. We'll establish who is this deputy minister. But that's just a typical example. I don't think I've shared with the members. I don't know if you have that WhatsApp. SC, I did communicate with yourself about this one. I don't think we presented, because I can show you as an example of how General Spear sends communications to deputy ministers and about issues that he's supposed to address to the National Commission, but he addressed it to the Deputy Minister. So the Deputy Minister must come back and make the National Commission to account on it. So if you want to, maybe you can flight it on the screen if need be, because I do have some of these WhatsApp messages. That the fortunate part, he did not just send it to the Deputy Minister, he also forwarded these messages to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence.
So, following the narrations that you have given us, it is reasonable to make a conclusion that the decision to disband the political killings task team was taken by the minister without having requested for any report from the relevant people within the SAPS with regards to the status of the work of the political task team, of the political killings task team. Is that the correct conclusion to make according to what we have said? Do you agree with that conclusion?
I strongly believe, Honorable Chair and members, that what is contained on this letter is not the minister's words. I strongly believe that. If the minister was honest, he would say that someone made me sign this. I did not write it myself. As when the other letters that were signed off by the former Inspector General of Intelligence that were drafted by General Nhlanhla, that the Inspector General did not write, but she signed them, the letter. And I said, I invite Advocate to J. Govender to come here so she can confirm those things, because she used to work in that office of the Inspector General. So when the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, says to me, the letter's been going back and forth, it made me believe that he was a facilitator of this letter coming from somewhere where it was being drafted to the minister for signature and back being corrected and eventually gets a signature. So I like to believe, as much as the minister has to take ownership of the letter, his signature is here, but I don't think he's the author of this thing. Because if he was, then the question would be, Minister, why didn't you feel that it's important to first sit down with the National Commissioner and talk about this? How could you make such a drastic decision based on the wrong information? I mean, if you look at what that paragraph says, in 2019, that's a wrong thing to start. A directive was made to the National Commission of Police following the Morane Commission report. I presented before this committee that the President of the Republic, on the 18th of May 2018, he addressed the citizen in Pietermaritzburg about this matter. On the 21st, there was a meeting of the IMC. On the 24th of May 2018, the President was in this House of Parliament. We spoke about the IMC. But comes the Minister of Police, who arrived in July 2024 as the Minister of Police. He comes and he says, this task team was established in 2019 based on the Morane Commission. We can see the person who's misinformed. He's a year late about the dates. So it's part of the things I wanted to address with the minister. Had he given me an opportunity, we're going to talk about. But he felt that I'm less important to be listened to, and he goes ahead and enforced this letter. So it's a typical example of why I'm saying the minister did not draft this thing. Someone wrote this and he made the minister to sign. But if he says it was on his own who wrote this letter, I hope that what he's going to say here under oath versus what the criminal investigation is going to uncover is going to collaborate. Otherwise, there's going to be a problem.
I think I'm satisfied with your response, General. On page 20, paragraph 37.
Before you go to the next question, just to check, General, because Honorable Nombalo says, at the time the minister signed or sent, or the letter was sent on the dissolution of the PKTT, had he demanded a report, a status report to say, this is the work that has been done by the PKTT. It is succeeding or it has failed. So here with this letter, be informed that we are dissolving it? Was there any request for that status report?
I will expect, Honorable Chair, that the Minister understands that the accounting officer in the police is a National Commissioner. Therefore, a report must be requested from the National Commissioner. So, what the National Commissioner is saying is that he was never requested. But National Commissioner will come here tomorrow. I'm sure he will come and confirm that. But he says he was not informed, he was not requested to provide such. But on the defense of Minister Mkhwanazi, I cannot say that he did not receive any briefing from somewhere. There's a possibility that he might have been briefed by the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, JRSB. I'm not saying he did, but there's a possibility that he would be briefed by him. A person who might claim that says, I'm in charge of all the investigations in the country, so therefore I'm briefing you, here's the position. And if he believes that, well, it's up to the minister then to account why he believes something that comes from a junior person, but not the accounting officer.
Do you have any recollection of yourselves who were involved being requested to provide any report?
No, there was never a request.
Thank you so much. You can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that progressive intervention. General, on page 13, paragraph 20 of your statement, you are saying Mr. Nkabinde said he was put under significant pressure. Did he mention to you who was putting pressure?
No, he did not mention that.
So you didn't make a follow-up question of who exactly was putting him under pressure?
No, I did not.
Okay, with regards, you have also mentioned that there was an attempt to link General Khumalo to the matter of Cindy Somakak, the former SG of the ANC Youth League. And the impression which I drew from how you expressed it is that that attempt was just frivolous. It had no material evidence. So they wanted to use it to destroy General Khumalo. Are you in possession of any evidence, even if you don't disclose it, if it's going to compromise the investigation hereof? Are you in possession of any evidence which suggests that General Khumalo was never involved in the matter of Cindy Somakak, and therefore any attempt to associate him with such was nothing but just a frivolous attempt to destroy him?
Honorable Chair and members, I was the Commander, Provincial Commissioner acting in KZN 2018-2019. I've been involved with the work of the PKTT, and each time they are conducting investigation, they were keeping me informed about the status of the investigation. That's why I know about the arrest of the mayor, I know about the arrest of the municipal manager, I know about the arrest of police officers, I know about the arrest of the hitmen, and I know about the challenges the team faced when they're trying to seek information from crime intelligence in order to establish whether indeed is it true that the vehicle and the firearm that were used were sourced from crime intelligence. If so, what was the project that the crime intelligence was busy with that led into such? So when I was briefed about all those things, and also a meeting that was held at Pietermaritzburg prison, new prison, over the weekend, outside the visiting hours, where a group of men dressed in black suits and driving fancy cars that came to have a private meeting in prison with the mayor at the time and some people that were arrested discussing that case, a meeting that ended with information coming to us that the people are going to court on Monday, the mayor is going to be released in court. And exactly that's what happened. When they went out to court, they were all released. The mayor and the city manager were released, except the hitman. That's why the hitman is now making stories, because he was part of the initial arrest. So I knew about all that information. But when I saw in the media, the Mr. Adams, member of this parliament, who I believe engaged with one of police officers that were arrested, that is currently in custody in KZN, and who then the member who used to work with the political killings task team, arrested by the same task team, he's then becoming a whistleblower by claiming that the team is the one that was behind the murder of Makapa, forgetting that the team is the one who was behind the arrest of the people that were involved in the murder of Makapa. That mispresentation, which landed in a public space, and the narrative was drawn that Khumalo is a bad person as a result of that. The PKTT are bad people. As we speak now, members that used to work in the team have been visited to issue statement, to write statement, negative statement against the team. It's something that's happening as we speak by the people that want to justify that there was a need to establish the team. I've said members were arrested within the team. If Khumalo or any other member that was working in the team was wrong, they can be arrested as well. Don't dissolve the team because of those individuals. Over 30 police officers were arrested. The team was not dissolved because they was doing his job, arresting on one of their own as well. So if Khumalo is one of the people that should have been arrested as a result, that evidence should have been presented. We've got IPID that has a responsibility to investigate police conduct. They should have been approached and given evidence and let them investigate. But that was not objective because there was no facts on that. But it was just a smear campaign to make sure that they destroy the image of Jairo Khumalo and the members that are working in that PKTT.
If my memory serves me well, General, the decision to release the two members that we have spoken about, the former mayor and the former municipal manager, which was made in Mkhulu Magistrate Court, was that there was no insufficient evidence. But following from what we have explained, the assumption that we can draw is that there was a collaboration of the police and the prosecuting authority, the NPA, because a decision to withdraw charges is not made by a police officer, but by a prosecutor. So I'm telling this committee that for the release of those two individuals, the police collaborated with the NPA, and if so, is there any investigation that is underway in pursuit of finding evidence in that regard?
The collaboration, I wouldn't say between the police and the prosecution, but the prosecution that took a decision that we're collaborating with, I believe, maybe the lawyers of the arrested people. And of course, there are officials within correctional service in Pietermaritzburg that were part of this, because they allow such a meeting to take place in times where the visiting should not have been allowed. And so, and that led into the release of those arrested people at the time. The investigation continued, it never stopped. The conviction that has happened now of the person that when they were released, they made a deal with the hitman that will look after him. So, but when they're outside, they could not look after the person as they had committed. So that's what made this man to be angry in custody. That's why he ended up talking about the things that he was talking about, that he was part of this and they didn't look after him. So therefore he's confessing on what has happened. The unfortunate part is that the mayor killed himself, despite the fact that we had confiscated his firearm, but the court ruled that he must get back his firearm. So he took it and he killed himself. But the municipal manager is in court as we speak, because that investigation continues to find the people that are still behind the death of Siniso Makapa. And that's not going to stop.
You have also made an averment that there are some detectives who are in cahoots with criminals. who were within the political killings task team, the result of which you took a decision to rotate them. Did some of those, or did any of the detectives of the political killings task team try to influence the Sindiso Makaka case?
No, not that I know of, because when the police when those people were released, police officers were quite upset about it. They were not very happy when such happened. There are many other cases that were in court, and the behavior from both the prosecution and the presiding officers in some of these cases were questionable, that were frustrating the work of the team. So I wouldn't say that their members they were in cahoot with that, but I can confirm again here that that murder of Sindiso Makaka involved policemen. Policemen that were working at Durban Harbour, who comes from that area. They were part of that operation. What I picked up is that crime intelligence had a project where this firearm and this stolen vehicle were part of the project, and the project for CITs. It was to deal with CITs. And I've said when you want to infiltrate certain syndicates, you need to be part of that syndicate. So unfortunately, the people that they recruited as crime intelligence to run a certain project, they got recruited to kill Sindiso Makaka. So while they were busy with this mission of crime intelligence, which was successful, I must say, unfortunately, one of the criminals was killed, but that operation was successful because it was for heist, and that was successful. But the very same criminal that was part of this crime intelligence operation, he then participated in the murder of Sindiso Makaka. I think it was a quick cash. You already had the equipment to use it to carry out the task. And that was an intended consequence of that project of intelligence.
I think I'm satisfied on that one. Somewhere in your statement, Shamas, you have said that at some stage you made a conclusion that Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla were aware of the decision to disband the political killings task team prior. Can you elaborate on that? How did you become aware? And are you in possession of any evidence that corroborates with your assertion?
Honorable members, when the team was studying the communication from the cell phone of the arrested Mr. Nhlanhla, that's where they picked up the communication between him and Mr. Brown, and the communication that has got to do with the close of the team, and the anticipation at the time that the dockets are going to be transferred to Jarasbia. So when we add the events that occurred thereafter, including the transfer of these dockets to Pretoria by the instruction of Jarasbia, we could only conclude that this, what is extract of the communication between Nhlanhla and Mkhwanazi, indicates that the two of them might have had something to do with the closure. Maybe from Nhlanhla's side, might not be directly, because he was being frustrated and complaining to Brown Mkhwanazi, and Brown Mkhwanazi communicating with the chief of staff, communicating with the minister, saying the minister and Sibia must come out with a plan. He might have put pressure to the two to make sure that his friend Nhlanhla is satisfied. That's why he was even saying on the communication, on WhatsApp communication, that he should just stand back and allow the process to unfold. And when this directive came, he was the one first to send that communication to Nhlanhla to say, the team that came to harass you has been closed and the dockets are on the way to Sibia. So it's based on the analysis of that communication that was done by the team, of which records are available, that proves that the plan to shut down the team was not just done on the 31st. It's something that was crafted prior to that. Hence the communication that happened that quick.
Now, do you believe that Minister Senzo Mkhunu has a deep unethical relationship with Brown Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla? And if so, does your belief only rely on his interactions or on the knowledge that they had for the disbandment of the political killings task team, or it also relies on other factors which are in your possession as a police officer that maybe some you cannot disclose before this committee at this stage?
Beg your pardon, honorable members, honorable chair. I can confirm that the relationship between Mkhwanazi and the minister is unethical. Unethical in the sense that, for starters, the minister claimed when I appeared before the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March 2025, he claimed that he did not know the fellow was talking about. It's been proven by the very same minister who says, no, that person is a comrade. I said, when you say comrade, I assume is a colleague in a political party. And this is a person who communicates with December, January, there's a January 8th gathering of that party in Cape Town. Mkhwanazi is facilitating the guest of the minister for Nhlanhla to pay. And they are here, SBI is here, everyone is here. They're having meetings in some hotels that we already know of, where they are sitting and having meetings and the likes during that period in January, beginning of this year. When you see then that these criminal activities that are happening, you see Mkhwanazi in position of sensitive police material, and he speaks about the minister. He knows the diary, the calendar of the minister, that on this day he's on his way to Sikisiki. So it's a person that is quite knowledgeable. And if this person is not in government as a colleague to the minister, and this person is not in a political party of which his own political party disowned him recently, that he's never a member there. The records we have in our position is the role that this Mkhwanazi was playing in the political campaign of the very same minister in the past. The communications that time when they were busy fighting for position back then, up to the conference of that political party, we have these records with us because it's an intelligence work that must do. The exchange of monies and the likes is available within intelligence. It's one of the things I was cautioning about that push these members to talk. They're going to release that information because it's there, it's available. And we don't want it to go out because it's a secret of the state that will cause fire. So Minister Mkhwanazi claiming that this man is a comrade, the political party concerned says he's not a comrade. That means the conclusion we must draw is that this is not a comrade, it's a criminal. That the minister is invited to be part of the police. Minister lied when he said he's a comrade.
No, if you are saying, General, we are in possession of evidence, then I'm satisfied. On the 5th of April 2025, you asked for a meeting with a minister, and you suggested that General Sbiya, General Khumalo, General Ken, Mr. Nkabinde, and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi be part of that meeting. Now, when you were making this request, or before you make this request, did you make an investigation, maybe at a personal level or maybe in your official capacity, of who Brown Mkhwanazi is and of what exactly, how is he exactly involved in the running of the SAPS?
The investigation, of course, when I became aware of this gentleman in as early as end of September in 2024, and confirmed by the Chief of Staff that he's a friend of the minister. And subsequent to that, and the team started uncovering the communication on the cell phone, which happened later in May, somewhere about this year. And when they started realizing that means this Brown Mkhwanazi has got more role to play in policing matters than what we think of. If he did not expose himself to me in September last year, I would not have known about it. But he went quiet after that. When the team started picking up from the cell phone of Nhlanhla about the communication that Brown Mkhwanazi has on his phone, or what he's communicating with Nhlanhla on, and we started realizing that this man is heavily involved in police matters. Therefore, we needed to start investigating as to who is he. And where does he come from? How do they know each other with the minister and what role is plays? That's why we're able to go back into more than 5 years ago and get to know the relationship him and the minister has and what is it they were busy with back then and how they were participating in the political campaign and all the way up until this day. So we had to dig deeper on Mkhwanazi to know everything about it.
So if the minister can come and say he didn't respond adequately or appropriately to your messages because it was sent on WhatsApp, you did not use an email, how would you react to that? Would you think that would be a fair statement to make?
No, it would be an unfair statement to make. I believe we live in days where communication platforms differ. Perhaps the days when you were still young, you used to write letters through the post. And then the life of SMSs came, and the life of emails came, and the life of WhatsApp came. So he's the one who communicates on WhatsApp as well. He sends messages on WhatsApp telling me he's coming to the province, this and that. So it cannot be that when I ask him for a meeting, he's going to say send an email. So that would be wrong for the minister to say. I like to believe that maybe he's an educated man because he was a teacher. If he say he does not know about the official communication, I would begin to question about his knowledge about the communication platforms that exist nowadays.
And why did you suggest that Mr. Nkabinde? Because I believe that at the time he was just a chief of staff. Why did you suggest that he be part of the meeting?
It had come to my attention about his bad role that he's playing at the office of the minister. I said this was a policeman, that this was a member of IPID as an investigator. This was never a politician. But when I started hearing about how he becomes so vocal in meetings of the minister, and in all these meetings, and I said to the ad hoc committee members that the Police Act provides for the establishment of the Civilian Secretariat of Police, a DG, and the functions of what the DG must do. But I don't even think the DG has been part of these meetings that the minister is having. His spokesperson or the people that are vocal in these meetings about the disbandment of the team is a chief of staff and the Deputy National Commissioner of Police. So when you hear that from the people that are part of the meetings, it becomes problematic. And what is worse, you get this information not even from the senior people, you get it from the junior people that are part of the meeting. And they are shocked because what they don't know is that when people are in meetings, they're recording meetings. And they have records of such. So when you hear of this behavior and you start realizing, so all the time, this chief of staff has been acting as if he's a good man and yet he's not. So let me get him into this meeting as well so I can tell him what he's doing wrong. I wanted to present to the minister how bad the same person he has in his office, how bad the person that he calls comrade about the advice that he gives them, how bad is the Deputy National Commissioner Spear that works with him all the time, so that he can decide whether he wants to keep these people close to him or he wants to distance himself from them. I warned the current acting minister about the chief of staff. The first day we met, I told him that this man is a bad man. He asked me why, I explained to him. But he kept him in the office until he went to Nhlanhla commission and suddenly he was removed from the office. So I'm not a person who hides things. I tell it straight and you make a decision as an executive authority. If you want to take the advice, you take. If you don't want to take it, you'll have to suffer the consequences.
Unfortunately, Chamas, the chairperson has made an indication that I've run out of time. Chair, I will reserve my outstanding questions for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. No, angale lana Nkwalenkosi ngithunywa abantu base South Africa bathi angibabongele ekuthenini ume ube indoda ubamele umele iqiniso. So angudlulisa ngoba bona bakhona ukufika la yona into abangithume yona. indoda eyama ke kwale nkosi ngesikhathi thizeni phambilini yamela ukuvimba ukuthi abafuna ukulawula izwe through abaphathi abaphethe ama-divisions.
Honorable Shaw, if you may please get closer to
Is it far?
the microphone, I can see the members at the extreme.
Okay,
Yeah.
am I audible? Okay. Yeah, I hope my time has not started. Thank you very much. That's 10 minutes, right? Thank you very much. Kwale nkosi, indoda eyama yamela ukuvimba ukuthi lezi gelekece ifuna ukuthatha izwe ziliphathe through abaphathi bama-divisions. Lisenkingeni yokuthi ke igijinyiswe ikhulunywe kabi ngayo sekuze kuna 2 decades manje 20 years iqala lisekhotha liphele. Umbuzo wami uthi yini eyenze wena wabona kufanele uthathe impilo yakho uyifake ebunzimeni obungaka nasengozini engaka, uthathe ngisho neyomndeni wakho uphinde uyifake lapho, uphushwe yini ukuthi uthathe lesi sinqumo?
Mhlonishwa, inkinga lokho besibhekene nako. Okungiphazamise kakhulu ukuthi lobugebengu ekade sibona benzeka lobufuna ukwenzeka, abantu befuna ukuthatha izwe ngobugebengu. Ubugebengu obuzolimaza izingane zethu ngoba izidakamizwa lezi abasebenza ngazo. Angisho ukuthi uma bekade kubugebengu obungahlanganisi nezidakamizwa besokubekezelela bese ngeke sikubekezelele kwabona. Kodwa lokhu kuhlangene nezidakamizwa. Ngicabanga ukuthi iningi lomphakathi wale South Africa liyazi ukuthi uma unesihlobo owazana naso noma inengane oyizalayo esekuyaqala yadla idakamizwa seyimoshakele ngeke usakwazi ukuyilungisa. Abantu abaningi ke bahlukumezwe lezi dakamizwa. Ingakho ke siwumphakathi sisonke kumele sizimisele sihlangane sibumbane ukuze silwisane nalesihlava. Lokho kungenza ukuthi ngiphakameke ukuthi ngikhulume lolu daba ingoba ngibona ukuthi uma ngiliyeka ukukhuluma umndeni wami ukhona nje umshana wami odla idakamizwa ngikhuluma nawo eziqhamuka ngabo labantu. Uma abaphathi bezwe bezovumela lezi gebengu ukuthi ziqhubeke nokuthengisela izingane zethu lezi dakamizwa zize nazo zilethela South Africa zizakhe la South Africa, okushuthi kahle izwe leli lizobe lifile. So thi silele emathuneni thina sibe sishiya ingane zethu zihlupheke. So ngaleso sizathu ngiyabona ukuthi kumele ukuthi sikhulume manje ukuze sikwazi ukulungisa izwe ukuya phambili. Lokho kuncane umuntu angakwazi ukwenza njengoba ethunywe enikeza umsebenzi ukuthi avikele izwe. Kumele ukuthi sikwenze. Ngisho kuthiwa kuyingozi thina ngoba ubungozi vele into umuntu aloka eqala engena emaphoyiseni ukuthi iphoyisa amaqhuma isibhamu ngala abantu bebaleka bayale iphoyisa afuneka liqonde laqhuma khona isibhamu. Kumele lizinikele ngalokho. Lokho engikwenzile kuyafana ke nalokho ukuthi ngiyazinikela ukuthi ukuze umphakathi uvikeleke kumele thina esinikeze umsebenzi ukuthi sivikele umphakathi kube yithina esizinikelayo kuqala. Ngicabanga ukuthi leyo kuphela nje into engayifiki ukuthi engigqugquzela ukuthi ngikwenze lo engikwenzile.
Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Shongwe and the General, I want to make a request to yourself that we involve the whole of the Republic in our conversation, because those are the people we represent here. The languages that we use are permissible by law. There is nothing wrong speaking in your mother tongue. I have been brought to the attention that we don't have translation services. I mean, interpreting services here. So you can imagine the vastness of the Republic. Even if we have ourselves here, but we want somebody who is in Musina or somebody in Springbok, because these are matters of national interest. So I just want to request you that I can't restrict you from using any language, but we can at least have a fair balance so that, especially ourselves as members of parliament, we represent the people of this republic and they want to hear us, all of them. I think it's a fair statement to make. You disagree, Honorable Sangon and Honorable Chief Whip. What is your disagreement? Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, we disagree with you vehemently, Chair. The one thing that perhaps we can agree with you on is the fact that the translation services inside the House are not working. But this parliament is built on the principle of inclusivity, which allows the use of any of the official languages of this country, including isiZulu, Setsonga, sign language, and so forth. Now, when we are taking it for granted that when we speak in English, all South Africans understand, then we have made a fundamental mistake. And we are at this point elevating the English above any of our other languages. So I think that Honorable Shongwe and and General Mkhwanazi should be allowed to express themselves in any language they wish to. There are media houses who are sharing this information. They can translate where there's a need to translate. Please, Chairperson, thank you.
Chief Whip.
Chair, I think our committee whip has covered it. Just one point. Because we've got 12 official languages in the Republic of South Africa, it's inevitable that any language you use in any setting will exclude other South Africans. Since we've been running the proceedings in English, I can tell you that there are many South Africans who can understand what we're talking about. Now, the point that we who are here must be assisted to understand one another is fair. But to demand that people can converse in any of the official languages because we may exclude South Africans, already they've been excluded since we started. There are people who can understand English, but who are deeply interested in what we're doing. So I think, Chair, we let's be assisted internally, but I think for South Africans, it is inevitable. We've been excluding them already in our proceedings. Thanks.
Honorable Souls.
Chair, apart from the fact that Khoisan languages must also become official languages in this country, I would like to request, I do agree with the previous speakers, but I'd like to request for my sake, and I think there are others here too, to follow the proceedings for there to be translation for us, please. May I speak for myself, that there is translation for myself after the General has responded, that someone translates for us. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, before you start my time, do you want to speak, Chair?
Yes, you can speak.
Before you start my time, I just want to talk on that point.
Yeah.
Chair, it is because of such negligence of our work in Parliament that as a committee of police, General Mkhwanazi is saying the Parliament did nothing on the 5th. It's because the Chair didn't do anything, didn't do msebenzi wakhe, not all of us. So I'm just going to protect you, Chair, by saying...
Let's talk to the point of...
yeah, this is the point, Chair. Exactly the point, Chair, when I say, abantu abangenza umsebenzi wabo cannot fault us kulezo zinto lezo. So our translators, whoever is in charge of translators, should have brought in our translators so that they can translate. We've got this, Chair, to put in our ears so that if we don't hear, we can understand the other language. But you are fairly saying this and nicely saying it and asking. I'll try my best. But I'll try my best, Chair.
I'm not compelling, honorable members. And that is why I said, where I'm sitting, I recognize that we speak diverse languages. but at least if there can be a fair balance. And I'm not saying anybody must not use, I'm not saying nobody must use any language that they are comfortable using. And I want to also make you aware that we have time allocation here. And it's not that some of the constraints we do not understand. If Honorable Souls comes here and say, I'm now speaking in Khoisan, and we come and say, but there is no translation services for Khoisan, we may run into difficulties, and I don't want us to go into those difficulties. I have been using the word reasonably in most cases so that all of us understand that let's exercise reasonableness where we experience constraints. Let's exercise and don't use those constraints as an excuse not to do certain things. The languages, nobody can get into that debate. African languages have to be promoted like any other language that is spoken in this country. And our languages are the ones that affirm our identity and pride and cultural heritage. It's not something that we should debate. I very much agree with what honorable members are saying, but can we please exercise reasonableness? Thank you so much. You can now proceed. You had used 3 minutes of your time.
Huh?
Yes, you had used 3 minutes, and that excludes the responses that the general.
I have a time, Chair. Here. I have only used. So
you have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes now to conclude your.
You can revert, Chair.
To conclude your task.
Take an answer, Chair, to show you I have used only 1 minute. All right, no problem. I'll respect you, Chair. Thank you, Nkalenkos. Nkalenkos, baphinde bangithuma ke South Africa futhi. Bathi angibabongele kwinsizwa ezigadile. But baphinde bathi angibuza ukuthi how safe is the PKTT currently?
Honorable Chair members, on the PKTT, I'm not worrying much. I worry a lot about the team in Gauteng. The counterintelligence investigation operations that is taking place in Gauteng, I worry about their safety. Why do I say that? Because they were put in a safe house to operate from. The member of this house, together with others, they publish the photos of that house in the media. So therefore, their working place is compromised. The members that are operating the driving vehicles, those vehicles have been exposed in public. And I believe in some degree, maybe even the names of the members might be known. And their safety for me is a concern. The safety of the members that are working in Gauteng, they can't go home. If they go home, they go with the entire delegation of police officers protecting them. So their life is disrupted. And their families, I don't think they are protected either. So it is that group in Gauteng. I spoke about 2 sergeants yesterday. There are other junior members that have joined in that are working with them now because the team has grown bigger. Together with the 10 that came from KZN. So it's quite a lot of them that are part of that operation. It's those members that I worry more than I worry about the PKTT. Because PKTT is in KZN. Yeah, well, at least they have me and the rest of men and women employed in KZN. They should be safe. I cannot guarantee the Gauteng team the same.
Who's in charge of the Gauteng one and what has he done?
The Gauteng one is Gerald Kumalo that is currently arrested. The one is told he must not enter premises of intelligence.
So currently nobody is in charge of them?
Well, I think the members are trying to operate from wherever they're operating from because they have been compromised wherever they want to work. Now, within crime intelligence, they cannot operate because what they are trying to deal with involves members within crime intelligence, and the boss of crime intelligence was told by court not to enter the premises, so that they become vulnerable, those members.
If I may interject, the member you speak about who was taking out photos and stuff like that, are you able to tell us the name of who's that member? Because I think that's the worst the member can do and put.
Yeah, well, the member of this parliament, Ms. Korabana, published the photos of the house. Some of the properties as members are working from in her media statement that she issued. I'll reference to it if I see it here, but it's in the public domain, it's known, and she published that. So here's the address, here's the house, and here is this, here's that. They got that information from members within intelligence that were against the work that the team is doing, and they took it out there to the media. So, and that compromised the operations. That's why I'm saying that I worry more about the Gauteng team than I will about the PKTT. I think PKTT in KZN, they operate in a place where they've got men and women that knows how to fight the enemy that are surrounding them. So they're quite okay in KZN. But the Gauteng counterintelligence team, I cannot say the same about them.
Okay, I've served under you, under SAPS when I was still working there. So I don't know this part, if I'll be wrong or right. Would what the member done be criminally? It classified as criminal to take out information of safe houses?
Yeah, no, definitely that's a criminal offense, and I do hope that the authorities that are responsible for it, they're going to assist us in making sure such is investigated. I call for an investigation by state security on these leakages of information to the media, amongst of the things that I spoke about yesterday, for specific journalists that keep writing about these things, including the members of this parliament and members within crime intelligence, as well as the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Do you have any proof or evidence of this DA member called Bernard who took out the photos of such?
Well, I don't know who took the photos, but I know that she participated in the circulation of the photos of these residents and addresses in a question that she had asked in Parliament, which I made a reference to when I presented yesterday.
General, let me leave that one because it's Katsam is not. The first thing the president of this country, Babu Ramaphosa, does is to take intelligence into his office. Now you come and say, you said crime intelligence listens to our conversation, then will blackmail and capture members. And for me, that's the biggest threat to our democracy because it means MPs that are vocal about issues that are going to be blackmailed, and that won't happen. That won't help me towards a good government. So my question is, what's your take on intelligence being under the office of the president? One, the office, or do you think that would allow the officers to be able to investigate him or those associates of the president? And wouldn't that give him power to manipulate those who go against him?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm an official within the South African Police Service. I don't work within intelligence structure. Therefore, I cannot comment about the working arrangements of the state security at the office of the president. I know for a fact that when the state security was having their own minister back in the days, and they were not reporting to the office of the president back then, there were wrong things that were happening within intelligence, state security specific. There was even theft of money within the facility. So there were a lot of wrong that was happening there at state security, and that was happening, whereas that same entity was not reporting to the president. So whether they are within the presidency or they're outside the presidency, it doesn't seem to make any difference. If they are bad outside, they will be bad inside. I cannot see the difference between them because, yeah, I'm privy to some things that were happening there. Because, yeah, let me not go further on it because we'll end up saying things that I shouldn't be talking about here. but
No, lana ukhululekile Mkhwanazi. Awuzwa lutho. Shona khona.
no, well, we'll leave it here. Some of us have got gray hair already because we've seen a lot. You've heard a lot. The privilege I have is that in many other parts of the security cluster, there are men and women that felt that it's important for them to share information with me. They've been sharing information with me from back then, and they're still sharing information with me now. And I know evidence. And I think the good thing they did was to make sure that they make use of people that are close to me to work in those environments so that I'm privy to such information. So that's why I'm saying some of the things don't belong to this place. It belongs to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. If they were to invite me one day, I'll share things with them that I don't think they'll be ready to hear themselves.
In your proposals last night, you mentioned certain things that you wish in the subs which they should be changed or changed that can be used lapaya. So I want to ask this question, Uguti. In your own general knowledge, would you think it is safe for our state intelligence to remain in the office of the president? And would that not hinder or delay certain investigations that might be against the president, that might be against his friends and close associates? I want to repeat that question because I want your own thinking. Is it safe? I've never seen it in the world where intelligence is in the office of the president, and I don't know why. But I feel that alone hampers some MPs might not be able to be vocal about certain things. So what's your take on that? And if you even said if you were sitting here, Advocate Johnson sitting that side, you'll be able to question him to give us some answers. So I'm asking you in this same position, would you be able to tell us or South Africa, is that a proper way of doing things, or would you prefer it being done like that? And at the same time, doesn't that give power to politicians, where intelligence resides in the office of a politician, a senior politician of the country, who has 10 years in the office? When he exits, how safe is the country? Thank you.
Honorable Chair members, I don't want to go deeper into discussing the structure of government because I'm not a leader in government. I'm not elected to be there. I'm not appointed to be in that position. So expressing my opinion as a citizen is one thing, but I'm sitting here to come and account about what transpired in July and what we're dealing with as a police. So I said earlier, I know that intelligence at one stage, when at least I was involved with the police management at the time as acting national commissioner, the intelligence was not falling under the office of the president. It was standing independently somewhere. But there were bad things happening there at the very same intelligence, while it is not at the office of the president. So I don't see then why it would be different now. That now it's in the office of the president, it is exposed to be doing wrong. If it's outside the office, it's not. But I have evidence that it was wrong then. They were doing wrong at the time, whilst they were outside the office of the president. So what will stop them not to do now? If you take it back and they go outside the office of the president, what difference is it going to make? When people are dirty, they are dirty, regardless of where they're working. So perhaps the parliament might want to look at whether is any risk associated with that and any evidence that can be produced to support that, and then make recommendations through the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence and through the class and the president in order to restructure that if need be. But for me, as Jerome Mkhwanazi sitting here, I can comment about the positioning of crime intelligence because it's within my space. But to comment about intelligence community as SSA department, they are independent away from me. I don't know how they operate. I'm not part of them. So for me to comment on it, it will be wrong. So I wouldn't want to get into that. Invite me to talk about crime intelligence and make my proposals about it. Maybe I can. I made some yesterday about how they must account and so forth. And part of I might recommend of crime intelligence, they shouldn't report to a deputy national commissioner because that post constitutionally doesn't even have to be there. So the head of crime intelligence is supposed to report to the National Commissioner and to the Joint Standing Committee in Parliament, then a county and Inspector General of Intelligence, and of course, the security or the intelligence structure that is established at NECOC and the likes. This presence of the Deputy National Commissioner post create this problem where JRSB then want to intervene, and the Joint Standing Committee invite JRSB to come and present issues of intelligence, and yet is not a command of intelligence. So it's part of the deficiencies that we have to correct.
One last question. How do we breed police who will stand firm for the country like you did? And how do you protect them from being killed after they have done so well, like a PKTT, which is overlooked when it comes to being recognized or rewarded?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I think because of the members of government or members of parliament and all the leaders of our society that must do something to make sure that there's an employment out there, that the youth go to university and study and they get opportunity to go and work. And by so doing, they'll do what they're passionate about. But we find of late, most recent advertisement, we're looking for 5,000 police officers. We have more than 1 million applications. And more than 50% of those are graduates. They all want to be police officers. They don't have it in their heart to chase criminals. They don't have it in their heart to lay their lives before the citizens to protect them. About them is job. They have to get employment. So they're applying to join the police not because they want to protect and serve. They're joining the police because it is a career for them that they want to pursue. They're unemployed, they're sitting at home. So if you were to ask me about the police officers that are committed to do the job, there are many of them. But unfortunately, I cannot thumbs up now and give the percentage of the total workforce. How many of them are actually dedicated? How many of them are not? We have 3 categories of employees that we have. We have those that want to lay their lives. And the majority of those that want to lay their life, they listen to the guidances that you give them as a police in terms of equipping themselves with regard to survival tactics, because we teach them those things. And they practice that. They stay fit, they stay healthy, and they stay sharp all the time. They don't go into dangerous situations alone without inviting their colleagues to accompany them. So those are the good ones that really do what we try to help them to do. And there's limitation on what government can do to protect the protector. The protector is supposed to protect the citizens. So therefore, the protector must be equipped with resources, physical and skills and the likes, to allow that person to protect himself or herself. So we have that group that is there, that we must continue affording the opportunity to be reskilled so that they learn the tricks and tactics that are going to help them to survive. But then we have the group that is lazy in the middle. That missing group in the middle who doesn't want to work, who just enjoys the salary at the end of the month. Something needs to be done about them. That's why performance management and the likes that needs to be reviewed, because there's quite a lot of them that are somewhere in the middle. They are not acting because some of them are lazy, but some of them are not acting because they're afraid of the consequences of acting against criminals. They end up not doing anything. So we have to deal with that group. But then we have the rogue squad on the side, the criminals within the system, few of them. But I believe that our labor laws that deals with the punishment of those, it's allowing them to stay within the organization despite all the evidence that might be presented to get them out. Technicalities, you dismiss a person who was involved with robbery, caught red-handed, arrested, and then it is dismissed in the organization, and he makes an appeal through the council. And on technical grounds, some of the technical ground is because there was no one representing the state who came to argue the case, therefore a default judgment is given. We are forced to reinstate that person back into the organization. It's the labor law that allows that to happen. So it does not take away that he's a criminal. So he's reinstated back into the service because the system allows it. Then you see it with a person that is already been found or arrested for serious crime, but he still wears the uniform with you. And that's what we need to try and fix. So you have that rogue squad that I wouldn't worry about their safety. We have this missing group in the middle that I shouldn't worry much about their safety. But we have the hardworking cops, as we're talking about, We need to provide them with resources, physical, to help them to stay safe. We have to provide them with different skills that should allow them. And as we are saying, motivation is key. The reward system that we have perhaps might need some adjustment. Yes, we do have, but it might need to perhaps to be readjusted so that it benefits the majority instead of the few. Yes, we are going to reward a person. For instance, let me use as an example that we always do. We'll give a vehicle to a top police officer that we have, but the vehicle costs R500,000. But you have more than 10 or 20 police officers who are actually doing exceptional work. But you don't have means to reward all of them, you reward one. But you can take that vehicle and sell it and spread that money and give it to all of them and buy them things that can benefit the majority. But because of limitation as an organization on these rewards, the system of government doesn't allow us to take your money, taxpayers' money, to reward members like that. So therefore, we have to go and look for sponsors somewhere. And when you get a sponsor, there's condition that you can't take money from outside. You have to get, so there's those limitations that makes it impossible to reward everyone. Again, the promotion system we have in the police, it's not about what you've done and how good you are. It's about how you perform before the panel. You arrive before the panel, you exceptionally well, you tick all the boxes, you get appointed, and yet you are lazy. You get the rank, you go outside, you don't deliver. But how can the panel not appoint you? Because if you're not appointed, you reach a grievance and you say, I perform better than this one. I've got this qualification and that qualification before that one. A hard-working horse usually does not have time to study. A real police officer, he runs around with a dog, chasing criminals out there. He is on the boots and overall every single day getting dirty, search for dead bodies under the water and do all the dirty things. Whereas the one who sits in the desk has got time to register the university and research and post get advertised, he can see the computer, can apply. That one doesn't even see the computer. He end up not applying, end up not getting motivated because he doesn't get promoted. Then you have someone who's a desktop person who then become a commander of this one. And then it demoralizes the members. So it's a system within the organization that we might need to look at. And unfortunately, because we are centralized at the national level, we can come up with a proposal, it won't change the policy of the organization. But if it's decentralized, this thing in the province, maybe with the provincial management, we must start saying, how can we best motivate these members that we have? You might come with a reward system that involves the provincial government that may be in a better benefiting of the members that you have in organization. So it's different approaches that we might want to employ.
I think I would be correct if I say we both agree that what we need to look at is the constitution of the country. That somewhere it has problems. ANC, I'm a victim. So young victimize, I'm a victim, young victimize. Sorry, it's low. So would I be wrong if would I be correct if the constitution has flaws? Because the Minister of Home Affairs comes out and says there was a whistleblower who was shot twice, and that whistleblower is still alive, unlike the lady who was killed for it at Tembisa. And the murderers or the suspects are still out with the Lamborghinis. And it's the same law that takes those people out. They are not even arrested. The people you've mentioned that have done wrong, together with the minister, are not in jail. None of them is not in jail. Do you think it's the constitution that hinders us to deliver?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's a constitution. It's the legislations that have been written and passed through this parliament, sometimes that contribute to such. Not necessarily the constitution per se. The Criminal Procedure Act, how you facilitate an arrest of a person. Back in the days, we could listen to your phone without asking your permission. You came up with the legislation, they said, we cannot do that. We must apply to a judge. The judge is not appointed, and then we sit and wait until the judge is appointed one day before you can listen to the phones. The judge is appointed, then we can listen to the phones. We arrest a criminal with the phone in his hand. And we want to take the phone and download the phone. You pass a legislation that says, Cyber Act, you can't open this phone without getting a consent from the person. So we ask a person, can you open the phone? He says no. then you're doomed as a police. Then you must start the whole lengthy process again. So the legislation is passed to try and protect the citizens, but the unintended consequences of that protection leads into criminality. So we have to balance the two at times. Not to say what the legislation is saying is wrong, but we must also look at what is an unintended consequence of this legislation. And then you value, you balance the two and say which one weighs the most. I said earlier, if you want to prioritize the human rights of a person, whether is not arrested, whether is arrested, definitely the rights of the person that has been found guilty and is incarcerated must be totally different than a person who's walking on the street. But what we find happening is that there is more rights for those in prison than you have for the person on the street. And I want to challenge you to look at your budget expenditure for the people in custody per day cost of an inmate versus what the grant you are giving to a person who's a law-abiding citizen outside the month. 350 versus 350 a month versus a 500 rands a day. That's how the scale is like. So come to prison, you're going to get education for free, you're going to get free food, you're going to get shelter, you don't run out of water and so forth. Go outside of prison, you live in a shack. You must rob someone to have bread to eat at night. That's a reality that we find in this country. So the legislation must really, legislators yourself, we plead that you must please look at these things so that when we recruit in the police, we must recruit people who want to protect themselves, not the career people that they can't find jobs somewhere else and they come to the police as a job opportunity that is created.
Thank you, Honorable Shong. At the time you started with your questions, your party had exhausted 35 minutes of your 40. But due to the reasonableness and benevolence of the chairperson, I still allowed you to.
Chair, Honorable uyahlela and that.
So that I'm saying this because I want other honorable members who are still going to speak to understand that you benefited, not unduly, but from the benevolence of the chairperson. So if such benefits accrue to them, it must be our understanding, all of us. Honorable members, under normal circumstances, any candidate will sit for an examination for 3 hours. Since we started questioning at 27 minutes past 9, it's now almost 20 minutes to 1. It means it's 3 hours, 13 minutes. And I'm going to plead with you that, okay, before I make the announcement, let me recognize the presence of the following members of Parliament in our midst. We have Honorable Pambo, Honorable Tambo from the EFF, Honorable Ghana from Rice Msansi, and Honorable Mutaung from the MKP. I saw Honorable Adams. He has been in and out from the Colored People's Congress. I just felt I must take this opportunity because in the morning when we started, I recognized the honorable members who are the members of the committee and called them by names to confirm their presence. So it's also befitting that your presence is recognized here. Thank you so much for your presence. When we come back, we are going to, because I want to avoid a situation where we have a marathon like this, asking one witness questions for a time spending 3 hours. When we come back, we are going to take the Democratic Alliance and the EFF. And then we will have a comfort break. And then come back and take the IFP, the the Patriotic Alliance, the Freedom Front Plus and Action SA, and then have a comfort break. That is, so I'm making this announcement so that honorable members, we can from time to time remind each other if the chair misses that out to say, no, chair, you said after the EFF, we'll have a comfort break, and then we'll have a comfort break after Action SA. That will be the order of proceedings when we come back. And my apologies, General, we should have broken after 2 hours to give you a break. But let me thank you for your endurance. We are breaking for lunch now. We will come back at 1:30. Thank you so much. Yes, 1:30.
No, I understand. Shemnambi. No, they were going to get a
You are late. What do you want to do? After lunch. You want to do it now or after lunch? I'm going to listen to it. I can't remember what it is. She makes mistakes. Something that you research on present. Jason is really both like this.
Yeah. No, just for you. I think on my girls, but I was. Maybe they don't know. She didn't know that. Linda is having employment at the moment. She only works at the dairy. And has decided. Because I live this. And so we have a beautiful on Saturday to city of Kidang and Kidang. Yeah. That's just like, like 1 to 2. Like I have something for now. This is now like really long. That's my point is senior parliament. So because we are not even I'm not going to be like but does he work in the one where you I also don't.
and then we take a break. So I'm going to allow the proceedings to flow. Honorable Cameron, after you hand the baton to the next speaker. Honorable Shkeleng, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to clarify that both of us are full members today, so we should actually get an hour and 10 minutes and not only 40 minutes, the same as the MK, Chair. For clarity, please. Thank you.
I explained to, you see, you are now wasting our time, respectfully so, because, you know, I personally came to consult with Honorable Cameron to say, in the absence of Honorable Bradenbach, you are a full member, and that is what the rule says. But you have the opportunity of an extra 10 minutes, which we allocated across the parties for the alternates. So now you have 40 minutes, which you are going to use, the two of you now. And then when we go for the last round, the African National Congress, the MKP and yourself will still have chance, but yourselves and the MKP will be sharing 1 hour. It means 30 minutes each, because that is the time that will be remaining for yourselves. Is it very clear? Yes. So now we take the 4 speakers, we break. When we come back from break, Honorable Mnwango, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James, you should be ready because it will be your session. Honorable Cameron, your time starts now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. General, I can see the top of your head will be ducking and diving here. Thank you, Chair. General, I'm going to jump straight into it. The first question is specifically regarding institutional stability and leadership. Yesterday, especially, you touched quite significantly on leadership models and challenges, that have been experienced over the years. And you specifically remarked that SAPS is continuously being restructured and that such restructuring is never completed. Has the frequent change in national commissioners contributed to that instability? I call it instability. We may call it something else, but I think you gather what the gist of my statement is. And which, if any, of the national commissioners that you know of have actually served a full term? I'm going to add a second question. Chair, is it fine if we do 2 questions again as earlier? And the second one is, what reforms would you suggest to secure leadership continuity and ensure that operational successes, like some of the ones that you've used examples from the PKTT, are not disrupted by changes at the top?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The institutional instability in the organization, the causes of that, I like to believe that it's mainly because of the ever-changing national commissioners that we've had over time in the organization. And I think it started when Commissioner Silebi left. And I did an introduction, honorable chair members. You will recall that you are working on a national development plan as you are here in Parliament, which is supposed to be rolled out. And one of the recommendations in that plan talks about the demilitarization of the South African Police Service. So back in the days, the focus was about demilitarization of the police by introduction of the new ranks, and we change our training curriculum and so forth, amongst other things, in order to change how we do business. Although the criminal did not necessarily change the method of operations, but we had to try and fit into the democratic system of the country. So with that change happened in 2009, we had a new administration that was ushered in. And the new administration felt that the ranks that you are using are not strong enough to withstand the crime that is out there. And as a result, Honorable Chair, with your permission, maybe I should ask Honorable Mwango to enjoy the seat so that I can be able to see the honorable member that we are responding to, because he's not visible. If we enjoy the seat and sit back, yeah, that will do. Thank you so much.
Let me do like this. Honorable Mwango, may I request you to occupy the seat next to Honorable Shikela. You will come back so that there can be direct eye contact between the speaker and the witness. And thanks very much for your understanding. Honorable members, maybe before you resume, Honorable Shongwe, when you don't see him here, he's out on an emergency. He will rejoin us. We have also been joined by Honorable Matangu, who is a member of the National Assembly. Thank you so much. Back to you, Honorable Camera.
I was still saying, Honorable Chair, that the frequent changes that happened and also the political changes that happened brought about this. You had, as I said, when the National Commissioner came in 2009 with the new administration that came in, there was this introduction of these military ranks. Today we have, I'm failing to count the number of generals. I think we are the ones who got the record number of generals that we have in the organization. And in the true sense of things, that the Constitution doesn't talk about the rank general. It talks about commissioners. But because of the will at the time that the executive changed that and amended the regulations and introduced these titles of generals, which honestly, if you were to ask me, I'll rather be called a provincial commissioner than be called a general. It's a military term that we should be using. It's some of the things that perhaps we might want to start looking at as going forward. But those, I think, contributed in such a manner that you have this then National Commissioner coming in, the Act gives powers to the National Commissioner to restructure. Before the restructuring is finalized, is gone. You know how Gerald Cele left, how long he was in the police. Gerald Pierre comes in. Well, I came in to act at the time. It was on an acting capacity, not permanent, but then Gerald Pierre came in and she didn't last. There were issues and she left. So each time one comes in and there's a structure is adjusted again. But the process of finalizing the structure takes long as well. It's something that should have been looked at differently to try and shorten the plan. But perhaps anyone who comes in as a national commissioner ought to have a strategy in the plan that maybe within the prescribed timelines, such a plan may need to be presented to the portfolio committee of police and be approved and adopted, and which must then be accompanied by the structure, so that once it's agreed there, then the structuring happens. Within the first 12 months, it must be finalized, so that at least you know for the rest of the term of that administration, you have a structure that is adjusted to fit a strategy that has been presented and approved and be adopted by government going forward. So those are some of the things that I feel perhaps we might want to look at adjusting as part of the reforms that could help us. But some of the things, as I said, the national commissioners that came after Gerald Cele did not last long. And there's not even a single one of them that has finished the term. So we've had acting new national commissioner, acting new national commissioner, acting new national commissioner. So it's always been changing. And largely, that is influenced by, I spoke earlier about how the ministers move. The new one moves out, comes in, and the new one is out. There's no exchange of notes, nothing. Same with the police. The new national commissioner is gone, then other one takes over, they don't talk. There's no handing over certificate. That which we are lectured on in terms of handing over, we don't do that at that level. So as a result, you have a new national commissioner coming in and starting things afresh, especially because the law empowers the president to appoint a woman or a man without prescribing the skills and qualification that a person must have. So if you're going to get someone who's not familiar with policing, it's going to take you that long for for that person to try and understand what is the need of a constable on the ground before you can address that. And we worry about positions at the senior level around our offices and the likes. That part of the problem that we have. So if we're to ask me about some reforms that we might look at, I spoke about one in my statement, that I think it's time that we revisit the Constitution as this Parliament of GNU might want to revisit the Constitution, the section of the Constitution that talks about the central command and control of the police. Let this National Commissioner be held accountable for, yes, reports will come from province, as the Department of Education will do, but each province is held accountable for the performance of education in that province through the MEC's office. The Minister of Education will come and release results in the country as a whole. And yet the minister is not necessarily directly in control of what's happening in a specific province. We might want to adopt something similar to that. It's across different departments, but reserving a certain priority of crimes that cuts across the board that might need to then be elevated as a national priority crimes that be handled at the national level. So by so doing, you're going to also have a national commissioner having to worry up and prioritize his energy on specific things than to look after this entire big Titanic that we have as an organization. Typical example, honorable chair and members, you have a department of government that has got a DG, it's got DDGs, and there's so many DDGs per personnel that they have, which is a department that regulates how public service should work. The department itself, from public service, themselves, they've got so much senior management amongst them. If you take that and balance it with the police and the responsibility of the National Commission, the police, it's almost impossible to manage. It's impossible. So it's about time that we decentralize a lot of things so that National Commission can focus on what the national government priorities should be and focus on that. So I think that is the main one that I thought I must put in there. But other than that, there are some pieces of legislations that are vested with the minister's office, which to some degree, I think might also need to be revisited. Some of them, Farm Control Act as an example. Once there's a corruption at the Farm Control Office in Pretoria, it's going to affect the entire country because that office is not able to improve efficiency in terms of how to facilitate licenses, and is not able to deal with people that are violating the act in terms of removing the licenses away from them. So simple because you have the whole country to worry about. But if that was given to a province, then the province will worry about that. The liquor, we have a National Liquor Act, we have provincial ones. So the provinces that really pay attention on their Liquor Act, they have better controls on how the sales of liquor is done in different provinces. But the national liquor is still there because it regulates this shipment of big liquor outside the country, things coming into the country. It focuses on those, whereas the provincial legislations are looking at things that are happening within the province. So whilst in the police, you want to decentralize and be able to control in a smaller scale at the national office on some of things that you need to focus on as the police, but there is also some piece of legislation that might need to be reviewed that will allow the police to be able to perform their task better. And I believe if we do those things, it might create some stability within the management of the police.
Thank you, General. General, just as a matter of interest, I just made a note. Of all of these Lieutenant Generals, you actually mentioned it earlier as well. All of these Lieutenant Generals, I think you said there are 10 or 11 of them at head office. How many of them are actually career police officers that came through the ranks? Because it feels to me, and going on the way that you explained it earlier, that we can actually save a lot of money that could go to the provinces to assist in ground level policing. But we've got this top heavy office, head office, call it head office, where I'm not so sure that it's making a significant contribution.
Yeah, well, honorable members, I'm not sure of the numbers. I'll be under correction, but by and large, those that are within the support environment, which carries the big numbers at the head office. A majority of them are professionals that came to the service without necessarily having to grow within the police. But you might find maybe in the provinces similar thing happening. But I think the challenge that we are having with regard to these numbers that we have, again, is the power that is vested to the National Commission by the Act. The National Commission can create a post and grade it to whatever level they want to grade it, and they appoint a person there. So we've moved from 2 deputies to 3 deputies to 5 deputies and back to 3 deputies. Moved from 2 divisions to 10 divisions. So we just divide the cake as we want. You divide to create a post. Our organizational development with qualifications that they have, they're not independent enough to tell us that you're not supposed to, cannot have this, because the budget doesn't allow it, the purpose and function and the workload of this job does not qualify this. But you're going to find the organizational development will tell you that, yeah, it's justifiable in terms of our tool to have a brigadier at the head office responsible for 2 people appointed as a brigadier versus a commander of OR Tambo Airport who's responsible for 1,000 members. Durban Harbour is responsible for 1,000 members, but it's a brigadier as well. OD will tell you that, and you can't argue with them. And we always say to them, you are not objective in what you do. You are doing it because the boss tell you he wants that block. So honorable members, that controls in terms of the structure, if it's still vested with the National Commission, then we have a problem. Gerald Stolle signed the structure on what I drafted on my iPad as a proposal. When I walked out the door, the unions came in, the structure was signed on the day, according to my proposal. That's why today we have a division called Vispol and Operations, because I'm the one that proposed that we might want to come up with something like this. Said, no, I like it. You put it in structure, sign it. Without research, without doing anything, and it's implemented. So those are typical examples. So Parliament does not play a role in terms of controlling this structure. So maybe we might want to revise that, say, before you have the structure finalized, yes, you can engage with the labor and everyone else, but bring it to Parliament and it must be supported by your strategy. And then we can look at the money, total budget of what goes to compensation and versus what goes on operations and what goes to the executive versus what goes, because the cost of one lieutenant general in the police, beside the annual package of one individual salary, you have the support staff with you. So you spend at least easy 5 million rand per annum for one person. And add the furniture, the vehicles, the running cost of the office, it amounts to a lot of money. But those are things you don't pay attention on. So when you then ask yourself, is there need of that office? When you realize that, no, actually there's no need of that office. You can do without it. Okay. But because someone we come from a time where National Commission decided to have the head of communication at the lieutenant general level. And it's been downgraded again. You're going to find another one who's going to upgrade something and another one coming in and downgrade. It depends who's a friend that wants to be entertained at the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, General. General, I want to move to the famous 5 March meeting. I laughed the other day. I went and watched it again on YouTube, and I saw it's probably one of the highest watched parliamentary portfolio committee meetings in a long while. You've said that the PKTT was highly effective. We've seen a lot of the results. On that day, General Khumalo spoke about it as well. The National Commissioner touched on it. Just in terms of the 5 March meeting, General Khumalo and Minister Mkhwanazi briefed Parliament on the PKTT's phase out and its successes. They presented it. We've all seen the presentation. But there was no objection from General Khumalo or anyone else for that phasing out. The way that the minister presented himself and the way that the National Commissioner concluded matters when we spoke made it difficult to see that there's a disagreement about the disbanding of the political killing task team. No one in the committee that I'm aware of said, no, wait a minute, there's a chaotic conflict going on here. What was the situation at the time? Because all of the messaging seemed aligned.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, when And I must thank you first, Honorable Member, for allowing me the opportunity to appear before the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Members, a normal culture is that the Portfolio Committee is going to write through the Minister to the National Commissioner and inviting the police to come and appear before them to present whatever the Portfolio Committee wants them to be presented. But in this case, I personally contacted the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and requested that he please, if there's a meeting coming up, he must invite me because I need to speak about certain things that are troubling me, that are affecting the organization. So he tried that meeting, I think it was early as February, if I'm not mistaken, and there was something that happened and it had to be postponed to March, and eventually we met on the 5th of March. So we would have met earlier than that. So I was not part of the development of the presentation. I did not ever know, because it was not shared with me, the presentation that was present. I was shocked to sitting in my office and I see they are agreeing with what the minister is saying. And to me, it was disturbing, but I couldn't say anything because it's coming from my boss. That means my boss is in agreement with what the minister is saying. So he is the National Commission. If he decides, so it goes. I can't stop it. But the appearance before the committee, I agree with the Honourable Member that at the time when the presentation was made, the Minister of Police was in support of this winding down plan that was proposed. And the National Commission is the one who came with that proposal of this winding down plan. So therefore, I wouldn't have expected the committee to do anything about it because it was just an information sharing for noting. I don't think it was for the committee's decision, that one. The only one that for me, which perhaps some of the things being viewed the most, is my comment on it, where my part came in. I think my expectation on that one, Honorable Chair and members, is that I've hinted on the involvement of players outside the police, people that are in position of sensitive things. I introduced the problems that existed in 2011 going forward. I was expecting a follow-up from there, to say, you can't come here before South Africans, because Parliament is South Africa. So when we appear there, I thought I'm now reaching South Africans, whereas we are visual, everyone else can watch this thing live. And there's going to be some movements on it, and nothing happens. And so I was kind of, demoralized in a way that the place where I thought is going to make us to do something, nothing much happened. To be honest, Honorable Chair, the member of the very same Portfolio Committee that the Honorable Chairperson of Portfolio Committee knows very well, Mr. Adams, I don't know if he's here today, but his response on that day was clear to everyone that he cared less about what Khumalo is presenting. He cared more about the narrative he's pushing. He's the one that's been behind this promotion or the appointment of this young lady into the post of a brigadier in the police. When it was put in that very same meeting that Gerald Khan, his blue-eyed boy, was promoted without advertising a post, from a rank of a colonel to a major general, without advertising a post. And there's no talk about that. But you want to criticize this one.
So, sorry, General, interrupting. I think General Masemola also said that included General Moodley as well.
That was mentioned. But you would expect that the members to pause and say, wait, this appointment of this girl is not the only thing. Let's look at the entire problem. But because they were so focused on their plan, they ignored whatever that was presented and they focused on what they're doing. I mean, his opening remarks of the National Commission that day about the counter fight from members of crime intelligence was not necessarily taken forward. So I would have hoped that something good is done about that. But in as far as the task team specific is concerned, I don't think the Portfolio Committee will have done anything about it because it was just an information to share. The biggest problem for me was what is happening at intelligence in the main. And I think at the time, I don't even think that the Portfolio Committee was briefed about the CJ Ops that is running in Gauteng, the counterintelligence operation facing. I don't think we share that with the committee on the day.
Thank you, General. General, furthermore, two or three questions regard. I think just for clarity's sake, am I correct? Then I think the assumption, or I think you mentioned it in the commission as well. But is it that same member of the committee that speaks with General Khan?
That's correct. And the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Okay. Just in terms of the official record of 5 March, there was no reference to drug cartels or judicial capture or even interference. For example, the name of Nhlanhla wasn't mentioned on the 5th of March. And obviously it became central to your press briefing you did a few months later. Were they already known to you then, or did the evidence emerge later? And or, I mean, was it part of a sensitive investigation, something you couldn't have said then yet? And then a question touching on that, the March engagement didn't directly mention any ministerial interference. I mean, we had the question regarding Brown Mkhwanazi, where the minister said they're not acquaintances. Colleague sitting next to me later on laid charges against the minister when we found out that was not truthful. But the matter regarding manipulation within the MPA or the judiciary or threats to your safety that featured very prominently in later statements. Now, when did those concerns arise first? Because why were they not raised in the parliamentary discussion? You know, and then to conclude those two questions is, looking back, do you think that we may have been in a better position or better placed as a committee to be able to respond to those issues had they been included in the March presentation or in the March dialogue with some kind of indication or evidence or even an objection with regards to what the minister said? Thank you, General.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, members, the portfolio committee that sat on the day had its own agenda. And when you listen to the presentation that was made in general, I don't think the portfolio committee will have done much on it, because the presentation was done by the executive authority, which is a minister who was leading that presentation. But the issues that were raised during the presentation that should have triggered the members of the portfolio committee to say, wait a minute, National Commissioner, your opening statement, you are saying this, what's going on? That is one. But the more was about me bringing into this committee a player of a person outside the structure of the police. Because I'm the one that spoke about Mkhwanazi. I'm the one who spoke about Mkhwanazi having this easy access to crime intelligence. So when I raise things like this, I would have expected the commission to act on it, especially because I tried to reach out to the minister and I failed. The minister is on the platform. Mkhwanazi says there is a Brown Mkhwanazi who's close to the minister. The minister says, I don't know the fellow that Mkhwanazi is talking about. The least should have happened is to say, oh, wait. Minister, you're saying, Mkhwanazi, why are you saying that this man is close to him? And the minister, why are you denying this man? Right there and there should have been interrogated, and we get into the bottom of this from the start. But I understood at the time you were pressed for time. You had another engagement because the meeting was running late. I think you had to leave. So, and even the members, as they were engaging, they didn't engage that much on that matter. The allegations, for instance, that were made that the money from the secret fund account with crime intelligence is used to finance the PKTT. It was one of the things that were raised by the members, and in my address, I responded to that I never took money from the police station to the PKTT. The record speaks for themselves. Those are the things that were highlighted in the presentation that the portfolio committee will have said, but you are saying this, Mr. Adams, in this committee, but here's the police are saying this, disagreeing with them. So what are you getting from? So that robust interrogation of things that I was expecting to happen. But as I say, it happened towards the end of that meeting. But what I presented before the committee on the day is what for me was a concern. Obviously, I was not too much privy about more information of the relationship between Mkhwanazi, the minister, the Nhlanhlas, and the likes, because remember, I had asked for a meeting in February. Shortly after the minister wrote the letter, that's when I asked. And shortly after the members were deprived an opportunity to be recognized during the Excellence Awards, that's when I requested for a meeting. But later, when the investigation continued, then we started discovering a lot of other things. And then I realized that some of the members within the portfolio committee are players into this. Let me take it out there into the public and not come back to the committee. But I must say, Honorable Chair and members, the majority, I would say more than 90% of the presentation before the portfolio committee, you cannot falter the portfolio committee of not responding, except the percentage where I came in and I started talking about it. For any other person, they should have raised alarm to say, who is Mkhwanazi at crime intelligence? Who is this Mkhwanazi at the Minister of Police? Who is this Mkhwanazi? And the minister simply denies, and it ends there. That's my only concern.
Thank you, General. General, you should remember on the day I actually asked the Honourable Adams to tell his handlers to back off because it became increasingly hostile in the meeting to the point where even some police members were sending me messages saying, hang in there, because it was just chaos. And he then accused me of being handled by the National Commissioner, as you would remember.
I remember very well that one.
It made it very, very frustrating. General, I've got two more questions. The rest I'll leave for later. I'll come back to the 5th of March later. But with regards to Richard Mkhwanazi, another example that I used is Major General Mboto's controversial promotion in the Hawks. Do they highlight the need for more independent vetting? Because surely, I mean, the promotion of General Mboto in the DPCI last year was significantly controversial if you considered his background. And Richard Mkhwanazi's retirement, the fact that General Sithole signed off on his retirement and he retained his rank despite all the controversy around him, similar to Ria Piecha. How do we approach that? You have touched on it today. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen again? And then my last two questions, is would you say that there's still significant influence from Mkhwanazi in this whole ordeal? When I say ordeal, it feels to me like his name keeps popping up. It's almost like this thread that runs through the last 15 years. Is he still in there? I mean, I asked Minister Mkhwanazi in Parliament whether he'd commit to an open investigation regarding Richard Mkhwanazi's two sons, of which I think one of them runs the grabber unit that can tap phones in crime intelligence. And he committed to that. But obviously, if you look at what happened over the last few months, nothing happened. So my last question is regarding misinformation. You've spoken publicly about rogue elements within the system. Given the sensitivity of I think yesterday you touched on threat and risk assessments as well, particularly those concerning public reps, whistleblowers, and police officers that are at risk. What dangers do these leaks of information out of the rogue elements in, for example, crime intelligence or SSA for that matter, pose to those individuals? And do we know who these information agents are? You mentioned some of the journalists. Are there people that you can share with us that keep on, say, for example, using social media to drive a specific agenda? Thank you, General.
Honorable Chair and members, maybe let me start with the very last one. I sit here as the Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, and I've received, I'm trying to find this information. I had received an inquiry from the journalist about what Lieutenant General Sibia is doing, that the General Sibia has taken legal action against me on what I pronounced on the 6th of July. Honorable Chair, this is Abraham Mashiko, a journalist from News 24, the one who's been handled by crime intelligence, amongst others. This Abraham Mashiko, who started with these stories, and the one who I was told about by his fellow colleague that I spoke about before. The gentleman sends me a WhatsApp message, I cannot remember the date, I'm going to trace it, where he asked me about my comment about the legal step that General Sibia has instituted against me. And my response to him was, Mashiko, out of all these police officers that you have in South Africa and all the senior management of the police, you feel that's important to come and ask me. You are still pushing this narrative, and I hope you are not one of those captured. I use that word, I hope, knowing that he's one of them. I sent it to him. As of course, I don't understand why you bother coming to ask me these things. What is of a concern to you? I don't know any court papers to date. It's a couple of months down the line. I have not seen any court papers. I've not been served with anything. But he might have been briefed that there's going to be this court thing. So he must start asking me questions. So he's one of the enablers. And there are many journalists that we are part of the investigation. That's why I'm calling for a state security investigations against them, because I have a list of them. And there are a handful of them. It's just said that he writes for the same media house that has got very credible journalists who are doing a wonderful job within the very same News 24, who investigate cases of corruption, of murders of people, and they bring it to our attention, which force us to conduct criminal investigations. And yet we have these ones who then are used to publish the wrong information, that misinformation. So I felt that made me make that as an example and quote one journalist whom I've mentioned here. He will approach the court and do everything else, but I'm sitting before this parliament. I have evidence where he sent me this thing, and I still ask him why you feel that you should ask me. And that communication between me and him, I screenshot that and I gave it to a friend of mine. I said, look at what this journalist is. And that message went all over the place. There was one, I think, journalist also in one of the radio station and TV who started criticizing me whether it's necessary for me to respond like that. And I don't know what was I supposed to respond. How was I supposed to respond? Because the same person who took my face and put it on a newspaper that I'm a corrupt person because of the defeating the end of justice case that happened in Richards Bay. It never apologized today about that. So that is typical, some of the people that are involved with this misinformation. For this to stop, I'm going to hope that the lawmakers yourselves in Parliament, you are going to put measures in place to make sure that a journalist is not going to hide behind being a journalist and reporting without fear or favor if he's reporting things that are wrong and they damage other people's images. That they are going to not only be held accountable by that media house by losing their jobs, but they must end up in prison. There must be heavy penalty of the mistakes done by journalists. It cannot be that anyone else is going to be held accountable, but when it comes to the media freedom, it's gospel, whatever they say. It's wrong. It cannot be like that. So they are good journalists, but they are very bad ones also in the mix. The Mkhwanazi matter, I cannot say that he's still paying the part. Look, we might say, I've said yesterday that there are family members of General Mkhwanazi still within crime intelligence. I'm not accusing those family members of being wrong like Mkhwanazi. They might be good police officers. I don't have the facts. But by association, on the risk management point of view, you ought to be careful and say, the person associated with this one, the person was associated with was implicated in the following, therefore let me shield this one. Just a benefit of not this one being accused of being involved in the wrong things. Let me protect this individual by removing this person out of the sensitive environment and put them somewhere else. So there's some of the reforms that General Kumar is trying to implement. Some of the reforms that have been blocked. And the manner to block them is for those members within to spread the information and take it out there to the public space. And there's no consequence for that, unfortunately. And so if the ad hoc committee were to really look at how to protect the information leakages within, and if it does detect it, like Mr. Adams, who then has, and Ms. Kola Barnard, who then are in possession of such sensitive information, they negligently take it out there, they should go to Portsmouth and sit there for a while so that they learn something. It cannot just happen because they are executive, they are in parliamentarians, and it must be easy like that. If that happens, next time they won't take that information from there. Honorable Chair and honorable members of crime intelligence get arrested. The person who communicates out in the social media is an ex-police officer. The lady, your enemy, I forgot the name.
She likes to say she's my enemy, but you can say the name. Patricia Mashale.
Patricia Mashale. Patricia Mashale sends a WhatsApp to Mr. Adams and says, we did it. They communicate like that. We did it. They were in a mission to see to it these members of crime intelligence are gone. They communicate, they say, we did it. I know I was disappointed with Patricia when I saw that message, and I said, but this is a regarded person as a whistleblower in the country. So what is this now? Is this a whistleblowing? You cannot be a whistleblower if we are damaging an institution. We must go and talk out about something if you have failed through the structures to get matters addressed, then you can take it out and be a whistleblower. But you have a platform to address things. Why do you take it out whistleblower? So when the letter of disbandment of the task team was released, she's one of the people that circulated it on the 2nd of January. How did she get hold of it? Those are the questions that one is asking. So that you can see that within crime intelligence, they're not only dealing with parliamentarians or the journalists, they are dealing with anyone else that can spread the news, fake news. So those are the things that might need to be looked at going forward. To ensure that we have a clean system in the organization, is one thing to vet people coming in, and I said yesterday, I said I had an opportunity to be briefed about the system that SIU is using to try and maintain integrity within their space, that we must perhaps, I challenge maybe the portfolio committee to sit down with SIU and get to hear what is it that they do, how they do it, and build from there. Maybe there can be a better institution somewhere that can do better things. The bottom line is, Honorable Chair and members, it cannot be about you come in, you take an oath, and you are forgotten after that. You take an oath today, you walk out the door, you accept bribery, and you just continue doing wrong things, and nobody bothers. There has to be this constant assessment done throughout, so that you are evaluated whether you're still fit for a job or not. You cannot just leave a person forever to be there, not knowing that it's compromised already. So there must be that continuous, but it requires a policy. It requires, because it becomes an employment condition of police officers. So the legislation must talk to it, and the policy that comes from the minister must talk to it, so that the National Commissioner can employ that when he employs these people to their service. I think that's just about, that's just about it. The issue with the CI, the problems, as I said, it's not Gerald Mkhwanazi really that I could say still have an impact. Maybe there is. I don't have evidence. I'm not in that division. But I can tell you, Honorable Chair and members, that we still have a lot of wastages within crime intelligence as a result of these leases that you are having. We still have a lot of mismanagement of funds within CI with regard to the easy payments to informers that are not controlled. A typical example, yes, you might say there's a frustration of the process introduced by the management there in terms of payment of the informers, but they've removed a lot of delegation that was at the provincial level to the national office when it comes to a certain figure that must be paid, because there are some crime intelligence members that will submit claims on monthly basis for 100,000 rand for this one and that one and that one, and they pay 10,000 rand to these informers and they collect the rest. And so they were leaving off that money. So until then the generals and the management start saying, we want to see production before you submit a claim. These vehicles that were collected from people like myself, for instance, who are not working at crime intelligence, but crime intelligence will use the secret fund to buy me a luxury vehicle and I keep it in my house. So there are many of some of the senior officers in the police that were in position of such, that Gerald Khumalo had to do an audit on it and collect it. Unfortunately, one brigadier, Jans van Vieren, is one of the enemies within these people at crime intelligence, because she's coming from PSS, she doesn't know anything about crime intelligence. Gerald Khumalo brings her there and says, do an audit on all these assets. When she goes and check where these assets are, she becomes an enemy herself, because she's doing a job, but she's painted as a bad person. And she's never been a bad person before. Suddenly she arrives at crime intelligence, she's a bad person. So it is those challenges that we're experiencing within. That's why I was saying, how do you then make crime intelligence to account in Parliament? where you have the committee seeing the open account and you have a committee seeing the covert account. So maybe if everything moves into one committee and be accounted at one place, then we're able to scrutinize the entire value chain. I challenge the committee and yourselves. I'm not sure if the Auditor General of South Africa will be able to share the report with you, but for sure the Joint Standing Committee maybe might be able to do that. Just to show the audit that they've done at crime intelligence over the past 5 years, before Khumalo's arrival and when Khumalo was there.
Okay.
The proof is exactly there. You'll see that Khumalo has done so much to improve the works of crime intelligence. But because he's facing this much resistance, he ends up in prison today. And the whole South Africa thinks that he's a bad person, not knowing that he's the one who's been doing the job and is the one that is suffering today. So those are some of the things that end up undercover because of the nature of how the crime intelligence work, and it's not visible. He might not be confident to talk about it, but I'm raising it because, well, I'm not within that space, so I'm not going to be held accountable for such.
Thank you, General. Chair, do I still have 5 minutes?
Have you ended your questions? Have you exhausted them?
I have 3 very brief ones. It's actually 1. 3.
Yeah, remember you share your time with your honorable member. So long as you have an arrangement on how
we do.
You are sharing the time. I'm fine.
And I also wanted to say, Chair, it's her birthday today, so we must just didn't mention it earlier. General, 3 questions. The first one, the leases that you speak of in CI. Are you able to disclose whose properties are being leased internally, that they are not meant to obviously be leasing, where they're getting a significant amount of money out of CI? That's the first question. In terms of the so-called whistleblowers, do you have any indication that whether whistleblowers or, I don't want to call them influencers, but people that have been driving this narrative are have been handed brown envelopes, figuratively speaking? And the third one touches back on the threat and risk assessment issue. And I decided to ask it after your previous answer regarding the post on social media that we got them. The threat and risk assessment of my own family was shared on social media that was leaked from these very rogue CI members. There was 0 consequence for them. I know there was an investigation. To this day, I don't know who leaked it, but it obviously puts myself and my family at risk. That's on the side. The question that I have is, you have an idea if any of that has been vindicated? Maybe I'm asking the wrong person, but I'm trying to get to a point where we can at least see some kind of consequence. Those are my 3 last questions, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Honourable Chair members, I think Gerald Khumalo, perhaps as a divisional commissioner within crime intelligence, might be able to respond to it. But by and large, almost everything that we've seen out there in the media, it's coming from that office of vetting. Some of us, our vetting application has been kept in abeyance for years now, and they don't want to process them. It's the same office that claim that this person was recruited by crime intelligence, was not supposed to be recruited, was given an irregular vetting certificate, whereas while they're still busy with it, they've not issued it yet. So that office and the members working in that office are compromised. And so it's no surprise that the records of your family members went out there in the media, because it can only be that office and few people that's supposed to have control over such. The reporter I talked about that ended up with News 24 this past week, that should not have been there, because there are people within the establishment that does that. And we know who are they. The names of the people that their properties are leased, I might not talk about it because the lease is falling under the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, so I might not be able to give the names. But I can safely tell that the past, which came to my attention, which needs to be confirmed, that one of the police members within crime intelligence, his property was leased by the very same crime intelligence. He's currently working at crime intelligence as one of the senior members within crime intelligence.
Is he one of the names that you have mentioned?
Is one of the names I've mentioned.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable Cameron?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For now, that's it. Next,
Okay.
later on, the Honorable Schikkeling will go on. Thank you, General.
Let's allow the happy birthday honorable member to field her questions. Happy birthday to you, Honorable Shikela.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate it. May I proceed for now?
This must be your happiest moment.
My happiest moment. So that you're going to give me a 5-minute extra, Chair. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a wonderful birthday present. Good afternoon, General. Thank you very much for attending this meeting with us. You allege that there was deliberate obstruction of justice within the system. Can you perhaps share with us some documentary evidence that the minister or any other senior officials deliberately obstructed justice? You have documentary evidence.
Honorable members, the one is a letter that we talk about, the 31st of December 2024 letter. And the others are letters that are written by General Sbiya, directed to Jaro Khumalo. If you look at the NSM annexure on volume 2, you're going to find them as referenced. The first one being the 31st December letter is annexed at NSM 5 on page 78 to 79. And other one information that we have is NSM 8, which is on page 223 to 224.
General, perhaps let me just clarify, besides the official letters that you have in your possession, you don't have any other documentary evidence?
Well, the one is not here, it's WhatsApp communications. They are not here with me, but the team can make them available if required. But that's another documented evidence that we have.
Thank you, General. So, I mean, you've said that on the 2nd of January, you were informed about the letter. How did it come to your knowledge?
It came through a WhatsApp. Someone that is close to me sent it to me on WhatsApp.
And are you willing to disclose who that person is to us or not?
No, I did not talk to him to ask if I should mention his name. I don't think he'll be comfortable with it.
Thank you. You repeatedly use the term political interference, yet you also concede that the minister has constitutional powers to determine policing policy. Where precisely do you think we should draw the line between policy and interference?
I think we need to visit the legislation, honorable members, that will be able to help you. I spoke about the Police Act earlier, and I made a reference to the office of this a Director General that is responsible civilian secretariat in the police. If that office is given the duties and the tasks that it's supposed to perform, then the minister need not to worry about things, because if there's anything in doubt on the minister's head, he must go to the DG. But the minister doesn't do that. The minister will have a legal advisor in his office. He will rely on the legal advisor in the office. The minister will have a chief of staff. He relies on a chief of staff. A matter of fact, honorable chair and members, we were at one stage where I started realizing that something amiss is happening in this organization. When the minister sanctioned the management of the SCPS to go to Kivitskroon, place in Pretoria. I'm sure some of you might know the place. We gathered there, and the entire senior management of the police was called. When we arrived there, the generals from the head office were told to be excused, except the deputies. So all the divisional commissioners had to pack their bags. They arrived there in the morning thinking there's a meeting because they were called, and next thing they were told they're not needed in a meeting. They left. We sat there and we listened to the presentation, and to be honest, honorable chair members, I've been in the organization for this long. I joined the top management of the SCPS in 2011. What I experienced there in that meeting, when the advisor of the minister, Advocate Pikoli, was giving us a lecture about the very same act that we've been enforcing for so many years, was giving us a lecture about the powers of the minister, was giving us a lecture about what the minister can or cannot do. I saw that presentation as intimidation to us, to say to us, must toe the line because the minister, exactly in your words, he has a constitutional right to do this and that and that. So that was a preparation of something. When I walked out of that meeting, the very same meeting, as I walked out, I told the National Commission, something is cooking here. Something is happening here. And I went to General Khumalo and the team were outside. I said, you better be prepared. There's a war coming. I cannot tell what it is. I can't put my finger on it. But from coming on this boardroom, coming out of this meeting, having listened to what Advocate Piccolo was presenting before us, you can't come and tell us about Section 205 of the Constitution, Section 206 of the Constitution. We are senior managers of the organization. We went to PAR to be taught about that. We went to university, some of us, to go and study that. We are practicing that every single day. We are appointed in terms of the very same sections of the Constitution. So who are you now to come and tell us? Advocate Piccolo, you think we don't know that? You are trying to influence us to be believing that when the minister takes a certain decision, it's within his powers. So I suspected from that meeting. I cannot remember the date. I'll give you the date of that meeting. Maybe we must get the presentation also of that meeting that Advocate Piccolo presented to management of the SAPS. And then you wonder, from that presentation, you can conclude that there was a preparation of something to say that the minister can now intervene. The Police Act outlines exactly what the civilian secretariat head must do. One of them is to give the legal advice to the minister. But in all these engagements, you don't see the DG's buoy in that mix. There's nothing about the task team letter. He's not there, the civilian secretariat. There's nothing about any reforms the minister wants to introduce, presentation to us as management, the meetings of the 6th with the PKTT and the National Commission here. I don't think DG's buoy was part of that. The minister hasn't. So every decision the minister has ever taken, he has never taken the DG, who's a civilian secretariat in his office, with him to take these decisions going forward. So the legislation provides for it. Why is he not using it? So what else can then Parliament do if the executive order is empowered by legislation, but the executive order chooses not to use it? Do you blame the legislature? No, you can't blame the legislature. There's a provision for it, but he ignores it. So honestly, when it comes to this, I will argue that the minister cannot come and claim that I have a constitutional or legal authority to shut down teams.
Thank you, General. I think it will be important for us to get the date of that meeting so we can just have some further clarity there. You've also indicated that the minister had never been briefed on the PKTT's work before issuing the directive. However, you yesterday indicated that you're aware that General Khumalo held meetings with the minister and the National Commissioner after the 6th of March. How do you know that prior meetings did not take place regarding the PKTT? And do you have any documentary evidence to prove the contrary?
Up until I started questioning about the case dockets that were taken to Pretoria, only then I became aware of meetings that had taken place. Because these meetings were held in Pretoria as early as January. They were held, I think, in February, and there were meetings in March and late March. I was not informed about all those meetings until such time, and I said, National Commissioner, I need a statement under oath about these dockets that have been taken away and the team been shut down, that whether did you authorize it or not. That's when I became aware that there was a proposal which was not taken by the minister of agreeing to his letter, but in the terms that the National Commissioner wanted to introduce. And the minister did not agree to that. And therefore, I think they realize that if that is not done, because I already said it on the 5th year, that you shut down the unit, you stop investigation, you're committing a crime. Here in Parliament, I said that. And I don't know whether maybe that is what National Commission end up saying, you know what, I'm no longer going to entertain or make any new proposal to the minister. Let him allow Jerome Mkhwanazi to do what he wants to do.
Thank you, General. So you allege that the crime intelligence has been in crisis since 2011 and that we're seeing similar patterns now since then, or to that time. At that time, then, the Minister of Police, Narton Tetwa, may his soul rest in peace, had ordered the closure of the Cato Manor unit. Would it be accurate to say that the current closure of the PKTT mirrors that situation?
I don't think I get the question correctly with regard to the Katumena versus the PKTT. If the member can repeat that, just so we can understand exactly the question.
The Cato Manor unit was closed down by the Minister of Police at that time. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm not sure whether it was closed by the Minister of Police. I think the former general who was in charge of that team might come and explain. But what I know is that the members that were working at the Katumena, they were arrested, most of them. I think that's what led into the unit not working anymore. I doubt whether there was any directive for the unit to be shut down.
So you earlier indicated that there are detectives that were rotated to root out corruption, as some were found to be involved in illegal activities within the PKTT. How many members are we speaking of? Have they been charged for any wrongdoing, and are they still in the SAPS?
I think, honorable members, I won't be able to give you the exact number right now and the whereabout of these members. Safe to say that quite a lot of these police officers, I think somewhere in the 30s, that were arrested and charged. Whether they're still within the service or out of the service, I'll be wrong if I say upfront that they are gone, all of them, or they are still in custody or not. It's some information I can make available, maybe through the portfolio committee. I can share that, or through the chairperson here, the Joint Steering Committee, the ad hoc committee. If it's needed, then we can provide that information.
General, you state that the 121 dockets were removed from the PKTT on Lieutenant General Sabia's instruction, allegedly acting under the minister's orders. Did you record any formal objection in writing or open an internal investigation at that time to safeguard those case files and their evidential integrity, considering that most of them do come from your province?
Yeah, well, I never communicated anything to the minister, never spoke to the minister, neither did General Sibia. The only thing I did was to write to General Kumalo to ask him about this, what I'm hearing, about the dockets that have been taken to Pretoria and the reason for that, and he gave me the response on that. And subsequent to that, I wrote to the NPA in the province because they had given us directive to arrest people. And so I had to tell the NPA that we have failed them, when we have failed our clients because we have not arrested anyone, simply because the dockets were moved to Pretoria, so they were not in a position to do that. So those are the correspondences that I had. But other than that, mine was to try to engage the minister through an informal way, which is engaging the National Commission. I would not have formally written to the minister and asked for a meeting and discussing this thing. When I ended up sending him in a WhatsApp, it was a desperate move to get the minister's attention.
Thank you, General. I actually want to ask you about that because you did mention that you attend regular meetings of the Board of Commissioners, and surely such explosive allegations affect all of your commissioners. It's not just one province. Don't you think that it would have been appropriate for you to address it at that platform or sought assistance from your colleagues in the Board of Commissioners?
I said earlier when I appeared before you yesterday that, honourable members, the POC, by law, it's supposed to be National Commission, Provincial Commissioners. But in reality, it is not. It's the National Commissioner and every other Lieutenant General, including Major Generals at the head office. The agenda is prescribed and is available for the members to look at it if you so wish. There are matters that have been tabled in that POC for noting and some of them for discussion amongst others. But as a provincial commissioner, we might have an opinion in that meeting, but the majority might vote against you. Let me give you an example of it. Example of it is when the Prim of Gauteng, with a good intention to fight crime in the province of Gauteng, but they started a unit that by law should not exist. The Mapanya Panya that is famous. I raised that at the POC, and I said, this is illegal. It's against the law. The Premier must be advised. He's got good intentions, but it cannot be done. The law doesn't allow it. The very same senior managers in the police says, no, just leave the Premier alone. We like this proposal. The following POC, legal services came up with a presentation, and they argued the same thing that I argued. Legal services. they presented that which is done in Gauteng, it's against the law. It should not be allowed. So this was when there was an engagement at the executive authority between the minister and the premier at the time. But already these members were trained and they were said to be part of the provincial law enforcement structure. So my argument in the BOC and the support from legal services was not taken serious at the BOC. So they continue with the training. But because legal services had already taken note of it, they went to the minister and said, Minister, you cannot sign this off. It's against the law. Obvious, the Premier Gauteng one was not very pleased when the minister clearly didn't want to sign it. And as a result, to date, that unit, those group of members could not be incorporated into the Police Act as a result. So they are still there in Gauteng. I'm not sure whether they are enforcing the law or what they're doing in Gauteng, but legally they're not supposed to be there. So what I think at the time, which I even said and I sponsored the meeting, is that you cannot then as a province compare yourself with what's happening at the municipality. I think there was a competition between what's happening at the city of Cape Town, which by law can have such a law enforcement structure. In terms of Metro Police and law enforcement, it's the Act, Police Act provides for that. But the provincial government is not provided for. The legislation doesn't allow it. So I think when it was adopted in Gauteng, it could be perhaps because there were many metros in Gauteng that are not necessarily controlled at the provincial level, or they don't have necessarily a relationship with the leadership at the provincial level because of political dynamics in the province. In relation to Western Cape, where the provincial government and the local government is the same political party. And therefore, the local government with the law enforcement gets more support even from the provincial level. So therefore, that's why there's no interest of initiating something else at the provincial level. They are fine with it being at the municipality level. So I think that's where the challenge was. It's a good initiative, I must say again, that was started in Gauteng, but unfortunately, it was not in line with the law. So you have it, then you appear yourself in POC and you present things like they get shut down. This, I must say, the issue of the political task of the closure of the team was not necessarily discussed in that BOC. There was never an agenda item to discuss that. The agenda items at BOC are things that are prescribed that we're engaging on, not operational things in details. So this one did not get a time in any of the BOCs.
Thank you, General. General, you said that the members of the crime intelligence will be forced to defend themselves and that the best way to do so is to tell the truth and that when the truth comes out, this country will burn. You made that statement yesterday. Can you clarify exactly what truth you are referring to and why you believe it would have such a devastating impact on our country?
Honorable Chair and members, when the intelligence community operate, in order for them to be able to protect the citizens of this country, they must apply covert strategies that when you become aware of it, you might not approve of it. But they are necessary to protect the citizens. They are necessary to protect the country. So it is that which I was talking about, that when a safe house is rented for a particular individual for the sole purpose of protecting that person, and the safe house is then rented for this person to go and stay there. If it comes out in a public place, a typical example might come if for whatever reason, intelligence feels that the best way to hide this person against these criminals is in Camps Bay and next door. But the property that is found in Camps Bay, it cost 50,000 rands a month. And when it's presented before the citizen that we are renting a property for 50,000 rand a month, the first question is going to be asked is, why did you choose that one? Because it's so expensive. Any 3 quotations that you've used, why did you go for that one alone? You should have advertised this thing open in a tender so that you comply with the act in terms of procurement. So all these questions end up being asked. Whereas you want to hide this person. So you can't have a luxury of advertising. You go there specific, said, I want to use your facility in a safe. We've identified it's safe enough to protect this person. We put this person here. They negotiate on the side the cost of that and they put a person in it. But if it comes in open, you're going to start asking whether was this in line with the law. If it's not in line with the law, then you've broken the law. if you want to do this, you must go this fashion, you do this, and that will defeat the purpose of protecting such information. I'm using that as a typical example because it applies. The cost associated with it is one thing. The next thing will be whose properties that you are renting. That's why I said yesterday, you're going to hear the names of the owners of properties. Of some of them might be in this hall where we're at. And then you're going to say, yeah, you rented Mkhwanazi's property because of corruption. Yes, it's Mkhwanazi's property, but it might have been a proper property to use at the time. That's why we chose that one. Unfortunately, Mkhwanazi did not declare that when he submitted his financial statements at the end of the financial year on his disclosure, because he's not supposed to, because this is a COVID operation. He might disclose it on another platform, but not there through SARS and the likes. So those are some of the examples that I'm using. There are many examples where you acquire something, you go and buy a vehicle directly from a garage, a Lamborghini. And then you're going to ask question, why do you buy a Lamborghini for a police operation? We don't understand as citizen, but because the intelligence wanted to infiltrate the Lamborghini crew. So you can't come with a test to mingle with the people that drive Lamborghinis. They must come with a Lamborghini as well to be in there. Until that operation is done, then we dispose of the Lamborghini somewhere else. So those are some of the examples that I can use, but there are many things that the intelligence community do to protect you and me that are done without necessarily following the same legislations that you pass here that you know of. They will know about it at Joint Standing Committee, not you. But it's within the law. Even with the Auditor General of South Africa, when it comes to audit, it's not every auditor that is allowed to walk in and audit there. It's certain categorized auditors that have gotten access to. So they audit, they produce report, and those reports are classified. You'll never see the Auditor General of South Africa standing before South African and talk about that budget and the audit done there. They won't say it. They'll produce report and keep quiet because it's a nature, not only for South Africa, all over the world. That's how it works.
General, I mean, your press briefing was bold. I don't know if I could put it another way. Obviously, there must be some of your senior colleagues and superiors within the police that did not take kindly to this disclosure, obviously. Do you have any records such as emails or memorandums or reports or threats even that you've received after this statement of yours on not only on your life, but that of your family? And, you know, what pushback have you received?
From my colleagues?
Yes.
I have not received any pushback from my colleagues directly. I like to believe indirectly, yes, I did, except Jairus Bia, who went on a national TV and started saying that I want to be a minister, that I shouldn't challenge a minister. I think that's a mistake they made by making a minister to sign a letter thinking we won't challenge it. That was his mistake. He thought we cannot challenge that because it's signed by the minister, and he was wrong. So other than him, the rest of the colleagues that directly coming to me with things, no, I cannot say there was any pushback, but there's been a lot of pushback indirectly through the journalist. A lot of media stories written. Some of those journalists that wrote bad things, they're starting to change their tune now. And they start connecting the dots themselves, which is interesting for me because, well, if they made a mistake, they must acknowledge that and be objective about things. That is just one, but it remains known that there is a relationship between some of the police officers with some people out there that speaks a lot. Whether those people that speaks a lot, they are doing those things being informed by police officers or not, I cannot confirm for now. But I know that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is one of the very close friend of Jairus Bia, business partner, doing whatever thing they do together. The intelligent man in the country that is allowed by the state security or the intelligence community of this country to do as he please in this country. Because he brings in listening devices, he does as he please. And nobody bothers challenging him. And that is unfortunate. So he's one of the people that came very vocal on TV shortly after I made that press briefing. So whether was that voluntarily to defend Bia or was it due to Jairus Bia asking him to do that, I don't know. But I know very well that there's been a pushback indirectly from some of my colleagues.
Thank you, General. General, then I'm going to go to the allegations that you've made against my colleague, Diane Kohler-Barnard. You've accused her of misusing intelligence information. Have you seen any official classified documentation that is labeled with the information on that you cite is in fact being classified?
The list of the properties that were bought by crime intelligence are part attached to a statement. If you're not in possession of the DA statement that she issued, she attached that report. That is on one, which is issued by her. The second one I read to you yesterday. The questions that she asked in your portfolio committee, which she shouldn't have. Perhaps you should have told her that, colleague, this question does not belong. But it went through your portfolio committee to the police, and the response came in the same fashion. So those are some of the one examples that I can bring up now. Anything else that Ms. Kohler-Barnard might be involved with, I think we'll leave it to in-camera discussions with the bodies that's supposed to. Because the nice thing is that people travel and they meet, and wherever they meet, there's cameras. And wherever they meet, there are people that are observing. And wherever they talk, there are footprints left on phones. Even if they delete messages, we retrieve them.
Thank you, General. I just would like to say that you have admitted that the information that you raised in the media statement, which was before the JSCI was constituted, was in the public domain, including the photos, because I went to go and look at News 24's article that came out before the honourable member put out the media statement, and the information in actual fact is similar. So she obviously got some of it from the media statement, including the photos, although we didn't, or let me not say we, whoever put out the statement did not post the photos. So on what basis then do you say that that information that was derived from a News 24 article was unlawfully disclosed if it came from the media itself?
You said, honorable member, that is your colleague. So I will not be surprised if you somehow would want to protect her. But I said yesterday when I presented that Ms. Kohler-Barnard, Honorable Kohler-Barnard, should be politically correct in this house, that she was sworn in as a member of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence last year, or previous administration. I'm sure you know that. She was a member there. So she knows what crime intelligence does. So when she becomes aware of this thing from the newspaper, she has an obligation as a lawmaker to approach a relevant committee and say, question number one, how does News 24 get hold of this? That is a responsible lawmaker. How does News 24? You cannot spread crime simply because it's not started by you. If there's a porn movie, someone makes a porn of an underage child, and you receive it and you circulate it further, you are participating in a criminal offense. You cannot use that as an excuse that it was already in the media, so therefore I have a right to share it further. Besides the fact that she was a member of the Joint Standing Committee before it was dissolved. She was there. She's a member of this House of Parliament as an MP, have taken an oath. So having the knowledge of what is happening at the secret fund account and having a knowledge about her obligations as a member of parliament, and later in the year, in June, she's been sworn in again at the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence as a member there, but she still writes questions about things that does not concern the Portfolio Committee on Police. So I do not know with all what I presented if there's anything else evidential that I should give it to you that might be of satisfactory to prove that she broke the law.
General, I just want to put it to you that it is our responsibility as parliamentarians to ask questions. I'm just making a statement. It is our responsibility to ask questions and to submit questions and to go to the media. So there's nothing, I mean, you acknowledge that Honorable Kohler-Barnard wrote to the Inspector General of Intelligence, which was the correct oversight channel. So there's nothing, what do you think was unlawful about her conduct if she actually did write to the IG as she was supposed to do?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm going to repeat again. The evidence I presented before you should be enough to prove that I said she issued a statement with a sensitive information. Her political party, Democratic Alliance, issued a statement and said, when she did that, there was no committee. I came here yesterday and I said, that is not an excuse because she had taken an oath prior to that. So she knows the processes there. The fact that there was no committee is no excuse. But whatever that may be, I passed that. And I brought her back into the time when she was then sworn in the same committee this year. She's a member of that committee. I'm sure you agree with me, Honorable. But she still asks questions that are outside that are the responsibility of that committee, but she asks those questions outside. What is the reason for that? That which I presented yesterday. 3 questions about these properties, even addresses. So when you ask a question like this in the Portfolio Committee on Police, it's a public thing. You are writing, a person who sees that question is a public thing already. You are disclosing that through the question in Parliament. You cannot therefore come and use a protection of Parliament and say, I'm an MP, I'm allowed to ask questions. You're asking questions in the wrong place. So as an MP, you took an oath, you must be held accountable for it. I think that suffices. I said yesterday, if you want more information for me to share, I'll take you back to my experience in 2011, when the chair of the Portfolio Committee will sit on the high chair and pass questions to her, and the questions come over to the police. We have those records.
I'm sure the honourable member will clarify when it is her turn. General, I'm glad that you brought up the decentralization of the SAPS to provinces as your recommendation, because it's actually a recommendation that we've been making for several years. Please, can you advise if this recommendation is based on your tenure in Pretoria or as a provincial commissioner? And do you agree that the legislation already allows for this?
Well, Honorable Chair and members, I'm glad you asked that question. Maybe what is missed, people don't understand, is my movement in the organization. In 2018, when Gerald Cele, when the National Commission sent me to KZN to go and act, towards the end of the year of the 2018, the suspended provincial commissioner reached an agreement with the National Commission to exit the service. And then Gerald Cele approached me and he said, but I spoke to the National Commission that you must stay permanent in this post. And I said, no, I'm not willing to do that. And the minister, I think he will have discussed with the National Commission. I don't know if they discussed, but we were at Gateway in Durban and he had a press conference there. He briefed the media when he was doing the walkabout in December. He made an announcement that I am now appointed permanent as a provincial commissioner. And I did not agree to it. I had asked 2 things. I said, do you want me to be permanent here? You're going to have to give me more money so I can leave my house in Pretoria and come and buy property here where I can live. I'm on a top notch as is. I don't know if they would allow me to get into a notch higher than where I am. That's the first problem. The second problem is you rent a place for me in KZN and let me come and work here, but don't tax me on anything for the benefits that I'm going to get by staying in a fully furnished state house. If you want me to be the acting provincial commissioner, because I've got a family and the house in Pretoria, I'm not willing to leave it. And so the National Commission then had to make a submission to both the PSA to ask if they can move me on a high notch, as well as SARS to ask whether can they exempt me from tax. Both responses came in January, February in 2019. They say, unfortunately, we cannot give you a high notch because the second notch is we're not going to give you any excuse in terms of paying tax. If you stay if you get such a benefit, you're going to have to pay tax on. So based on that, they couldn't afford to keep me in Durban. Then I said, okay, well, tough luck, Minister. You should have not gone public about this. Should have waited first. Because the responses came, it was clear that I cannot then stay permanent. That's why I moved back to ORS in July that year when they brought General Jula to come and act. But when I was in Pretoria, I had an experience of 2011 up until 2019. When I was at Pretoria at ORS, I then felt for my own growth. I've been in a top management organization for so long. And I'm kind of familiar with operations at head office. How do you coordinate things and everything happening in the office? I've been involved with a lot of interventions in the country and then abroad. I then wanted to take a challenge of becoming a provincial commissioner because I can see that this is where the rubber hit the tar at the provincial level. The challenges there that the provincial commissioners have that we don't have at the national level. Let me volunteer to be one of them. So I approached the national commissioner, said, if there's any vacancy coming up of the provincial commissioner, please send me there. And then the one of KZN was coming up and the national commissioner said, okay, well, I'm going to send you there. And there was a delay, obvious, because they must consult the executive in the province until there was an agreement in March that, okay, we can go and start. That's how I went to KZN because I wanted a new challenge. I'm not in a good shape physically as I was when I was in Pretoria. Why was I in a good shape in Pretoria? Because you wake up in the morning, you go to the office at 7:30. Before you get to the office at 7:30, 5 o'clock, you're in the gym. Then you go to the office, you do administration, meetings and everything. 4 o'clock, you're guaranteed you're going home. You can still attend your children's school activities in the afternoon, do homework, whatever, then you sleep. You wake up in the morning. On the weekend, you can plan. If so-and-so has got a party on the weekend, you are guaranteed you are there. This phone doesn't ring. It doesn't ring at all. You can travel the length and breadth of the country. But as a provincial commission, you can't do that. Because the phone rings. The community wants service from you. So you must always be available. There's no time. Every gap you get, the time you are sitting here as a provincial commissioner, you have so many problems in the province that you must travel back as soon as you're done to go and attend to them. So the pressure at the province is that much higher as compared to the national level. So I wanted to feel that let me go there and see these men and women that are fighting with criminals on the ground. How does it feel like? Let me take the challenge. So that's how I ended up taking that position. So in taking that position is because it's a challenge for starters, but secondly, I knew for a fact that it's a 5-year contract. So consciously, I took a decision of going down because I did not want to sit in Pretoria and become a person who just throws a salary until I turn 60. So I knew I go to a province, it's a 5-year contract. The act says it's a management that must approach you, not you. So I knew for a fact that when I'm here, I must make a difference in these 5 years. And when the 5 years is over, then I'm gone. If the management wants to retain me, they will negotiate with me. If I agree, I'll stay. If I don't agree, then I'm gone. So it's a challenge that I took it on my own. It was not a promotion. It was just a transfer from the head office to go to the provinces. That's why I can sit at the province and still challenge all these people at the head office. Because I worked there for many years. And they cannot come and think that they're going to overrule what we're doing at the provincial level. We need to respect the legislation that empowers the provincial commissioners to do policing in the province.
Thank you, General. I just might follow up on that is because I did ask that, do you agree that there is legislation that already allows for the decentralization of policing powers to provinces?
The Constitution talks about one police. And I know that the ruling party at one stage with the minister who came to join us, they were trying to drive this merging of the law enforcement within municipality into the SAPS so that we have one police, because that's what the Constitution says. I'm not a legislature expert. I'm not a drafter of this law. I cannot interpret it. I'm not the court. So whether there is one existing or not existing, I can tell you about the current working arrangement. The working arrangement is that there's one man or woman in charge of the police in the country, and that person reports at the national level, not at the provincial level. The only engagement with the provincial level is informed by the section in the Constitution that allows the executive, in terms of 206, to have an oversight over the police, and allows the provincial commission in terms of 2073 to engage with a provincial executive once in a while. But there's no budget coming from the province. There's no accounting to the province. Everything is centralized at the head office. That is the current practice. Is that what the law says? Do I interpret it correctly or not? I don't know. But the only thing that I'm saying is that the current words that are written in the Constitution allows this arrangement that you're having. So perhaps the words written in the Constitution must speak differently than what is written currently. I don't know how it's written about health. I don't know how it's written about transport. I don't know how it's written about education. But those are departments that are decentralized. But the police is directed at the national level. So how they operate, how is the act written? I never went to interrogate that. So it's that what I was making an example of. That because of the sheer size of the organization, the workload that exists there, to expect one person to be responsible for that, I think is too much to ask.
Thank you, General. So it is fair to say that you think that the South African Police Services will benefit through the decentralization of policing powers?
Not the South African Police Service, but the citizen of the Republic would benefit if we really interrogate, take the lessons from the past. I made an example of the Homeland Security we had then, and how it worked. When we moved over into the new system, is it because we did not like what was happening back then, or we just wanted to create something new? We might want to start interrogating those things. And then we look at the international setup in different countries. How to better manage this sheer volume of work. Get expert academics from different universities might come with a better formula. And then we don't look at it political. We look at it in terms of the benefit to the citizens. What should be done? So that is not one party driving it, but it's a collective of government that says this will benefit the citizens of the country. That's structure it in this fashion.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm finished with my questions for now.
Thank you so much. Democratic Alliance, Honorable Cameron and Honorable Skele. Happy birthday once again.
Chair.
I'm now handing over to the economic freedom fighters. Who is starting?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
She had a good voice. I was going to sing for her, so I'm challenged. I don't know how to sing. I know how to chant. Thank you very much, General, and the Chairperson. General, I just want to ask if you know, or maybe let me put it differently. What interested you into joining the police?
When I grew up in the township of Ashdown in Pietermaritzburg, I witnessed at the time the IFP and ANC were in loggerheads in the same township. When I started witnessing how people have been killed and nothing happens, and people, some of them that I knew, it is part of the thing that drove me to say, what can I do to assist in this regard? So that's what influenced me to join the police. And I must say, I remember when I joined, it was exactly that I needed to fight the criminals. That's why I chose the career that I chose in the service. That I'm not going to join the police station to go and be a court orderly. No, that's not what I want. I want to be there on the ground and deal with action.
Then you went to the college, and then from the college?
I trained in Pretoria College, and from there I went to Potchefstroom, the Public Order Police Unit in Potchefstroom. At the time, you couldn't choose where to go. The only option was to become a detective or you become a uniform branch. And because I wanted to be on the field, they said to me, then the highly trained unit that you must go to is internal stability unit. Maybe that's the right word to use at the time. In June 1993, when I joined, it was called Internal Stability Unit, but then later changed the name to Public Order Police.
And then how do you arrive at the task force?
I became aware of the special task force. When I joined the police, the Internal Stability Unit used to wear camouflage. The camouflage I was wearing on the 6th of July. When the amalgamation happened and the camouflage was stopped from POP, it was directed that POP must be issued with the uniform that the shirt looks the same as pants. It was introduced there, that shirt. Usually it used to be a light blue shirt and a gray pants. but POP was introduced with the same type of color and to stop wearing camouflage. So we did not wear camouflage. And then unfortunate incident happened in the area called Shobashoban in Potchefstroom, where the African National Congress had won the elections in 1994. And the few members of the IFP, few members of the ANC that are located within the village of IFP started celebrating that victory. They erected their flag, the ANC flag, to celebrate the victory of the African National Congress. And I happened to be there and I warned them. I said, you are calling for trouble. You're in the middle of the ocean. You're an island. You can't be raising up this flag and celebrating, whereas your neighbors are not happy with the fact that they were defeated. And then it so happened that shortly after that, those people were attacked by IFP. They were killed. And after the murder happened, the leadership of the police brought the investigation team from the national office to come to Potchefstroom. And that investigation team was accompanied by task force. So it was the first time I see people in camouflage that we are no longer wearing. So when I saw them there, and I asked them, but who are you? Because we don't wear this uniform anymore. Then they said, no, they are special task force. So I asked him, what do you do as special task force? They started explaining to me. That's how I first learned about the task force. So it was exciting for me because I always wanted to be in such an environment and I never knew about it. And fast forward, I took a transfer to Durban. When I arrived in Durban, the current command of the task force in Durban, Nhlanhla, was there, the unit, and I saw him and I engaged with him and he said, no, they recently decentralized the task force to Durban. And then he gave me the video of what the task force does. I went to see it and I watched the video and I realized, okay, no, this is troublesome. And then I was excited and I joined it.
So it's safe, it's safe for me to call you a career policeman.
Yeah, well, we can call me that I've been pursuing different areas in the police all my life until now.
Are you aware of something called deployment cadres?
No, we don't do that in the police. We don't use the cadres names.
No, I'm saying, are you aware of the policy of a deployment cadres?
Well, I always hear from the ruling party talking about deployment cadres.
You are not a product of a deployment cadre policy. You are a career policeman.
Yeah, no, I'm a career policeman, unfortunately.
Those deployed cadres that came into SAPS who had no career in the police. Some claim to fame, they are from exile, they were underground, they were this, they were that. Do you think they helped to improve the policing in this country, or they deteriorated to where we find it today?
Yeah, I think the latter part is more appropriate. I think with this amalgamation and the presence of people who did not grow up in the police, the first thing that I think created a problem was to undermine the discipline culture of the police. That we don't use that culture. The word comrade was introduced at the time, with the police officers, a constable started calling it a captain comrade, which was foreign to the police. So the moment they started addressing each other like that, it just made the situation worse. The situation became worse after the ANC Polokwane conference in 2007. Because while you were there in a conference, when the former deputy president, who became a president later, was fired, that's where we started seeing the real division. Because he gets fired, and the police that's supposed to protect the former deputy president at the time started not getting favors or support from their commanders in Pretoria. And the former president will travel with his members in an armored vehicle where the windows don't open in the 35 degrees heat. And the aircon won't be working. And they will be traveling land and bread of KZN. And they'll be calling their commanders for a better vehicle. And they will be told that man is not a president. So he must drive in that heat. So the members started experiencing that. So the members within that space started getting conditioned into politics themselves, because then they favor this one who's now not treated bad. Fast forward to that, we then have a conference in Polokwane, the police management goes there, but they don't go there to police the African National Conference. They are going there to erect their own marquee tent on the side with alcohol and everything else to celebrate the victory that was coming. And the unfortunate part happened is that the deputy president was fired to won that election in Polokwane. And the return of the leadership back to Pretoria changed everything in the police, because we started getting a recruitment to join political parties within the police premises in Pretoria, within the protection services in the main. The division of the police got affected the most is the PSS that protects the VIPs. The members were recruited to join COPE as a political party by police generals in the police premises. So that was just the beginning of the downfall of what followed thereafter. So you then start hearing senior officers in the police started calling comrades, comrade. And it became the terminology used throughout. And yeah, I think that amalgamation and the presence of the people that regarded themselves as politicians was the downfall of the discipline of the organization.
And that road went even worse in the crime intelligence.
Yeah, well, the members of crime intelligence might not necessarily have been politicians per se that are involved in the road, but the leadership that arrived at crime intelligence were comrades. As I said earlier, you arrive in, you are an executive member, you're a senior member, you find people know the system inside who are junior, and they capture you. They manipulate you. They make you live a comfortable life, and you are happy with that, but you don't pay attention on what they are doing in the bottom. So that's exactly what happened there. Yes, the leadership might have been from the political party coming to crime intelligence, but their intention was not the bad intentions. But when they arrived, they found these resources within crime intelligence that make available to them. And they took those resources and these resources made their life comfortable. And it just became a culture without realizing that these members that are making this life comfortable, they are actually causing more damage internal. So when these leadership are moving, and anyone that comes as the leader, they want to capture the person. And this one goes and other one comes in, they want to capture. It became a culture. And I must say, the culture that developed might not necessarily be a political culture, but the greed and members within the service that started getting involved in business and started getting interested in money. They might not necessarily be politicians themselves. They were pure police officers. But because they knew how the system works and they saw these sinners that don't know the system, and then they started manipulating it. So both ways, then you could blame the senior police officers, although junior, as well as those ones that came from outside the organization.
But in the body of, I hear the leadership, in the body of the crime intelligence, were there no cadres who were claiming to come from Bokoto in the ANC underground intelligence and all of that, who joined the intelligence, not as leadership, but as operatives?
Yeah, they
now get involved in these covert operations, but they don't have necessarily the skill or qualifications as career policemen.
Sure, there's a lot of them that arrive like that. There was a lot of them. We've had a system that we're trying to work with in the police of the former non-statutory force members that needed to be rewarded in some degree within the service that were employed in. So they arrive at different levels. Some of them were constables, sergeants, and up the ranks. The others that came on a senior level, but others grew within the service.
So how do you become now the acting national commissioner?
I don't know whether I should thank my grandmother, wherever she is, because I was sleeping and I was going to wake up in the next morning to travel with the National Commission of Police to visit Mpumalanga province. When I get a phone call from the General Nhlanhla, who was in charge of the presidential team, and he says to me that the minister wants to see me in the morning. I did not know the reason for that call. I then had to phone the chief of staff at the office, actually spokesperson of the Minister of Police at the time, who was a spokesperson. That general was a spokesperson of the National Commission, Gerald Cele, because he was the National Commission of the Police. I phoned her and I told her, say, we're supposed to be traveling in the morning with a police jet to Mpumalanga. I've been called by the minister, so I'm no longer traveling. I don't know what he wants. But ordinarily, because I'm from the special task force at the time, and I'm in charge of the component that deals with special task force and all these high-risk operations, from time to time, if the presidential team have got some risks that they've identified somewhere, they always call on us to come and provide that technical support on them. I thought maybe there's something that might be a threat, either with the president, team, or somewhere that the minister wanted to talk about. I arrive in his house and he says to me, the president wanted to see me, so I must go and meet the president. I went to the president and the president says, I've now taken a decision to appoint you as acting national commissioner because we are suspending General Cele based on the procurement of that building in Pretoria. So it came as a shock. And that was that. That's how I was appointed.
Who's the president at that time?
President Zuma.
Who's the minister?
Minister Mteto, Nathi Mteto, the late.
And then how do you leave that position of acting?
And ceremoniously so, because I was frustrated with the role that the minister was playing over Mkhwanazi over time. And I felt that I cannot be able to work within the political space in this fashion. If this is how the people operate or occupying these positions supposed to interact with executive authority, I'm not willing to take instructions of this nature because they are not right. They are wrong. They are encroaching into the management responsibility of the police commission, of the national commissioner. Maybe I must talk about the experience that also I had learned prior to that. Mkhwanazi is the only general in the South African Police Service that was ever appointed by the panel of ministers in the history since we started in 95 to date. I said the Act only allows a minister to appoint a national head, nobody else. But the Mkhwanazi's post panel was presided over by the late Minister Mteto, and I don't know who are the panel members that were part of it. The person who was the acting national commissioner at the time, Commissioner Williams, was excluded from the process. Mkhwanazi then gets appointed. So which then Mkhwanazi, there was the intention of getting Mkhwanazi at crime intelligence by all means. For what good reason and what experience did Mkhwanazi have at the time? From my assessment, I realized there was other reasons other than his competency to do the job that made him to be rewarded by being given a crime intelligence post by the minister at the time. So fast forward to that. When there's these disciplinary steps taken against Mkhwanazi, the ministers want to intervene and say, you can't do this and that. You can't discipline a man. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. The minister. So we then confirmed that he brought him into the organization because it was a reward for him to come in there. And so that conflict and having assessed these things, and I must say, Honorable Chair and members, I did not know about the Guptas before until Sheraton Hotel in Pretoria, when I was invited to meet these gentlemen by the late minister who says, do not use City Press and Sunday Time to advertise. We always advertise post on those newspapers because they've got a big footprint in the country. We're looking for something, we advertise on those newspapers. And the minister says, don't use those papers because they are not helping, they don't want to transform and so forth. Use New Age. Yeah, well, I thought, okay, maybe we need to rotate papers, maybe New Age myself, an opportunity. I didn't even know what is New Age. Then I went to the office. When I presented this thing to the management, they said to me, you know who owns New Age? I said, no, who owns it? They say the Guptas. I said, okay, so what is wrong? At the time, remember, I'm coming from operations side. I don't even know what this Gupta is about. They said, no, these ones are implicated politically in this fashion and that fashion. Besides, they don't have the footprint equal to what the Sunday Times and City Press has. So if we advertise through them, there are a lot of people are not going to get information anyway, because they don't supply their papers across the land and breadth of the country. So that's how I got to expose. So taking those and adding them together, then I realized I'm in deep in a political space here, and I'm not comfortable with this, and I cannot take it. I'm either going to fight with the minister, which is going to end ugly. Let me tell the president that this is not what I signed for. So it's either the president allows the minister to do what he does, or he let me go and go back to the operations and chase criminals. So that's how the president decided he's going to bring someone, and then Jarpiaga came. And indeed, were to sit at home for a year without doing anything.
Now, when the minister communicates to you not to continue with cases against Nhlanhla, how does he do that? Does he write a letter? Does he call a meeting? How does he communicate that? Please stop cases against Nhlanhla.
Yeah, he called me into a meeting in his residence, and it is in his residence where he was in company of the Inspector General of Intelligence, Advocate Gabde, the late, where he says to me that the advocate was telling him that I forced her, that she must recommend that Nhlanhla be charged. That's where we had a debate because I did not force her. And I told the minister, if you want me to do what you say I must do, put it in black and white. And they did not want to put it in black and white. Instead, he instructed the Inspector General to put it in black and white so that I use the Inspector General's recommendations for me not to charge Nhlanhla. That is on a disciplinary part. But on the criminal part, it was not the minister directly, but it was Advocate Mkhwanazi from the NPA. I hope the members have got Advocate Bredenbach, who's an MP here, who's a member of this committee. Perhaps she must come and sit here and talk to ad hoc committee and explain what was her role on that case, because I understand that she was the one who was holding that criminal case against Nhlanhla, where she was instructed, from what I was told, to withdraw that case from court that had already said. So why did she then comply with that instruction? I have no clue.
Now, when you communicate to the president that we are engaged in some illegal activity which I didn't sign up for, how do you communicate that to the president? Because the president would have ordinarily asked for something in a written form. What did they say to you? Or did you write to the president? How did you communicate this to the president that there's something going on, which is not up to what we are expected to do as police?
It is unfortunate that I did not write to him. I went there in person. So I had a one-on-one engagement with the president about it. And you're correct, Honourable Member, would have expected the president to conduct some investigation on this thing. But the president didn't. He simply said, okay, if you're having issues with the minister, just give me time. I'm going to appoint someone else to take over from you. And that was the end of the meeting.
And that's President Zuma we're talking about?
That's correct.
We did not do anything about this matter when you communicated to him that we have been invited into doing wrong things?
Yeah, no, they didn't do anything about it.
Now, why do they put you at home after releasing you? They went to fetch you from your position, ask you to come and act, and then when you say, I can't be part of a criminal syndicate, you are sent home. What do they communicate to you around that time? What is the reason of you staying at home?
Honourable members, when I had met with the minister, I called the entire top management of the SAPS and I told them what transpired in the minister's residence. And I told them that they must prepare themselves, that they are all going to be fired and they're going to be victimized because whoever is going to come in is going to come with a mandate that perhaps will say they must get rid of everyone. Some of the senior managers took me serious, others did not take me serious. But because I was prepared for that, indeed that will happen. Maybe Gerald Pierre must come here and explain why she did not allocate me a post for that long and allow me to sit at home and draw a salary every month. She will have to come and explain that because she was the boss. She's the one who's going to have to come and explain that despite my experience, as I've displayed here, that she will choose to appoint junior people to go and act in positions that they did not have much of experience of, whereas I'm sitting at home. There was a person who was a non-trained police officer. With respect, she joined the police and she's heading our training currently. She was deployed as a head of crime intelligence at one stage by Gerald Pierre.
Will I be correct that you were actually being punished for being disciplined?
I believe so. I believe so, Honourable Member, because it did not only end there. It was not only about sitting at home. It was sitting at home and state security, crime intelligence, deploy counterintelligence against Mkhwanazi, against Khumalo, against Masimolo. So we were not just kept at home, but we've been monitored 24/7.
General, you know, you speak interestingly about 2011, especially in relation to crime intelligence. What was happening in 2011? Because some of us for sure were very young, we can't remember properly. What was happening in 2011? Because you keep on referring to 2011, and we're trying to imagine what really happened in the crime intelligence in 2011, which you see it now and gives you those flashbacks of what happened in 2011.
I said, all members, I wouldn't want us to maybe go too deep back, but many things were pronounced, ventilated at the Zondo Commission about intelligence, things that were happening. I will invite you to go and read that report again. But at crime intelligence at the time, what was dominating the media space was the looting of the secret fund account in such a manner that it ended up getting a name of slush fund. Majority of the citizens know it as slush fund. It's not a slush fund. It's a secret service account. But because it was misused to that extent, it then became a slush fund. That's what was dominating the media space in 2011 when I came in, which was a sore point within crime intelligence.
But I'll also invite you to go and check my YouTube at that time where I said, when you speak on the phone, you must first greet General Mkhwanazi before you speak to the person you're speaking about, because they were known for illegal interceptions at that time. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That's why Gerald Cele himself, as initial commissioner at that time, fell victim of the same thing.
Now, you now are back, you're appointed. I know you went acting, came back, and then you appointed a provincial commissioner in KZN. How does that happen now? And what is the minister's position in relation to that? Did you object to your appointment or anything of that sort? Or there was consensus that you must go to KZN?
You're talking about 2021?
No, when you became full-time, yeah, not acting.
Look, when I approached the National Commissioner in December, there were delays. I met with the minister because he needed to be consulted. Minister Cele at that time did not want me to leave the head office. He wanted me to remain at the head office. And he felt that maybe my expertise would be wasted if I go to the province. I'm better off to assist at the national level. But I pleaded with him that I needed a new challenge. So it took that long until March. That is when I think they started engaging with executive in the province, where the agreement was reached, and then I was informed that I can go and start in April. So starting from December until March, it was there was a long time of discussions. At that time, the provincial commissioner had left, and there was someone acting. And so I came in to take over from someone who was already acting at the time. My aim was to be appointed before the provincial commissioner leaves, so that we can do the handing over, which is something I did when he came in 2019. When he came in, I sat with him for about a week doing handing over before I went back to Pretoria. I wanted to do the same thing when I was going in, but because of that delays, he ended up leaving without doing that handing over.
When is your contract coming to an end?
My contract is ending at the end of March 2026.
Is there any discussion about renewing a contract, or everybody just went that quiet about it?
No, there's no discussion. The discussion, according to the rules, can only start 4 months before. So we're not there yet.
We're not yet there?
No, we're not there yet.
Okay. Now, General, the political killing task team, according to your explanation, I don't know if they were calling it PKTT at the time when Balula was saying, we need to do something with the killings of councillors and all of that in the province. And they were assembling of a team that was working on that before 2018. So before the president made that pronouncement in Maritzburg, what was that called?
It was not a team, honorable member, because you had a prioritization of the investigation on cases that involved politicians. That's what was done. But they identified a detective per police station, per district, to take those dockets. If there's a politician killed, it must be given to the detectives. But that detective was taking those dockets on top of other dockets that a detective has. So if you have a murder of someone somewhere, and so forth. We have other 10 murder dockets that you must investigate. Then we have this additional one of the politician. The prioritization of the detective to investigate will be equal amongst all these dockets that he has in front of them. And a matter of fact, you might prioritize a matter of a 80-year-old woman before you prioritize a matter of a council of 30 years old. So then there was no prioritization in terms of investigation by the team. But it was not, correction, not the team, but those detectives that we identified. They were scattered all over. So they were not working as a team.
And the president then announces at Maritzburg in an ANC event, the councillor who was killed of the ANC, he has gone there in his capacity as the president of the ANC and makes pronouncement about government on how we are going to intervene.
That's correct.
And I heard you saying, wanting to differentiate between the executive authority and the politician. When does the other one take leave when the other one takes over? Because it's one person.
They're interchangeable. And that's a dilemma that we face, Honorable Member. I'm glad you're asking that question, because the members are going to claim overtime for protecting the executive member, whereas the executive member is on a campaign, political campaign, and addressing these political parties and the likes, using the state vehicle, using the state petrol, and using the state protection. And we have nothing else to say but to finance that, because that's what is currently the norm. Same with the president. You'll fly with the president to his private engagements, whether he goes on holiday, whether he's at a political engagement, whether he's at an official government engagement, he needs protection. He remains a president. You can't divorce it. Wherever he is, you must be there all the time. So when he then speaks, like in this case, he's dressed in the political regalia. He wears a political tie and is accompanied by his comrades, not the leadership of the executive of the province, but the political leadership. But he pronounced things of government, of what this minister is going to do, and that minister, and that minister, and that minister. So legally, if we're to ask me whether is that right or not right, I cannot answer, because he remains a president. Whether he's sleeping, he remains a president. Whether he's in a rally of a political party, he remains a president. We have a duty and responsibility to protect. We have a duty and responsibility to act on what he tells us. But of course, whatever he communicates, it has to be structured in government. I think that's why after announcing it there in that political setup on the 18th, the ministers meeting on the 21st, he came to this house in Parliament to announce the establishment officially of this interministerial committee. So I think that's where it became official government thing. He might have initiated it from the political side, but he made it official when he came here. And it became a formal structure. Maybe if we continued with that pronouncement and never came here, we will still be asking ourselves question whether was what we're doing a political decision or a government decision. But because it was confirmed in the House when the President addressed the Parliament, we take it that it was an official government position.
Now, the PKTT then gets established, you are involved, Khumalo is involved, you are running the thing. You are in charge of this team. And one morning you wake up to hear that dockets are in Pretoria of something that is your baby. What happened there? Did your own team got so compromised that when they were told to bring the dockets, they could not give you a hint that someone is calling for dockets in Pretoria? Because the way you're explaining the relationship and the engagement you had with this PKTT, it's in such a way that it's so intimate that no one can just come and say to them, do this, and then they don't bounce it back with you before they act. What really happened there? Was PKTT infiltrated and compromised, and an underground operation took place and took the dockets to Pretoria without your knowledge?
Honourable Member, I'll invite you, perhaps, if it does happen, that General Khumalo arrives here and appears before this ad hoc committee to be able to explain, because he's the one that gave the instruction to the members. to bring the dockets to Pretoria. I said yesterday, and I'm saying again, I was not very pleased with him because when all that happened, he had not told me about what was happening. So when I was engaging with him, as I was confronting him, he said, you know what, there's just too much politics. I've been complaining about SBIA ever since to the National Commissioner, but whatever I say doesn't matter, it seems like it. And the SBIA continue doing what it's doing. While this side is having the crime intelligence that he's trying to deal with, and he's having challenges there, and he's seeking assistance from the head office, from the national office, and he's not getting the assistance. So it's a man who started getting frustrated. And I think when this thing came to him, he just felt, maybe let me just get rid of this because the National Commission maybe is not assisting and stopping it. Let me push it aside and focus on my things. And that's why he omitted to then make me away. He simply gave an instruction to a colonel. He said, Colonel, go and fetch the dockets, let the investigation bring them here, as per this letter. So that colonel told the ones in Durban, they said, bring these dockets, and the dockets were transported. That's how the dockets ended up in Pretoria. When I became aware is when they wanted to bring these dockets back. That's when I asked him, because when I heard about it, I wrote him a letter. I said, I'm told these dockets are in Pretoria. How did it happen? That's when they responded to say they were moved in this fashion.
I understand that, General, about Khumalo, but your members, the individual members who are in the PKTT, who've got this high credibility and are executing the task expected as their commander, as someone that you work with, apart from whether Colonel called them or Khumalo, why didn't one of them communicate with you? Because this is, I'm trying to establish this effective machinery that you are saying. This is the most effective machinery we have at SAPS. Why is not the senior ranks, these investigators, these people who are dealing with the actual issues, why are they not giving you that information that General Khumalo or whoever said we must bring the dockets to Pretoria? Only to hear after. I mean, you gave a very good example that someone comes into your house, he takes your things and then he goes away with them and says, when I was at your house, I took 1, 2, 3, 4. No one can do that at my house. It will never happen. That you come into my house and take something and I don't know about it. So what really happened to these members who are so loyal and so active and so disciplined that they can't tell their commander, only to be embarrassed that these dockets are in Pretoria?
Yeah, honorable members, the command and control, when it's effective, such then happens. Because our structure and our working arrangement was that the members that are doing the job, they understand and they know their commanders. They don't bypass that process. The center was holding. So at the center of this operation was General Khumalo. So when I was getting briefing, Khumalo and the leaders of certain groups will come and brief me about the work they do. I will not engage with the individual member directly. So I was always engaging them in a formal structure all the time when I'm engaging with them. So the problem started in January, as I said. I also learned from General Khumalo that the members are not happy. So when I asked him, what do you mean the members are not happy? He said, because they were supposed to get awards during the Excellence Awards and their names have been removed. They're told they're no longer going to be recognized with anything. That's when I went to meet with the members myself. Because when he phoned me, he told me that the members are not happy. So I went to meet with them. For the first time, I had a one-on-one with them. And I asked him, they said, Gerald, we are disappointed. I still said to them, I'm going to give my allocation of one table of 10 people. Come as my guest. Come and sit there. They said, no, we appreciate Gerald, but it's better we don't come. So that was the first time where I had a one-on-one engagement where I got to feel the pain in their eyes. This is January, long before the letter is written. The dockets are taken. I started feeling the pain in their faces in January. Fast forward, the same January or February, there's this instruction of the reduction of the workforce of this team. At that time, I conclude that it is because of the budgetary constraint. That because the budget approval has been reduced, we can therefore not have this total workforce that we had. I accepted that. We are running towards the end of the financial year, reprioritization that must happen. So I did not challenge it. But then the financial year starts in April. Obviously, the budget might not be allocated almost immediately, but is authorized to continue the work as a new submission is made in April 2024. It still speaks about the April 2024. It still speaks about the reduced number of deployment. So I concluded that it means the challenge is the problem started back then, the letter, the members not getting rewards, and the members are starting to question themselves from January about the work they are doing, period when these dockets in March are taken up to Pretoria. So it's already a couple of months back, and that's why the members, I think, they became numb to complain about anything, and they didn't say anything. They just kept quiet.
So when they arrive in Pretoria, these dockets, they are put under SBIA.
SBIA is in charge of both crime intelligence and detective. It is my understanding that SBIA wrote to the Divisional Commission of Crime of Detectives, General Sentumole, to take these dockets from crime intelligence. So I don't see on the directive where did he want these dockets to go to. But it's my understanding that the docket were kept at the office of a brigadier under General Sentumule's office. Of course, General SBIA remains the boss overall. So meaning he has access to those dockets in one way or another.
Of the 121, there were 5 dockets which had clear instructions of arrest.
That's correct.
What happened to those dockets? Are they? Have you arrested people since the dockets are back? Have you arrested people? How far are these cases? And if they still remain unresolved, what is the issue?
We are still looking for the others. We are still looking for them.
General, what do you mean the minister you met at Mbangeni and the minister you met in this letter are not the same people?
They're totally different people.
Why?
I asked myself the same question, Honorable Member, because when I approached the Chief of Staff, when I called him on the 2nd of January after learning of the letter, after seeing the letter, it was my understanding that the relationship between me and him will allow for him to secure the meeting with the minister, as he did before the minister came into the police. He was able to say, oh, you are the provincial commissioner, I know the minister, so that he get to know you since you are policing his environment. He doesn't live here, he works at Department of Water Affairs. So come and meet him. So we met. It was a meeting, one of the elders and one of the senior government leaders in the province. It was not a problem because we just did that unofficially. So when it's time for us to talk business, I expected the minister is going to open his arms and said, I know you're already through Kabinda Kam, but that never happened. And that's where I started wondering what could be the reason behind it. But when he's in front of me, he smiles all the time. But this, what I'm asking for, is not happening.
Now, if you say the minister did not write a letter, and this is not the same person I see who smiles all the time when we meet, and the one that I see in the letter, 2 different people, will that be an excuse that someone gave a minister a letter and the minister signed? Because he doesn't dispute that is his signature. Once he signs, that is his letter. And we can't say minister didn't know, someone misled the minister, because I don't understand which angle are you trying to take there. The minister signed a letter. Even if he said, I didn't read the letter in nature, it means he didn't do his own duties by making sure that he reads through the documents before he signs them. Is there any excuse to hold this letter against the minister himself as his own letter?
Well, it is the minister's letter. When I registered a complaint, a criminal complaint, minister is one of the suspects that I'm pursuing in that complaint I have, because he's the author of this chaos.
How far is that case?
The chaos. This is a real chaos.
Yeah. How far is that case you complained about this?
It's still an investigation. I'm not part of it because I rely on the prosecution in KZN and the team investigating to brief me from time to time. But the progress they shared with me 2 weeks ago, I was quite pleased with the progress that they're making. The minister owns the letter. He signs it, it's his letter. However, against that background, it made me to believe that someone crafted the letter for the minister to sign. Yes, obvious. If a person gives a gun to shoot and kill someone and you take that gun and you shoot and kill someone, it's your problem. But we need to find out who actually gave you the gun. So this is basically what I'm trying to communicate, that can we not just leave it with the minister? Let's go beyond, because we're going to miss problems that exist in the organization if we only deal with the outcome. Let's try and fix the real problem.
In this case that you're pursuing, following this letter, minister is a person of interest, and you're saying the investigation is going on, they're getting briefing from time to time. Is there any arrest anytime soon, according to the briefings you're receiving?
It is my prayer and hope that by the time the 31st of December of this year comes, we'll be talking about the letter of the 35th of December last year in court. That's my hope.
Now, Minister, General, don't you think, and that's my observation, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, this Nkabinde went to tell, because you explained he's got a minister, his relationship separate from you with the minister. Went to tell the minister, okay, let me start differently. I don't see anything wrong with you going to see a minister. It's actually part of your duty. It's your constituency. As one of the high-profile people in your province, it's always important to know where your high-profile people are found and who are they and all of that, so that if a call is made, you know how to respond to such a call. So I don't see anything untoward. But I think that, and you'll correct me, that Nkabinde told minister that I know the general of police here in KZN. It's my guy. You know, we roll together and all of that. And then he came to you and said, I know the minister. It's my guy. We roll together. So you're thinking you're going to meet the minister. Kandi, the minister is thinking he's going to meet the general. And he is not making you guys aware. Why? Later on, when a minister is supposed to appoint a chief of staff in the police, he appoints that guy because he thinks that guy has got a connection with the general of police, he's a former policeman, and it will make my work easy. Whereas a new minister of police, don't you think this guy played everybody in that space?
Yeah, well, I believe there was an intention that he had when he made us to meet, definitely, which I believe maybe that what benefited him at the end.
Now, General, was it not an overreach to say in that press conference that the judiciary is also involved? Because judiciary, me and you and all of us, we have a duty to protect it with everything we have. It can't be that a magistrate who has faltered wherever, because I believe if a magistrate has faltered, there is a recourse. We can take this on appeal and do all manner of things. But to use a judgment of a magistrate to then say judiciary is involved, I think it was a bit overreach. I get the point what you are trying to drive home, especially a magistrate as a member of the Judicial Service Commission. Judiciary to us is judges. We know magistrates is part of that. But when you are asked to give example of these judicial people who are involved in this wrongdoing and who are given a name of a magistrate compared to what we had at the press conference, I think there was an overreach there.
Honorable Member, I had said earlier, unfortunately, you'll appreciate at the Nhlanhla Commission, there are two presentations that are done there. It's an open one and the in-camera. If this committee were to adopt similar approach, perhaps maybe engaging the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, you will hear things that might shock you about that, what you believe is a judiciary, which is judges, how the judge gets involved in the mix.
Is that your evidence, General, that in camera we're going to hear explosive things about judges?
Yeah, it's there.
Now, General, I want to quickly summarize some of the issues my colleagues will deal with. Do you know, or before I go there, when you realize the minister is not giving you an ear, the minister is not listening to you, and it looks like these things are proceedings. The same way you did when you were acting commissioner. Did you try to reach out to the president, or did you reach out to the president and tell the president that there is this illegal activity that is about to happen and please intervene as the executive authority?
No, unfortunately, I did not go to the president. I will have relied on a national commissioner to play the role that I played when I was in that position, to reach out to the president.
Do you think the president was aware that the PKTT is going to be dissolved?
I cannot say that. If I listen to what he said in the recent media interview he did in Northern Cape, it makes me believe that he didn't know. When I met with him after my press briefing, he acted as a person who was not aware of what was happening.
Do you know the relationship of President and Paul O'Sullivan?
No, I don't know how related they are. I just don't know that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan speaks a lot about being in contact with many people, including the president. So I have not gone deeper into establishing the type of relationship they have.
Does he have do you know of any relationship between him and one of the president's advisors?
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? No, not I know of. I know that there is a lot of talks about engagement, I think, with Mr. Chauke and amongst others. But again, it's something that it's communicated out there, but I never really got deeper to investigate the type of relationship that is there.
Through our own intelligence, were you able to establish that Paul O'Sullivan is a member or a former member of M16?
Well, I have not necessarily got the briefing in details from intelligence in that regard. I've heard the talks about it. I don't have the full briefing. What is of interesting is that he's got citizenship in 3 countries, and that makes me wonder. And he seems to have been a person who got angry when he was disturbed by being removed from the port of entry in South Africa, the main port of entry at the time, which was Johannesburg International Airport. When he was removed, he did not take that kindly. So it will make me conclude that there were some things that were happening in that airport that made him angry.
So we'll be correct to say Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is one of the rogue elements that are destabilizing SAPS and wanting to capture every senior police officer at SAPS, and if you don't cooperate, he start engaging in blackmailing activities.
With no doubt, I'm going to invite the parliament through the structures of intelligence or structures of security and whoever structures you can come up with, to look at the time of Mr. Robert McBride Turner as the head of IPT. How they were interacting with Paul O'Sullivan. Bank movements, money movements, the meeting venues, the cell phone locations where they meet, how they engage in terms of investigation. I'm saying this to the members because it is that which Mr. Nkabinde told me, who is now a chief of staff at the office of the minister, that operations of IPT were planned, coordinated, and executed at Paul O'Sullivan's house. That was his words to me. So I'm going to request that such be investigated in details, because the phone will put McBride in this place, will put Paul O'Sullivan in this place, will put Nkabinde in this place, and others. And when that investigation is conducted, nobody can deny it, because we'll know exactly that all of them have been operating guided by Paul O'Sullivan. And that is on one side. And I'm interested to know, honorable members, as to who is the author of the report that was produced when the city of Johannesburg, as well as the National Commissioner, wrote to the State Security asking them about the legality or otherwise of the gadget that were bought by the city of Johannesburg at the time when Jairus Bia was in charge of the security in that place. And who is the company that supplied that gadget? And how was that gadget sourced from the country in Europe where it comes from, in the UK? And I want to also recommend an investigation against the purchase of the similar gadget that was bought by DPCI back in 2010, where Jairus Bia was working at DPCI at the time, whether such was bought legally, who are the supplier, and who's the manufacturer of the things. And I'll want the Parliament to check every financial records of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and all the individuals I've mentioned. And so that we're able to trace and draw a conclusion whether is Paul O'Sullivan a clean man or is an agent. So I think based on that investigation, we're able to conclude whether is he indeed a clean man or he is what is being said in public, an agent. If he's a clean man, why he does what he does? If he's an agent, who is he working for? But it is time that this country must not sit back and be run by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And if government fails to act on it, the men and women in this country, they're going to take it upon themselves to do something drastic on it. And it might not be what this government wants to do, because he has gone too deep in showing that he's got control all over. And maybe lastly, I might ask the members to say, if you ever heard of any report that is deemed to be classified, that's supposed to expose the wrong that has happened, such reports be interrogated. And one of them, IP has a responsibility to investigate criminal things. When you hear the Minister of Police says, I've got a report from IP that is classified, you need to ask yourself a question. You are not an intelligence structure. What do you do with a classified report that you don't want to release? As IP, what is that report doing in the minister first place? Because IP deals with the criminal case docket. Whatever you investigate must get into the case docket, and that docket must go to court. Why will it go to the minister and the minister goes out public and say, I've classified this report, I won't make it public? So these are the things that might need to be checked, because it is when the system of government fails. And you have worked hard to create a legislation to try and protect yourselves, the citizen of the Republic. But if it's manipulated in that fashion, that the minister can just decide, I'm classifying this, I'm not releasing it in public. Perhaps you need to ask, do your minister that classifies a document, do you have a security clearance yourself? So how do you classify something if you yourself are not vetted? You don't have a security clearance. So what gives you basis to classify something? So those are the typical examples that I'm talking about that might need to be checked. The problem in the law enforcement is so serious in this country that's why I'm saying, if these things are going to be centralized in a national commission, then it might not be fixed. There's too many problems that exist. And if we start looking at how can we decentralize some of the things, we lessen the risk against this country. And it's a serious risk, honorable members. So that's why I'm going to end on that response.
Well, General, I don't understand why would a bully like Paul O'Sullivan, who is a person of interest because he's suspected to have brought some certain gadgets in the country, is now involved in the destabilization of the security cluster, is so deeply involved. Why is the National Commissioner, or including yourself, not opening a case on crimes against the state? Because when you are engaged in the destabilization of the security cluster, you are a national security threat. And therefore, a case should be registered against you, and he must be investigated and be arrested, because he has been going on for a very long time. He has become untouchable, he has become a bully, and it looks like everybody is so helpless around him. What makes it like that? Why are we not opening a case at that level as police, if we have this kind of information to verify the authenticity of the things we hear, so we legitimately investigate him, especially on crimes against the state?
Yeah, well, I think majority of the things that are happening that Paul O'Sullivan is doing at the head office, and the authorized people that are closer, that are affected, that should be assisting us in such investigation, that should be acting on it. Myself, I have not necessarily pursued anything because I never really had much details of what. I will hear him talk, about things. What triggered me, first time that drew my attention to him, when he published through the media, he published the photos of Gerald Patlane, who was the acting national commissioner. When he published the photos of Gerald Patlane's house when it was still under construction. And then I started asking myself a question, this house was finished about a year ago. How did he get hold of these photos? That was very interesting to me, that it's not like we're investigating now and you go to the place, there's construction, you take photos. But he shows a building, a structure that was under construction a year or two ago. And he started with a complaint later and he says, this man was building a house of this amount and this is how he was paying for the house and so forth. If the Paul O'Sullivan is going to come and say the National Commissioner, and I said to the National Commissioner, we need to open a case against this. If Paul O'Sullivan is going to say the National Commissioner owns a property here and here and here and here and here, how does he afford all these properties? How did he get the information? So we always say that you get, I'm sure majority of citizens in South Africa experience that you get a phone call from a company and they market, they want to sell you something. And you ask them, where do you get my number from? They say, no, we got it from marketing, whatever things. The reality is our communication, our contact details, our personal information gets to be shared with third parties without our authorities. That's a reality. And nothing much happens on it. We see it with the marketing happening on our phones. And then we see with people that act to be activists like Paul O'Sullivan that are going to start publishing things that you wonder, how did he get hold of these things? And if those things exist, why didn't you open a case and get them registered? But he doesn't talk about the case. And what disturbed me the most, which I said to the National Commission, I don't understand how you keep quiet about this. When the National Commission was appointed, Paul O'Sullivan came out public and he said he was given the names of people to profile. He himself said that the presidency gave him names of particular number of people to profile whether they are suitable or not. And he made the recommendation who is suitable or who's not suitable. And some of us didn't know that. When a national commissioner is appointed, it means his profile went via Paul O'Sullivan to profile. So if that is true, it therefore means the president had invited him to come and give advice at the presidency. And that becomes a serious risk for us. So, but I said to the National Commission, it affects you. If it was me, I was going to open a case. But I don't think this thing should be allowed because this man is saying he's now making a decision as to who becomes the National Commissioner, please.
General, I want to follow up on the drug cartels. Every time we're told of a big five, and a big five, my understanding is that it's a drug cartel. And when we are asking for the names, we are told of Nhlanhla and Molefe, who are now in jail. But they're not in jail for drugs. They are in jail for a gun that is connected them to some celebrities and all of that. Meta and all. For Transnet, DJ somebody and. How do I conclude that these are the big five of drug cartels? Because they're not charged with drugs. And like you said, the drugs are a big problem. Not that others are not a big problem, but the drugs are the ones that are going to destroy the young ones. And when we are asked about this big five that deals with drug cartels, we are given two people who are in prison, but they're not charged with drugs. How do I conclude that indeed these are members of the drug cartel?
Honourable Member, the details can be presented by the team as a covert operation. They have the details about it that I might not be able to talk to it. However, a strategy of arrest, of an investigation of a case, you might arrest a person, although in this case you are labeling them as part of Big Five and the Big Five is involved in this drug syndicate. We might not arrest them for the drug specific, but the bigger investigation that talks about drugs is there, but the charges that we are putting against them are something else. It's a strategy we employ in the police to keep people behind bars until we are ready with a bigger case and we throw it in. A typical example is the same strategy we employed in KZN when we were dealing with the AKA case. And we arrested a whole lot of them for other cases, just to keep them in custody until we were ready with the main case when it was matured and we could identify all of them. And then we started charging all of them for the murder of our celebrities. Otherwise, they were already in custody. So similar strategy we are doing on these ones. We are taking them for other cases. We are adding any other case because they've got many cases. Safe to say, with respect to the case of the death of that employee at Vereeniging, Mr. Swart, it had nothing to do with drugs. It was tender issues there that involves Mr. Mleef. But the matters of these DJs is drug related. When the picture you're going to see when the matters gets to court is that this one thought he's clever by stealing this one's drugs and he starts selling them, and this one then killed him. So not to say the victim is a clean man on drugs. He died because of something that he did wrong to this one. So we have a consignment of over 200 million rand, for instance, if I use that as an example. The police in the organization is there to identify exhibit, you book it in the SCP-13 register in the police station, you leave it there. If it's such big thing that you transfer it to another safer storage place, which in this case will be a forensic lab if it's drugs. But it so happened that in KwaZulu-Natal at one stage, there was a consignment found in Durban. And our laboratory in Durban is at Manzimtoti, which is about 10, 15 kilometers away from Durban. And they did not have a facility to keep such consignment of drugs. And the next place where we take these drugs to is Pretoria, where we keep these drugs in the bigger storages. But it so happened that case that the drugs were entered into the SCP-13 register of a police station, booked out the same time, and transported south of KZN to Port Shepstone, and locked into the offices of the PCI that had no one guarding it. And during so-called alleged load shedding at night, there was a break-in in a big storage facility, a break-in inside that facility. There were bags of drugs, and there were also other drugs that were not associated with the ones that came, the consignment that came in. And there were firearms, illegal firearms that were also stored in there. But when the break-in happened, the only thing that was stolen was this specific consignment of 200 million rand of drugs and nothing else. You arrive at the crime scene, you will expect the crime scene is being cleaned, everything is stolen. But you arrive there, you find an AK-47 standing there, then you say, but why didn't they steal this AK-47? Then you realize the mission was not the AK-47. The mission was drugs. So they came to collect what is theirs, and they took it away. They left everything else untouched. And that made us conclude that it was a plan break-in. Because the question we are asking TPCI, why did you allow these drugs to come to your offices? And there's no one guarding. And you have load shedding, and this thing happened during load shedding. So we believe the information tells us that those drugs taken there ended up in Johannesburg are part of the drugs that caused about majority of the murders that happened in Johannesburg. Because people took it and they started stealing, and they did not deliver them where they were supposed to deliver them. And that's what caused the unhappiness from some of the people. So yes, we are not talking about the drugs on the arrest of Mleef, but drugs is part of the problem that leads into the murder. The charge is a murder, but the reason is the drug that comes as a result. So there are many others. The ones that we are not mentioning is because we have not charged them with anything. That's why we're not comfortable to even mention them. But they are there.
Second last, General, MPs involved with these drugs cartels and criminal syndicates, because we are MPs sitting here, and when we are told MPs are involved with drug cartels and criminal syndicates, we start asking ourselves, who are those? And that's what the public is asking itself. And, General, apart from the registering a criminal case, as an MP, if I'm engaged in unethical conduct, there is a committee called Ethics Committee where I can be reported. I don't have to be investigated through intelligence or anything of that sort. Why has there not been an effort from your side or from anyone who's involved, who knows these MPs who are involved in drug cartels, criminal syndicates, report them to the Ethics Committee, including the judges? Because I get worried when judges are subjected to covert operations. It's a threat to our democracy. Any judge that gets involved
in wrongdoing must be reported to Judicial Conduct Committee, and we'll deal with that matter at that level. Not to be told that there's a judge who's going to come before me in the. I'm very sensitive around judges because once they are threatened, me and you are no longer safe, because that is the last arbiter. They are the ones who must safeguard us. So why are these people not MPs with drug syndicates, judges with drug syndicates, criminal syndicates, MPs Ethics Committee, judges JCC? Why are they not reported there, and we left them in the hands of the covert operations and not anything above?
Yeah, well, majority of these things happening in Gauteng, Honorable Member, and the team investigating in Gauteng has not necessarily involved me. I got to share information, I get to know information because they're briefing me. And what I said earlier, what threw me into this mess was the closure of the PKTT, which was a KZN. Had they left it alone, I wouldn't be sitting here today, because I would not have been privy to what's happening there. I became aware because they're updating me, because they had my members there, and suddenly there's a closure of the team, and then I get to ask questions. That's how I start slowly. Although they are feeding me with information, but it remains a counterintelligence information, so they're not giving me the full picture. They are drips and traps, and I'm also not asking questions. I ask where there's a need, and they give me what I need to know. So how are they handling it going forward within that investigation? I said earlier, it's an investigation that is not only handled at crime intelligence alone, but is within the intelligence structure. That's how elevated it is. So how are they going to handle it further? I trust that they will follow those channels so that they can be able to deal with it. There are instances that the PKTT have registered complaints against presiding officers in KZN. As based on their conduct that we have done. So when we talk about, yes, we use the name judiciary because we wanted to indicate the seriousness of what is happening. I said, unfortunately, some of the information that is at hand, it's a covert information, recordings that are there that I might not be in a liberty to just communicate. I listened to them. That's why I was able to say, okay, here's everything. This is a conclusion that I reached, to bring the attention to the leadership to say we have a problem. The MPs that might be implicated, and I must say up front, as I said about the minister, I'm not in a business to protect people, but I must also acknowledge that majority of the people that end up being implicated, I spoke about the letter of Minister Mkhwanazi of December. The majority of people that get implicated on things, they arrive there by default. They're not aware that they are getting there. So if you're going to be a political party or an MP and you get a financial support from someone, and the person who's giving you this financial support is not disclosing the intentions, you're going to get hooked. By the time you open your eyes, you are right in the web. You can't escape it. So sometimes it comes in that fashion without you paying attention. You will invite, you stand outside your house, you call an Uber car, and the Uber come and pick you up. You have no clue who the driver is. He arrives there and he loads you in the car. You have no clue what's in the boot of the car. There could be a dead man inside, or there could be arsenal of firearms, or there could be drugs in it. But when the police stops in the roadblock, who do they arrest? The driver, including you. Because we are found in this consignment of drugs and the dead body. So by default, you become, we can say we're a victim, but you're a participant to a crime. But you're not aware that you're a participant into a crime. So there are many MPs that might fall victim in that fashion. But there are some of them, few, that deliberately are part of the problem, and knowingly so. So we are dealing with those as part of the investigation that we are doing. So it's not that if we're to use percentage-wise, I cannot say that all the MPs are in the wrong, but definitely I think Parliament took a right decision by demanding to know who's financing political parties. But what maybe is missing is to know who's financing an individual MP, because the MPs within the same political have got ambitions. They fund their own resources to do political campaigns so that they get into leadership positions in the political party. How they go about getting this money can be part of these criminal activities that we are talking about today. And they might not even be aware themselves because someone is helping them to elevate them to a position. So the party discloses, but the individual doesn't, because it's not everything that they disclose. So it's some of those things that might need to be looked at going forward. Thank you.
General, thank you very much. I just want to, in a respectful way, disagree with you on the decentralization of police, and especially the examples you are giving. Those were tribalistic divisions that took place in our country, where you had Leboa police, you had Venda police, you had Zulu police. It can't be that we decentralize the police and we go back to the ethical divisions of this country. We are a unitary state, and therefore we seek to unite and become one thing irrespective of ethnicity or the color of your skin. What you are suggesting may even play in the hands of racists who are now calling for independence of certain provinces away from our own country. And we think that perhaps you need to relook into it. I agree there shouldn't be one individual with so much power. But how do we democratize it without decentralizing it? I think that's a debate we can have even beyond these walls of parliament. Thanks, General.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Honourable Member, I agree. The decentralization might not necessarily mean exactly to be like the homeland, as it were. I use that as an example. But then I went further and I said, there are many countries, first world countries, that are structured like that. That one country has got a federal system and they've got the local system in terms of law enforcement. And certain examples, honourable members, was that to have a person at in a national office to worry about an assault case in a locality, it's something that we might have to look at whether can a local police that does not have to account here be able to carry such docket. So those are the things that we might need to start discussing. Whether is it something that falls under the provincial government, whether it's something that falls under the region, if it were, we have to discuss. But the ultimate, what I'm talking about, for instance, maybe using this opportunity, honourable members, is that we adopted the culture of organizing ourselves as an SAPS in line with the district model that the president came with. I've argued in the BOC, Board of Commissioners, many times that this is a wrong structure that we've adopted. Because we are structured to our point, our end result is court as the police. So however we organize, we must organize around the court, not organize around municipality. So it could be part of the things that says maybe the provincial delegation of this power might not work. Maybe we must look at how the NPA is structured, must look at how the justice themselves, courts are structured, because they remain national, but they are kind of independent at the provincial level with the jurisdiction of how they operate. So when we set up our own structures as police, instead of having district commissioners, we need to look at this district that covers at times 2 or 3 court jurisdictions becomes a problem for the performance of the police in terms of taking matters to court. There's some of the things we need to engage on, but research is needed. Whatever I'm proposing will need to be researched. And we're not going to make a reference to the homeland security, but we have to make a reference to the first world countries, how they do policing and what is good. And that is simple, more about efficiency, not about ethnicity at all. I disagree. I also agree with that one. We can't use the tribal issues that we did before. And the national legislation must remain the one that is a founder, regardless whether it is centralized. We must still account in terms of the legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is going to be very short. Good afternoon, General. Just on 2 things. We spoke about the whole thing. The reason why we're here is because of political parties and the political party or the political killings task force. You haven't told us which is the dominant party that has the most killings, or that has, obviously people have been convicted, etc. We've got 18 represented parties here in Parliament.
In KZN.
Which party have?
The big
KZN,
entity operates in
yeah.
KZN. Then the biggest part that has been affected by this is the African National Congress.
Okay.
And I think that's where this whole investigation started. IFP, DA, and then EFF have also become victims, but by and large, it's been within the African National Congress. And I qualified that last time when I presented that the policy, we believe that the policy decision that was taken by the party to decide who becomes a mayor instead of people voluntarily on their own campaigning contributed to that on one side. On the other side, the access to the resource in terms of tenders, the controls or the influence that the people that are sitting in certain position has over the officials in terms of these tenders that are issued there, it became another contestation that lays into. That's why when we're doing the categorization of the people that we're going to prioritize, city manager or municipal managers, procurement officers within municipal managers, the CFOs were part of the category of people that we must prioritize. We are talking political killings, but we look at the case, it's not only politicians there. You have these officials because the motive is a matter because of a tender. So, and the person killed is an official. So we take that on a prioritize. That's how we're investigating.
So to speak to the issue of political involvement or political capture, I can say, of the justice system. And we're probably pushing it here a little bit, but I'm just going to... President Ramaphosa, you said in 2018, made the decision at an ANC meeting that we are going to establish the Political Killings Task Force. And I'm asking this question not to, and it mustn't be misinterpreted of the capacity and the job that the task force has done, but that this task force was used to deal with organizational matters, to deal with organizational ill discipline. So state resources were used by the ANC to be able to deal with their party leadership battles. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that's why I said, had the president ended with that outside that house address on the 18th, and there was never any other address in government after that, I would have agreed with you saying that it's been a political thing from the beginning to end. It might have started political. Government that leads society today in this administration are the political parties that came with the manifestos and they told South Africans, this is what we're going to do for you and the likes. And the political decisions and the proposals sold to the society leads into elections, which leads into the formation of government. So when the government execute their work, they execute exactly which they promised as a political party when they were campaigning. And that's what ends up into a policy of government going forward. So if the president then addresses people and make pronouncement as a politician, he comes back into the house and he officiate that as a government position, then we cannot say it's a political decision, it's a government decision. So such as an example I made, political parties, once they are in government, they are government. Any decision coming out of the committee cannot be said it's a decision of this and that political party, because there are others that are not here. It's going to be a decision of government that comes out of the ad hoc committee.
But because they have access to government and to parliament, they are able to make that decision. But I'll park it there for now. The other question was on, you mentioned, I think it's in Annexure NSM 3 and 4, where you spoke about the Richards Bay minerals. In KwaZulu-Natal, perhaps you can speak to us directly on that. How many companies have requested services from the police exclusively on their premises? Do you have that, or is it something that happens very often? And I ask this in light of other crimes that are happening that might even exceed what is going on in companies, and also the political killings and related matters as well.
I must say, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that as far as I've been in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I've never receive any specific request from a company for a specific protection. The meeting or the deployment of members in Richards Bay to go and work at the Richards Bay minerals. After it happened, the group of companies under the CEO of Chamber of Commerce in Richards Bay invited me into a meeting. I think the meeting was held in one of the hotels in Richards Bay, where I had to explain to them, why am I giving preference to Richards Bay minerals with deployments? Why am I not prioritizing them as a provincial commission? It was a painful meeting because I had to say to them, RPM have got connection in hard places. That's why they've got a dedicated deployment. That deployment is not controlled by me. I can't get involved with. As a provincial commissioner, this is what I can do to offer the service, and these are limitations that I have. If they can help me to meet me halfway, I'll work on it. And then we agreed that, okay, we're going to help each other going forward. But the issue of RPM had to be addressed with the minister. That's why then there was an invitation for the minister to come in so they can talk about that issue. But it was a first for me to experience such, and specifically members deployed to go and work for the company. Other than that, it was just an incident that was not much. Of course, we did not necessarily spend much resources. But you'll recall when we had the looting during 2021 unrest, the interest that was expressed by majority of the ministers surrounding the safety of South African brewery. Only that company was of an interest to many ministers, and the rest of the companies who had been looted at the time. There was no calls to me about them. So that was the only one that had happened about South African breweries during the riot, and then after that was the Richards Bay minerals. But the Richards Bay had a total deployment. I understand that they wanted to come and explain themselves how it came about, but the police management has got records, money spent, and resources deployed for that.
And according to you, General, do you know who's the contacts they have in high places that did the deployment to Richards Bay minerals?
I do not know. The answer when I queried my boss, the answer was that the presidency. Now, presidency constitutes many people. There is a president, deputy president, ministers, DGs, DDGs, many senior people, advisors that are influential in that office. So I don't know exactly who in the presidency has spoken to the National Commission about that deployment, but that's what I was told. It's the presidency. So it's something that just troubled me. But what made it worse, I think, honorable chair members, the CEO of that place stays here in Cape Town. He runs that business from here. I had invited him into my meeting. He met with me once before that incident. So I thought we built a good relationship with him, that if he has issues, then we can talk about. And I deployed out of my own those few members that were to assist with the investigation without being asked by anyone. A year later, when there was no success, I pulled him back. Instead of him coming back to me and say, Mkhwanazi, you gave me something that was helping me. Can you keep it on? Maybe we're going to discuss, because they were not there for Richards Bay. They were there to investigate cases. But what they ended up doing was to service the mine, not investigating the cases I asked them to do. That's why I put them back. So if he wanted the type of services, that's why when the directive came and says, send them back, and I said, now it's no longer about this case anymore. It's about the safety of that area. So let me make the team bigger so that we can go and service everyone. Unfortunately, I was overtaken by the head office on that one. So it's unfortunate, because those members ended up doing what they did in prison, which make us to talk about them today.
And the last question, the ministers that sent you WhatsApps to protect SA bureaus, are you going to tell us?
No, it was a phone call. It was not
phone calls. Okay.
Yeah, it was one. Well, one of them was a former minister at the time, called me. I cannot remember the other ministers that were calling, but there were a couple of them. That what triggered me, because you don't get a call from one person. You get a call from different people talking about the same thing. But the worry that what was presented was the safety because of, I think, those gas cylinders and whatever that they are using, that spingo. The fear was that if such were to catch fire, the impact that was going to have in the community, in that area as a whole, was going to be severe. Then my question was, why did you even give a license for the company to operate in such a build-up area? If you have that risk, take them away to the bushy area somewhere and make sure that you set up perimeters that nobody must come and build there because you want to avoid this thing. So if it is such a risk, it means it can happen anytime. Route or not route, it can still happen. And when it happens, you can have to ask questions. Why did you authorize it to operate like that? Or maybe they were there before these build communities came around. Why then did we allow these communities to come close to it? If that is a risk. But, well, I have no authority over that. I guess the city will decide on that demarcation.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We have come to the end of the afternoon session. So we are going to break and then come back for the tea session. And then break again and then come back for the session before stamps. So I'm going to request, okay, let me do this first. It's now 25 minutes to 5. It has been a very long session, and I want to give you 25 minutes break to come back at 5 o'clock. And then I'm going to request the Honorable Happy Birthday member to rise, because we never had an opportunity to have moments like this in our lives where you celebrate your birthday at work. So if you may please rise, honorable member. And as you walk out for break, those of us who remain here will give you a standing ovation just to appreciate the sweet moments that you would have had in your life and wish you a happy birthday and many more days to come. May we rise, honorable member, and give this member her special moment. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip.
How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Is none of our business.
has to do with your statement yesterday, where you
The honorable members request that if you can get the mic closer.
it's in my mind, where the evidence leader actually asked you, Nkwali, about about whether you actually did seek the permission of the national commissioner to actually have that kind of press conference. And your response was that no, you actually did not seek his permission, but you informed him. I just want to understand that in the context of your command structure and also your policing, what do they call it's police standing orders. Don't you think that there was actually anything untoward in terms of the policing standing order? And also linked to that, I'm saying this because the issues that turned out to be discussed at that media conference actually went beyond the scope of a provincial commissioner, but they actually were very, very much national issues in their very nature. What would you respond to that, Lieutenant General?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, the protocol of the police or the directive of the police that regulates communication to the media is prescribed in the conversation in terms of initial instruction. However, when the provincial commissioners are addressing the public, they do so as having been appointed to be responsible for policing in the province. It is true that the matters that one ended up talking about went beyond KwaZulu-Natal. However, was still within the scope of policing of KwaZulu-Natal because the subject matter was about the PKTT as a unit or a task team that was established and back in 2018 in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it was important then to inform the public about what is this unit doing and what are the challenges that this unit have experienced, and to address that which was on the media with regard to its closure. And of course, the National Commissioner was aware about the communication about the closure of the unit of the task team and subsequent to the engagement that he had with the minister in different meetings that they had. So it would not have been strange for me to talk on the team that is deployed in the province where I'm responsible for. The mere fact that there's some things they end up doing in another province and they end up being confronted with challenges. But those challenges were still directed at the same team. So that's why I felt it's important to raise it like that. And it is my belief that I never violated any directive of the South African Police Service when I did that.
Well, thank you. The letter of the 31st of December, which was directed to the National Commissioner from the Minister, addresses three aspects. One is the filling of the post in the Intelligence Division, and where the Minister was actually directing that and that exercise be halted immediately. And the second aspect actually has to do with the ports of entry. And I believe the Durban Harbour, and is actually talking about the joint operation in the management of that harbour between the Border Management Authority and SAPS. And he actually then instructs the National Commissioner to actually develop a new plan and present it to the Ministry of Management Executive Committee with regards to one, the comprehensive, analysis of the current challenges, and secondly, the comprehensive operational and remedial actions based on a policy of rotation. Do you know, General, whether that directive actually was carried out? And if so, do you have any details of that?
No, honorable members, as I said yesterday, as much as the province of KwaZulu-Natal have different borders, land, port, and air, or sea and air, the responsibility of the security within those environments rests with the national office, not the provincial office. So the challenges that exist in the space, acknowledging what the minister wrote on that letter, and requesting the national commissioner to prepare a submission in terms of the new plan on the issues of the border. I was not informed whether such was done or not. It's something that I guess the national commission will respond to.
Thank you. General, you actually have repeatedly alluded to the existence of an external influence that might have led the Minister Mkhwanazi to issue this instruction to disestablish the PKTT. But in his letter, he says, my observation, and I quote, my observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer actually required and is actually adding no value to the operations of the South African police. Now, I then find it difficult to reconcile your assertion that the minister must actually have been influenced, and yet he is actually saying that in his observation, personal observation, this team is no longer serving the purpose.
Honorable members, the minister, with the 6 months of being in the service, I think within the 6 months he had visited Western Cape province more than twice. And in that 6 months, he had visited Eastern Cape more than twice. I'm not sure about the other provinces, but he had never visited KZN in that whole 6 months on an official visit as a minister to engage with the management of KZN, to understand policing in KZN. To date, I don't even think the Minister of Police knows about all the units that exist in the police. This is a monster of a department, almost 200,000 personnel strong, stretched in the length and breadth of this country. You therefore cannot just make a decision about something that doesn't add value. You have not seen the performance plans, you have not seen the performance reports. You don't have anything to justify the action. He can come and say, it is Mary DeHaas that informed me. It's a criminal, a police officer, ex-police officer in prison that told me. You can say it's messages that has disappeared, ghost messages that are no longer there to prove that informed me. They can use any justification that he wants to make the minister, but the reality is he knows consciously deep down in his heart that to date, I don't think the minister knows even 30% of what the police does. Because he has never gone to that extent to understand. If you ask him what does doc unit do, what unit exists, what type of specialization in doc unit, he won't tell you. Because he's never taken time to understand the SAPS. And yet he makes such operational decisions. It's wrong.
Thank you, General. Can we actually look at your relationship with General Spear and the developments since the 1st of July 2022, when General Spear actually resumed his duties as the Deputy National Commissioner, given a very critical responsibility within SAPS. And your concern is that there were serious allegations against General Spear, even when he was actually still with the city of Johannesburg. And your concern was that the minister did not do due diligence in ensuring that those allegations were investigated before General Spear actually was accepted back into the SAPS fold and also given a critically important, role within the senior management structure of SAPS. Would you say that was it an oversight on the part of the minister, or it was part of a plan that Spear should not be vetted, and that Spear should actually literally walk into the job in the upper echelons of the South African police and responsible for that critical division?
Honorable members, when I made a presentation before Nhlanhla, which most of the information is attached here on my submission before the ad hoc committee as a reference, I indicated that when we do investigations, at times we are triggered by something. The letter of the minister to disestablish the team in December 31 of December 2024, it made us to ask questions as to the why part. We needed to ask that question. Why? And so as a police officer, you then go back and you start investigating. Where does this come from? What led into this? What led into that? And you start connecting the dots. And then we start realizing that the person seems to be in the center of the trouble here is Gerald Spear. And then we then went deeper to try and understand exactly who is this fellow we're talking about? What makes him to be like this? That's how then we track back into how he came into the organization. So eventually we established that the organization deliberately, after dismissing him, and when he made an appeal in court, the same organization that dismissed him decided not to appeal the same thing, did not oppose his appeal. And subsequent to that is given an order to come back. And the Minister of Police has an obligation in terms of regulations to bring to the attention of the National Commissioner the risk identified by the city of Johannesburg before this person comes in, and cause for investigations to be done, or at least while implementing the court order, but protect the service. But it seems like that was not done because the man was appointed directly at the organized crime office in Pretoria. And subsequent to that, a year later, the man gets a promotion. So what justifies the promotion? What is that exceptional that the organization have dismissed him on? He comes back in less than a year, is promoted. Definitely, he must be a top-class employee. In his arrival, the first year, that justify him to be elevated into a position. But again, the National Commission will explain that because he's the one who did that. I didn't appoint him. But these are the things that we started establishing as we're investigating his role in this whole chaos that we're busy with. And that led us into knowing and finding the letters, complaints from the city of Johannesburg, amongst others. And when we see all the correspondences that even the city, the mayor had approached the state security who cleared him of not having done wrong. And when we hear that in the police, the same thing happened, they approached the state security and cleared him for having done wrong. So the question is, was it the clearing of him a legitimate thing to do, or someone assisted in covering up? We know that some of the people that seems to be involved know for a fact that the person who's closer to the friend of Sibiya, which is Paul O'Sullivan, is Mr. McBride. And Mr. McBride is at state security currently. I'm not saying he played a part on the clearing of this investigation, but it's just coincidental that he's there at state security, employed there. And then we get these things being cleared. It's just something that makes one to start asking questions. And as we are connecting these dots to try and establish why this, why that, why this. But yeah, well, he's in the organization, he's employed. He's an employee currently.
Thank you. You, in response to one of the questions here asked in relation to General Sibiya, you actually said that General Sibiya is actually communicating with deputy ministers more than the National Commissioner. So would you actually elaborate on the nature of their communication?
Honorable Chair and members, I'm not so sure. SC, I think I did send that communication to the SC RNC, that communication WhatsApp. Do you have it? Remember the communication that I said that General Sibiya was sending to the Deputy Minister? The juniors are not here. Honorable members, I do have the communication here, WhatsApp messages that I would have loved for the members to see. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can project it on the screen somehow, but I might read it on record if you allow me. You don't have the copy. This is a screenshot of a WhatsApp message that General Sibiya forwarded to the member of the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. It's a message that indicates that he was communicating with the Deputy Minister. I do not know who the Deputy Minister is because we've got two Deputy Ministers in the police. But what is interesting is to read what the message is saying that General Sibiya forwarded to the Deputy Minister, which is of an interest to me that I feel the members also might want to pay attention on. Well, I'm going to try and scroll up between these messages because they're not saved together, but it starts, the message is dated the 16th of October, 2024, as forwarded. It reads as follows. Good afternoon, DM, comma, please note the following, column. 1, a source has indicated that CI has procured the new spyware equipment to the value of 13 million rands over the past weekend. 2, the equipment was sourced from China and it did not follow the normal process, e.g., minister needs to sign for anything above 10 million. Three, furthermore, it was reported that this equipment was obtained on the instruction of former Minister Peggy Cele. 4. Therefore, only a handful of individuals are privy to the details of the procurement and its usage. 5. They include the current DIVCOM, the Secret Service account head, the supply chain head, and the tech specialist. 6. It is believed that the usage of the said equipment will be for political purposes, targeting ANC leadership. Comments, column 1. DM should take note of the above and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communication, such as cell phones, emails, etc. 2. Comrade Matebula has also been briefed. And comrade in this is abbreviated as the DM is abbreviated, is written CDE. So we're trying to establish who is Comrade Matebula that the police officer has briefed. And he's telling the deputy minister this on WhatsApp. And it goes further, the next paragraph says, my suggestions that we should commit the National Commissioner to this. I want to repeat that. My suggestion that we should commit the National Commissioner to this. He needs to come out and say whether he knows about it or not. If not, he must investigate. If yes, why is the minister not informed? But let there be an official investigation with a report and within 7 days. What's the DM take on this approach? And the next message, this is worrisome, DM. Will they go ahead without the National Commissioner's signature either? And that's where the message ends. Honorable members, this is Jarasbia talking to a deputy minister. And the comrade Matebula, that we don't know who the comrade Matebula is. And he says, we must hold the National Commissioner accountable. So he placed himself in the same position of the deputy minister. He placed himself in the same position of the comrade Matebula, that they must hold the National Commissioner accountable to account about this. Jarasbia says he has sources within crime intelligence that tells him about this purchase. If is the responsible person in charge, as it is per structure, responsible for crime intelligence, he will have called the divisional commissioner to come and account to him and tell him about this. If not, he will have gone to the National Commissioner, say, National Commissioner, I hear about this purchase. Someone tells me there's a passage of this nature. Are you aware of it or not? If he felt that maybe something is amiss, he will have approached the oversight structures, Inspector General of Intelligence to report this if need be, and so is the Parliament. But no, he did not do that. He communicates this thing with the Deputy Minister in October last year. So, honorable members, this is a sign. Well, hence I was saying earlier, when the honorable member asked me earlier, Malema, about the ownership of the letter, where I said, yes, the minister must own the letter, it's his letter, it's his signature, it's his letter, but there's a compiler that I believe is behind the scene. If we don't deal with the minister, we haven't fixed the problem. We need to find the root cause of the problem. Is this person who signs messages like this, Jaros Bia? So he has elevated himself to be in the level of the executive authority, in that the National Commission must be managed by him through the deputy ministers. It is evidence that I received because, I don't know, he was stupid or he was sourcing some collaboration. He forwarded these things to the Inspector General of Intelligence Office. It's an official from Inspector General that shared them with me. She can come here and say, yes, I received this thing from Sbia, because her response was very interesting. And she ended there on her response. there are bad things happening in our organization. There are few individuals involved. Who then takes this information and go and share with Jarosbia within crime intelligence? It can only be the members from crime intelligence that says that. And Jaro Kumalo must come and talk to yourselves about who this person from crime intelligence that is so bad. But I have no doubt when Mkhwanazi says Khan will feed you information, I've got no reason not to believe that Khan is a main source. I just don't have any reason to believe otherwise. Mkhwanazi said that when he sent me the WhatsApp. So that's why I'm not surprised that Sbia can do this. So that's why I still strongly believe that the compiler of the letter to disestablish this team is not done by the minister. Probably the same person you're talking about is the one behind the letter. But I'll end it there on my response.
Chair, is it 13 or 30 million? Just that. Didn't get that part.
Okay. It is 1-3.
Honorable.
Okay. Maybe let me explain. The value of the equipment is 13 million rands. The message following says that if there's any purchase of anything above 10 million, the minister must be informed. So I think that's where these two numbers come in.
Okay,
So clearly,
just hold Honorable Mwango. I see a hand. Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I just wanted to check that, and the general has already answered. Well, I was confused whether it's 13 or 30 million rands, the purchase price.
You can proceed, Honorable Member. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngola.
I'm just thinking here that if any transaction that actually exceeds 10 million rand must actually bear the authorization of the minister. So this purchase actually was 13 million rand. So obviously it was above 10 million rand. But the minister seemed to actually have not been involved in the whole, process of actually procuring this equipment. Would you agree with that?
I think the first thing is it says spy equipment as an interception of cell phones. That's what it says. By mentioning that name, he's saying this does not belong in this WhatsApp communication is making. It does not belong to the Deputy Minister of Police. It belongs to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. It belongs to the Inspector General of Intelligence. So that's where he should have channeled this. If he can't go to the National Commissioner, he feels that he doesn't trust the National Commissioner, then he should have gone to the right channel to raise it. I've said it before. I'm not working within that space. I don't know how they go about procurement within intelligence structure. Whether he knows, he can come here and ask him what made him say the minister must be informed when there's such a purchase. It means he knows the procurement systems of intelligence, how it's supposed to be. And I do not understand. I've been an acting national commissioner before. I don't remember not once informing the minister that we are buying something that costs more than 10 million. So for General Sbia arriving in the organization and being appointed in this position and making that suggestion, it means he's privy to something that I do not know, because I don't know how the ministers get involved in procurement. It's just interesting coming from him.
Well, thank you, General. At some point yesterday, you actually shared with us that you were actually approached by the then Minister of Police, Mr. Kele, asking you to release the General Khumalo to come and join him in a project in Johannesburg. And obviously you did not, and General Khumalo actually was not actually keen to leave his job for that project. Do you have any idea about the nature of that particular project? What was it if you have any information about it?
Honorable members, I do not know what was the real reason or the plan on what the general clearly was going to give to General Kumalo, the job description was going to give him. Safe to say that he told me that he needed someone who is strong operational that is going to assist him to manage all the law enforcement that are there, including the newly established team in Gauteng, the Mapare that are in Gauteng, that law enforcement entity. He was going to assist in helping him to manage all those entities there. But other than that, the details, he did not share that with me because he did not give it to me in writing. He only spoke to me over the phone.
Well, thank you, General. The IP and Mr. Nkabinde. Whilst Mr. Nkabinde was still with IP, you actually shared with us that Mr. Nkabinde and Mr. McBride, who was then the head of IP, flew from Johannesburg to Durban, and from Durban, they drove up to Mpangeni to meet with Minister Mkhwanazi. And it was not clear to me why would they do that? What was the purpose of that visit, if you can share with us?
Well, in his own words, Mr. Nkabinde said they were investigating a case of murder that had occurred in KwaZulu-Natal. And there seems to have been police officers that were bodyguards of the premier at the time when the minister was a premier that participated in defeating the end of justice by removing a critical evidence that was sitting at the police in police custody that should have been used to conduct further investigation of what had transpired in that murder case. But that evidence was removed from the police facility on instruction of the premier, allegedly. And so that's why they went to consult and meet with the premier, and that's why they became close to each other. They started knowing each other there. That's the only thing he had told me. So I do not remember, I don't think we even discussed the date when they traveled, but it was his own words. Because I had find it strange that he never worked for the Department of Water and he has never been a politician. How did he get to know the minister to start with? And then he told me, no, they were investigating and they interacted like this and they've been close since then.
Thank you. Nhlanhla is found in prison with a cellular phone. And it is confiscated. And upon examination, some numbers are found in the phone with which he is actually communicating. I didn't hear properly whether one of the numbers that were actually found in Mr. Nhlanhla's telephone was that of the former Minister of Police, Undos.
Yes, that's correct. There's been cell phone, WhatsApp communication, exchange of messages, exchange of bank accounts, amongst others.
Okay, thank you. General, all of these issues that you are actually concerned about, and those that, and we are also equally as concerned as you are. And this level of instability, what does it do to the morale and integrity of your men in the boot out there in the street? And how do you plan to actually, turn things around in terms of actually boosting their morale and also restoring their integrity in the eyes of the people?
I'm here today. We appeared before South Africans on the 6th of July, 2025. Those were some of the efforts that we are taking to try and protect the hardworking men and women out there. We fight for them every day in however way we can through the executive authority and the management of the SAPS to recognize the efforts that the members are making to try and protect the citizen of the Republic. So those are some of the interventions that we try and do as a police management. We allocate resources where we have powers to do so. We allocate resources that allows them to carry out the task in protecting the citizens out there. Those are some of the limitations that we have at times when I made a proposal of the decentralization of some of the things, because a typical example that a vehicle can stop at the garage for the whole week waiting for a windscreen because a contract of such is handled at the head office. As such, for instance, the servicing of a car, some of the challenges that we experience that we might have to relook at is based on the delegations that we have as an organization that sometimes does not allow for that full support to the members of the organization. The behavior or the decisions taken by the management definitely demoralized the members. It didn't just demoralize the members, but it allowed the laziness to creep in. It encouraged the criminality within the service, because some of the juniors end up learning from the seniors that the seniors can get away with these criminal things. So they are in a cold face of the fight on the ground, and then they end up getting their hands in wrong things down there, and that improve criminality within the service. And the end result of all that is a dissatisfied client out there. When you look at the researchers that are going to tell you about the survey conducted about the trust that the community has towards the SAPS, it speaks for itself. And yes, we might not have interviewed the entire population, but by and large, people lose trust in the police because of all these contributing factors. If there's a rot at the head, it can only impact the rest of the members going down. So that's why I'm calling for some reforms, some lifestyle audits, amongst others, from the head, from us going down, so that we start behaving ethical and we start becoming exemplary to those that we are leading.
Yeah, I think last but one, I think I want to agree with the proposals that you made and believe that the police functions should actually be decentralized. I think I concur with you on that, because you cannot come with one strategy, one size fits all kind of strategy to deal with crime, because there are variations that are actually detected by local dynamics in the nature of crime. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have a problem of faction fights, for instance. You can't sit in Pretoria and try to plan for faction fights, how to deal with faction fights. So it can only be done by a provincial, police service structure, because it is closer to the situation and it knows the dynamics there. So it cannot actually be an intervention that comes from Pretoria. Also, having said that, the criminals themselves have actually become very sophisticated. The sophistication of the criminals in KwaZulu-Natal may not necessarily be the same as the sophistication of the criminals in Gauteng, for instance. So you need a homegrown kind of intervention that will be relevant to the nature of crime that is actually taking place. So I strongly agree with that. My last one is the civic duties of all South Africans. South Africans are expected to vote. Does the general go to the polls on a voting day?
Yes, I do. I must say at the beginning, in 1994, I just joined the service at the time. I had this belief of saying, as a law enforcement, you ought to be neutral. You must be able to serve everyone. So you shouldn't vote. But of course, it's a right that is afforded to a police officer to exercise. If you don't use it, you are wasting, but the democratic system needs you to use it. I did not vote in 1994 because of that belief that I need to remain neutral. So subsequent to that, then I started participating. But I must say that participation also, to some degree, had limitations because we had found ourselves, I was still working in the head office, we found ourselves being deployed most of the time during elections. So you end up participating in the national election, not the provincial one, because you are out of your area. Until eventually IEC started adjusting their system that you can register early enough for you to be able to participate. So yes, one has been participating in that, but it's the right that we exercise. But to what degree does the right of a member to participate in voting influence his decision or his position in the political space in the country? It's one of the things that might need to be looked at because the Police Act allows the members to become members of political parties, the Act of Parliament. It does not discriminate. The only thing that the Act prohibits the member from doing is to be actively involved. The one political party present in the House today will remember that I had charged departmental one of the police officers who was putting up placards of a political party, actively participating on activities of the party. They took disciplinary action. But if a police officer is invited by your party to come to your function and be a guest in your function, is not breaking any law in terms of the Act. So you can do that. You can attend meetings as a policeman. According to the Act, is allowed to do it. So the question, therefore, is in the Act, Police Act, this section 46 of the Act, allowing police officers to be actively involved in politics? And how does that impact their performance of their work going forward? So perhaps some of the things that the lawmakers might want to assist us on. I do not know yet whether that does have an impact, but the things that I think contained in that section, I believe that might need to be reviewed. Go and vote and must end there. You being party to the political matters, it's a problem. And to add, honorable members, is that within the very same service, we've got two categories of employees. One employed under Public Service Act. Those are the clerks, administrators who don't have police training and so forth. They don't do law enforcement. They're not empowered by the Police Act. Those ones, as like any other public service, they are allowed to participate fully in politics, to campaign to become councillors, if they so wish. It is there provided for them. So once you have an admin clerk at the police station that is now a councillor of a political party in this area, and yet is an admin clerk in the police station, how is that person going to influence that police station about how they deliver service to the community? There is most likely going to be conflict. So it's some of the things that might need to be looked at if the police were to be shielded from being actively involved in politics. But the Act allows such activities to happen.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla. Indeed, what you did on the 6th of July was a clarion call to all of us and that South Africans at large. And you were actually drawing our attention to the rot that actually has gone so deep. On that note, thank you, the Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwango. You have exhausted your questions.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much.
And reserved some for the next round. Thank you.
This is the only round you have, Honorable Ngango. Can we then move to the Patriotic Alliance? Honorable Sauls.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I want to begin by saying, General, thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You know, listening to your testimony, you know, you inspire hope. When I think about justice for Jocelyn Smith, Babita Yakoran, Mpho Mulifi, Nathaniel Julius, Pamela Mabini, Bauer van Niekerk, my fellow committee member, Honorable Sitole from the IFP, and my cousin, Etienne Langefeld. We are still waiting for justice. And so when I hear you, I see you, it inspires hope. But when I sit in this seat, of course, I cannot choose a side. I must be fair. I must question you on things that I need clarity on. But I'm confident, you know, that you will handle it like a master. So let's walk together through my clarity-seeking exercise. Let's start with section 9 of volume 1 that deals with who you are. I'm very interested to know, General, are you related to the anti-apartheid hero, Mkhwanazi riot, Mkhwanazi?
No, I'm not related.
I was going to say, so that means the fighting for justice is in your blood.
He is Mkhwanazi. It might be the blood indeed, but I don't know him.
Yesterday in your testimony, you said the following, open quote, sometimes we do not divulge more on what we are doing as a strategy, close quote. What about that strategy can you share with us here today?
We apply different strategies very different with different cases, Honorable Member. If we are asking me about what we are busy with in how we are dealing with the challenges that brings us here together in as far as the involvement of the Minister, General Sbia, the Nhlanhlas, the Brand Mokhozis, and everything that we're talking about, it's in different folds. On one side, we have the investigation, we have intelligence, and we have a prosecution part of the strategy. Then we have a communication plan that we are putting, that we have, that is unfolding. We are at war with the enemy. At times, Sun Tzu will say to you, do not make the enemy to know what you're busy with. If you are far, make him think you're close. If we are close, we are close, then you must then attack if need be. If we are weak, make him believe that you're strong, and you know, so forth. We cannot tell you exactly what is it in details that we're doing, but what we started doing has helped us to place cases in court. The cases, ordinarily, they were not going to get there. So we started seeing results in as far as that is concerned. What we did has allowed us to get our case dockets back in KZN, and we're able to service the client in the province. And we have cases now we've registered in KZN to try and deal with the bad things happening. So that's why I'm saying that the strategy will talk about the softer approach on how we're winning this battle. And at the same time, we have the hardcore approach that we're dealing with. We have members running that are currently on training to make sure that they can face whatever may come, that we are training. By the use of task force, the TRT, the NIU, and many others, to equip them to be ready for the war that might come. As and when it comes, we are ready as the police to deal with it. We have employed a different strategy to make sure that investigations are not disturbed by mixing the team that is investigating with highly trained members, honorable members, for instance. The special task force in the police, the special forces in the military were never part of our operations, but they are part of this one. It is a level of risk that we have. So once we invite the special task force to an operation of this nature, we better explain to them the threat and let them understand it. And once they understand it, then they help us develop a plan of how we're going to counter it. So as we are executing our strategy, we start seeing results in some instances of the strategy that we're busy with. We cannot necessarily present it for one to know exactly because the enemy is within. We said on the 5th of March in Parliament that the people we're investigating are in that portfolio committee on the 5th of March. I said it on the record. You can listen to it. That's why we can't talk much about it because we know that they are within. And they will take whatever plans you have and they're going to go and counter that. But the honest reality that we know is that we are dealing with dangerous people. We are dealing with people that have got influence in the public. They've got influence in the media space. They can do different things to make you be discouraged. We needed to mitigate against this malicious arrest happening. We needed to mitigate against further arrest, which was a strategy they were employing to neutralize everything, is that send them to court. Then we said, okay, well, let's go directly to this one. As we speak, honorable members, and we can tell you that, I can tell you that, the National Commissioner was in the doorstep of prison himself. Not because he did anything wrong, but because it was part of the plan. That the person who wanted to be the head of DPCI, because of his age, he could not be. The minister was frustrated when he came to the panel about that one. The DG will come here and tell you that. And subsequent to that, the next plan B was to arrest this one so this one can be appointed acting. That was the plan. So I couldn't sit back and allow that to happen. And seeing what is actually happening, that we're going to have a government that has been put into position by criminals through criminal means. And although the start will have been controlling their own political party, but the talks amongst them was that the words of a senior police officer says, DPCI is gold. If you get to DPCI, you've got gold. Here we are, some of us saying we're not interested to apply for that post because it's not giving me any financial benefit because I'm already in the same level as DPCI. But the other one says, no, you see something that I don't see. I see gold for being a DPCI head. Simple because we have, as we investigate what we called inquiries, if we suspect that the honorable member might be involved with something, we register an inquiry. There's no case open. We register an inquiry in order to try and establish what is it that we could be part of. And that inquiry allows us to make 205 applications and get records of this, record of that, record until we get the facts, then we register a case. We arrest you. It's provided for. So once you are then given the responsibility of the highest level of the investigation team in the country, where you can decide would you initiate this inquiry against? The likelihood is that when you keep scraping, you're going to find something. No matter how minute that what you get, but you're going to find something. So find them something and then you use it. But not use it to prosecute a person. Use it to blackmail the person. Now that we found something on you, we come in, we present to you and say, here's it. You either do this, if failing which, you go to prison. And that's how they take control of the leadership going forward. So that will have been done in a political party, and they were going to elevate that into the competitors at the political space when we go towards elections, and eventually will match victorious at the end of the day when everyone else votes for them. You'll find people saying that I'm supporting a political party X, not by choice, because that they've got something on him that makes that person to change tune and say, no, I'm supporting this one. We've seen it.
General, we're going to stick to the strategy.
Yes,
and
sir.
we're going to also tap into questions I have around symbolic elements around that strategy. Help me understand.
Yeah.
You also say in your testimony yesterday, speaking on why you were dressed in camouflage, you said, open quote, it is directed specifically to those that are standing in the way of us enforcing the law, which unfortunately they are in a position of authority to stop us, close quote. Take your time, General, and tell us who are they and what are their positions of authority?
I will reflect on those that I suspect, we suspect in terms of criminal investigation that you're busy with. The Minister of Police, Minister Mkhwanazi, is a position of authority. That's why I write letters of this nature. General Sibia, who's head of the investigations in the police, who has an authority over investigation. As I made an example, that there's a number of dockets involving some of these high-profile criminals in Gauteng that are sitting in his office at the head office. And yet those dockets belong to the provincial commission. But he called for them to go to Pretoria as part of how they work, how they operate. Well, he can argue that they are not in his office, but George General Shibiri in his office and other brigadiers that are work there, if they are honest, they'll tell the truth that yes, in these things are here based on this instruction. There are other individuals that are within the justice system holding a position of authority. Some of them we've mentioned, some of them we have not named them. When we made mention of the ulterior motives of IDEC as an institution, which has caused about the arrest of the members, based on the promotion of a person, it's got no justification, or there's no justification that IDEC can present and say, this is a very sophisticated, high crime form of corruption that was envisaged by the legislature when they established this entity. She cannot argue that if she comes in. If she cannot argue that, it leaves nothing else but to conclude that she's using a position of authority to make sure there's a prosecution happening. It's been argued that the referral of complaints of Mr. Adams to IDEC had nothing to do with the content of the case dockets that were registered in Cape Town and in Orlando, but it had all got to do with an interference by police management of the Western Cape, by police management of Gauteng, by the National Commission himself in frustrating the investigation. And that interference happened, according to Mr. Adams, within 3 days. And the minister believed that. Hence, they invited IDEC to come and be part of it. And IDEC never said no to it. They took the docket. Today, they're still sitting with the docket. They never assessed this docket that this doesn't come closer to our mandate and send it back to where it's supposed to go or pass it over to IP. They didn't do that. They still have the dockets with them. So here they are as IDEC and the head of IDEC that are players in this mess. But then when IDEC craft warrants of arrest of the team as part of the plan, they make use of magistrate to sign off this warrant. I'm not a lawyer, but the logic as a lawmaker, if you take the statement that is in that charge sheet of that case docket, this matter is going to court next week, I'm told, on Monday or Tuesday again. You take that, you read it, and you ask yourself whether did this justify the signing of a warrant of arrest for these members by the magistrate. This is before the court, another magistrate. We just didn't mention him, but he's a player in this thick of things. When you look at what Mkhwanazi did back in 2011, 2012, when he stopped the prosecution of Nhlanhla, and how the prosecutors that were carrying a docket just let it go, then you start realizing that